Chapter 76. Seriously, I asked, looking over at the bunny with amazement. I had been warned that there were some issues between Animalkin and the foxkin variants. But that was something that happened in Daishin. As for the city of Chom, which thought of itself as a place that benevolently protected slaves, I was a bit taken aback by this sudden proclamation. I felt a tug on my shirt and looked back to see Miki there with her head lowered. "It's okay, Master. I'll just sleep outside." She spoke, her voice just a bit shaky. I gritted my teeth and stood up, putting my hands on the table. "No. If you are not welcome here, neither am I." Miki looked up at me, her fox ears slightly lifting hopefully and her tail wagging just a bit. She wasn't healthy enough to be sleeping outdoors. What were we going to do? At that moment, the door was pushed open and the guildmaster walked in. "Deke, I just heard." I blinked. Heard that Chom is full of prejudiced people. The guildmaster looked like he had been slapped, while a couple of others had ugly expressions on their faces. The Bunnikin girl was biting her lip, looking back at me with a strangely regretful expression. "Just bear with us a moment." The guildmaster bowed, showing me a bit of respect. The guildmaster walked forward and grabbed the Bunnikin girl's arm, whispering some words into her ear. The two argued back and forth in hushed whispers while I remained standing, my arms folded in front of me, and a displeased expression I couldn't take off my face. In truth, I had seen Chom as better than this, so for them to show prejudice against this fox girl, it really did make me feel sad, angry, and just a bit disappointed. "Fine," the Bunnikin girl finally said, shooting us one last look, and then turning away with a huff. It was the guildmaster who approached me, lifting his arms with a complicated smile on his face. "Deke, please, sit for a bit. I've resolved the issue for now." "I doubt that, since she hasn't apologized," I said. The guildmaster winced. "We deserved that. I will apologize in her place. I am sorry. After hearing you were seen in town with a sickly foxskin, I came immediately. I knew there would be trouble." "What is this about?" I demanded, still feeling anger, even with his apology. "I am sure you've probably heard. Foxskin variants have a tie to the spiritual world. Other Animalkin have a sensitivity to it. They can pick up on the otherworldly aura. I reckon this foxskin has a really strong one. They fear it instinctively. And over the course of time, it became a cultural norm to keep spirit foxes away. They call them bad omens, which only bring disaster." The foxkin nodded sadly. "My own parents left me." "You saw how Lydia was looking at me. She clearly hates me." "She doesn't." I wanted to say that, but I didn't really know. Lydia had been acting a bit weird since I had brought Miki back to life. It was very possible she was feeling this unease just like everyone else. I felt bad about it. There had to be some kind of magical item or ability that would allow me to diminish the effect for her. I'd start looking for something tomorrow. "What about our stay?" I asked. convinced her to let the fox girl stay with you for now. She's close with that bunnikin that went into the dungeon with us. He's alive because of you, and she feels she owes you this much. As long as you take responsibility for the fox girl and don't flaunt her in public too much, things should be fine. I am human. So I couldn't begin to understand how Animal can feel on this issue. However, I hope that perhaps with your friend here, I can finally change the town's mind on foxkin. Up until now, foxkin are the one type of slave we've never freed. But Figaro brought her here hoping to sell her to you. The guildmaster sighed. That guy always has been a bit of an optimist. He may seem like a shrewd guy who is only concerned about money. But as far as slavers go, he really does want the best for his slaves. He won't sell to nobles who would treat their slaves bad. But he'll quickly buy from them, even if he takes a loss. He's that kind of guy. The door opened and Lydia came walking in humming to herself. In her arms were several bundles of supplies. When her eyes fell on the three of us, she cocked her head in confusion. Master, I am going to return to the guild hall. If anything comes up, send for me immediately. The guildmaster explained. Oh. And I'll stop by the bathhouse on the way and make sure you don't experience further problems. A bathhouse? I didn't even know that was a thing. The last few nights, we had been taking sponge baths. They gave us a hot bucket of water every night. However, it looked like this world had something called a bathhouse I hadn't even been aware of. Master Bax. Lydia suddenly said, Can we go to the bathhouse apparently? She had a similar mind as me. Yes, since Miki is still ashy from her death. It'd be a good idea if we all cleaned up tonight. Master. Miki, whose mischievousness had been muted since the incident, looked up at me through her lashes. I am too weak. Master will have to bathe me. The packs in Lydia's arms fell to the gerund. She leapt forward and put her hands on the table. Master will also have to bathe me too. Instead of offering to bathe Miki herself, she went the opposite direction, it seemed. Chapter 77. After getting all of our supplies ready, the three of us made our way out. I asked for directions from a human guest. Excuse me if I was uncomfortable talking to the bunny innkeeper right now, after her attempt to expel us from her inn. I just hoped she didn't cause any more trouble until I could free my mansion and move into it. After that, no one could do anything to tell me who I could and could not live with. As we walked, Lydia still shot various looks toward Miki, who I was carrying. Miki ignored the looks for the most part, but now I could see a bit of sadness in her mischievous smile. It hurt my heart a bit, but I didn't want to shout at Lydia to be more respectful. It couldn't be any easier for her. I was relieved to find that the person currently running the bathhouse was a human. And then I felt sad that this made me relieved. That was the thing about prejudice. Once one person started it, it was really easy to escalate. Suddenly, everyone is prejudiced towards everyone else. It was a slippery slope once you started thinking in those terms. My biggest room only has 2 baths, the keeper announced. Thank you. We'll take it. It turned out that the bath here was nothing like the bathhouse is in Japan. It was literally just a series of private rooms with no public bathing option. This was preferable to me as it provided privacy. Unfortunately, it also meant I might have to bathe the girls. I had hoped that the boys' side and girls' side nature of the bath would spare me from having to clean them. It might seem cowardly, but bathing to women my age was much too stimulating for a young guy like me. That was like level 20 and I was still at level 2. Since there are 2 tubs, I will share with Master, Lydia declared. I cannot move, Miki said, her face expressionless. If I went into a bath alone, I would drown. I must bathe with Master. No! Lydia looked like she was about to cry. In that case, you will bathe with me, Miki blinked. A flash of surprise on her face. Oh, okay. I breathed a little easier. It seemed like Lydia's desire to keep Miki from me overwhelmed her desire to stay distant from Miki. The 2 girls started stripping and I quickly looked away. I swear I didn't look at all. Maybe a little. No. I was a perfect gentleman. The bathtub was in the adjacent room, with a sliding door dividing the changing area from the 2 tubs, which were dug into the floor and lined with tiles sort of like little one, man-hot tubs. I dived in the water before a certain something poked out its head. This was fine, although now I was thinking I needed more practice with Lydia so I could shake off my childish tendencies and finally step into the world of being a man. I had to slave girls who were my responsibility now. I had a mansion. I was an important figure within a city and made a good income. All in all, that wasn't bad for a guy who wasn't even out of high school yet. The girls came into the room and slipped into the bath next to me. Or rather, Lydia carried Miki, holding her under both arms like a toddler. I distinctly avoided looking in their direction and only saw this out of the corner of my eye. The water was hot, and one couldn't help but let out a moan as they entered. The 2 naked girls next to me were no exception, but the effect was too much to handle. That was when I realized I forgot my soap. Sorry, ladies. I'll be right back. I jumped back out of the water and put a towel around me and then entered the changing room. It was hot and steamy in the bathing room, and the sound of 2 girls splashing next to me was a bit much. Thus, I took a breather, waiting a few minutes before I returned. Finally, I fetched my soap and headed back into the room. Although it was only a single room over, I didn't hear their talking until I slid the door open a crack. Their conversation caused me to freeze and listen a little longer. Admit it! Miki sounded nearly in tears. Just admit you don't like me. Fine, Lydia responded. You are right. I don't like you one bit. Chapter 78. There, she had finally said it. Lydia had something against Miki. I wanted to storm in and berate her immediately. But something caused my feet to stay planted and simply listen. I knew it. Miki spoke sadly. You hate me because I am a foxkey. You are too pretty, Lydia suddenly exclaimed. Ah, Master is my master. I love Master. But then you came along and you got perfect short hair that is so cute. My skin is rougher, and my hair is blotchy, and my tail isn't fluffy at all. Master has his hands all over you. Don't deny it. You are trying to take him. I am really weak. I was just. You are definitely faking it. You don't need Master to feed you or bathe you at all. Miki lowered her eyes. That's... You wouldn't understand. Everyone turned their backs on me. My own parents abandoned me. My last master was an old, blind man who just liked to use me for an alchemy experiment. I've never been touched, or held, or loved by anyone else. That's why. But Master is mine. I never even had parents. I was raised to be a courtesan. But I didn't have the ability to make the cut. I was also thrown away, given to a master who hated women. It was Master who saved me from that fate. I know. Miki bit her lip. When I saw the way you treated your master that first day he bought you, I knew. I knew he must be a good master. That's why I approached him. I approached him because I saw what you had, and I was jealous. See, you admit it. You wanted to take him away? No, Miki shook her head tearfully. I just wanted to. Share. Share, Master. Lydia looked confused for a second. How do you... Share... well... Miki suddenly blushed. But then she lifted her head. Wait. Is you being jealous the only reason you don't like me? Lydia looked away and puffed her cheeks. What other reason is there? Isn't stealing Master enough, boo? But I am a foxkin, so Lydia looked genuinely confused. Aren't you afraid of me? Lydia nodded, and then Miki let out a breath of relief. Yes, I am afraid you'll take Master. Didn't I just say it? Miki's nodding head froze. Ah. I mean... You know I have more than one tail? Right, Lydia looked even poutier. You don't need to brag. Be brag. They're also dazzling. Master will definitely leave me for you. Lydia looked almost in tears, envy clearly shining in her eyes. Dazzling! What do you mean? You have 9 tails? Each one is a different color. It looks like a bouquet. It's so pretty. You don't need to rub it in. For the first time, Miki looked completely stunned, and so was I. I had seen her 9 tails when she was in ghost form, but she was transparent and the colors were very muted. In her current body, she only had 1 tail. The rest of her tails were spirit tails. Miki even looked back to see 1 long wet tail before turning to Lydia with her mouth open. You can see my tails? They're hard to miss, Lydia responded stiffly. And you don't hate them. You actually like them. Lydia looked away. I said, quit rubbing it in. Tears began to fall down Miki's face, a genuine smile. Perhaps the first she had shown since I had resurrected her formed on her face. "Ah!" Lydia began to panic. "Please don't cry." "If Master hears and comes back, he'll definitely be mad at me." Miki lunged forward in the bath and then wrapped her arms around Lydia. This caused her to grow confused and even more flustered. "Thank you," she said, crying into Lydia's chest. For what Lydia didn't seem to be able to understand anything. "You are much prettier than you know," Miki suddenly said. "You have bigger boobs than me, and your body looks more mature and womanlier. Master likes these things. I've seen the way he looks at you. Master definitely likes you a lot." I blushed, hearing her talk about such things. Well, she was an observant girl. I did like bigger boobs. "Ah." You think Lydia grew flustered, blushing a bit? "Big sister." "Let's share Master together." Okay, Miki looked up at Lydia through her long lashes. "Ah." Lydia looked uncertain. But the sincerity on Miki's face was too much to deny. "Oh, okay." It seemed like I didn't need to do anything after all. The girls worked everything out themselves. Achoo! I was standing at the door naked in the cold for too long. Chapter 79. I got back into the bath, and the two girls remained a bit more civil for the remainder of the bathing. Problems arose once again when we made it back to the inn. No, the bunnikin didn't cause any troubles. She deliberately refused to look at us as we walked back up to my inn room. The problem came that we had a single bedroom and there were 3 of us. I wasn't about to ask the bunny to rent more rooms. Not that I could afford them after what I had left after buying Miki. Previously, it was just me and Lydia. Although we hadn't had sex since that one night, we were at least comfortable enough sleeping in the same bed together. However, 3 was a crowd, and even the thought of snuggling with Lydia felt a little embarrassing with Miki in the room. "It is okay. I will sleep on the floor," Miki explained, her pale face being quite noticeable in the poorly lit room. "It's no less uncomfortable than the wagons. I am used to this." Lydia shook her head. "No, that would be wrong." Even though they had the talk, assuming Lydia was over her jealousy would be a bit premature. Still, she was a good girl and wouldn't want to suggest an ill woman who had recently died should take the floor. As a result, we decided to all crowd in the room. Lydia first tried to lie in, between the pair of us. But Miki complained because her tail kept slapping Miki's leg and she couldn't get to sleep. Lydia was nearly in tears, claiming she couldn't help it. The final configuration put me in the middle with both girls on either side. One girl was snuggled against my chest, while the other was laying a little lower. I could feel their hot breath on my skin and the scent of both girls assaulted my nostrils. How I had ended up in this situation was anyone's guess. Before drifting off, I put my hand on Miki and cast an assortment of spells. Using the mana actually made me a bit sleepy, so it had a dual effect of making sure Miki woke up in the morning and making me sleep deeper. First, I used a weak heal. Then I used cure disease, weak heal poison, and finally remove curse. I found it odd that only poisons seemed to have levels. If there was a weak heal poison, it meant that there were probably stronger poisons in the world. However, remove curse seemed to be a catch, all, as was cure disease. I wondered if diseases included cancer. I think a lot of people back home would cry if they realized I had the ability to cure cancer at my fingertips. How about sexually transmitted diseases? Well, I didn't want to live such a lifestyle where I'd need to find out about that. Perhaps that was subconsciously one of the reasons I decided to forego the busty wolf girl. Who knew what she'd be bringing home if I chose to play with her? Even after exhausting myself healing Miki, I still felt sleep was hard in coming. The next morning, we'd hit up the guild and Miki could tell me all kinds of things with her ability to read. After that, I could plan out how we'd level more properly to unlock the best skills for all of us. Perhaps a sleep spell would exist. I could really use it. Despite my complaining, it only felt like a long time. I ended up drifting off to sleep with 2 women in my arms. Once again, I found myself thinking that this world wasn't that bad after all. That's when everything went crazy. Chapter 80, Thump. Thump, thump. I realized the bed was shaking. My eyes snapped open, feeling next to me. I realized there was only one girl holding me. It was Lydia. As for Miki, I could not see her at all. The entire bed flew up off the ground and then slammed back down. This time it was enough that Lydia woke up. "A master?" she cried out, jumping off the bed. I jumped off the other side. At that point, an item flew off the nightstand and at my face. I dodged, only realizing it was a bucket after it bounced off the wall. The bed was still dancing like the floor was lava. And then the window slid open and slammed back, closed again. Master!" Lydia cried out. It's ghosts." "You can see them?" I asked. She nodded tearfully, hugging herself and backing into a corner. "Miki?" "Where are you?" Miki didn't answer. If there was some way to track where she was by her slave seal, I was not aware of it. I felt that was probably a future slave master skill. However, I was only at level 1 right now. Miki could be in severe trouble. And it was really worrying me. That's when I remembered that we were still in a party together. Lydia. I looked at her as she was shaking in the corner. "I am going to go." "Please, Master, don't leave me." "Please watch after Miki. I'll return as quickly as I can. Don't let her go anywhere." "Master, position switch." A second later, my body disappeared and appeared outside. I was standing on the street, and there were several people around me shouting angrily, "You foxskin! This is your." Their expressions instantly froze as the person in front of them was no longer an animalkin, but the so-called hero of their town. I looked around to see the entire village was in pandemonium. Doors were opening and closing. People were screaming. Stuff was flying. The entire town was under an attack by ghosts that no one could see nor touch. Ah! Deke, we. The person looking guilty was an Anna Malkin who I had healed during that first day. It has to be her. Right. We'll talk about this after the crisis is over, I responded sternly. Where is the guildmaster? He pointed, and I didn't have to walk far to see the man. He had gathered a group of adventurers, specifically mages, and they were casting attacks on anything that would move. Deke, I am glad you are up. We might have some wounded soon. Is this serious? I asked. Like... Old Chom the guildmaster blinked and then shook his head. I don't think it's that bad. This is just a couple of poltergeists. When you entered and left Old Chom, they must have followed you. I'd say there are only a dozen total and mostly low level. Ghosts are never an easy monster to fight, but we'll defeat them or they'll flee. Just head back to the inn. And we'll get this settled. Okay. Although I did feel a little guilty. I was being chased by puppets and jumped straight back to here using a portal. I wasn't certain, but I suspected these guys slipped through the portal with me. That meant all of the damage tonight was my fault. Had I just used return at the time, none of this would have happened. However, at that time, I didn't know what I knew now. I returned back to the inn, even though the night was still filled with screaming terrors. If this was the act of just a couple poltergeists, I'd hate to see what level was needed to force the people to flee the city of Chom. Although truthfully, it was probably higher level and more deadly ghostly spirits. Mickey, wait! Lydia was outside and Mickey was walking on her own. She ran in my direction as soon as she saw me, her expression anxious. Master, I can help. I have a special talent. I meant to tell Master about it when the time was right. It's called Spirit Fire. Only a three-tailed or higher fox can make it. My previous master used it for alchemy. But it also can fight ghosts. As she spoke, she ran towards me. And a blue flame started to form between the palms of her hands. Ah. Don't worry about it. They have it handled, I said. Eyeing the fire. Mickey shook her head, nearly in tears. No, Master. The ghosts are definitely here because of me. This is my fault. The rabbitkin was right. All my tales do is cause trouble. The least I can do is help fix it. Wait. Watch out! A flying horseshoe hit her in the ankles as she tried to approach me. She let out a cry and fell to the ground. Her arms went up, and the blue flame went with them. Her blue flame ended up heading straight for my face. Chapter 81. A blue fireball slammed into my face. Remarkably, it was quite cool to the touch. Actually, it felt somewhat good. Text suddenly popped up in front of my vision. An ally has used a skill on you. Would you like to create a combined skilla? Yes, I spoke out loud. Nothing happened. Well, this world never told me what worked anyway. I never even would have known about combining if it hadn't just mentioned it. In that case, my mind shot through my skills. I had equipped White Mage as soon as the ghosts attacked, so I had the bonus there. I also kept Hero, so I had a connection with my party. Then one seemed to pop into my mind, and it seemed absolutely right. "Holy Circle!" I cried out, throwing my hand down at the ground drastically. The blue flame followed, and a second later. "You have created the team skill Holy Circle of Fire." An explosion of light burst out from the ground in a massive sphere. It shot out with a blue flame trailing the wave of light. There were screams as suddenly visible ghosts were struck with the shock waves and flung away. The flame seemed to pass harmlessly through the people and objects, but the ghosts were instantly expelled. Master is amazing. Lydia spoke in wonder while Miki looked around with her mouth open. In an instant, half of the city had been cleansed of poltergeists. More than that, the remaining ghosts stopped causing trouble, likely fleeing for their lives. Hero has increased to level 8. Protect has been unlocked. I apparently leveled, and checking quickly so did Miki, but just an alchemist. I should have turned her job to spiritualist sooner. But I wasn't sure that was a good idea. Right now, her strongest job was alchemist. I am not sure what status benefits it gave her, but if switching to a level to job even weakened her a bit, it could be bad. At the very least, I wanted to get another status up on her and give her a little more time to recover from her death before we started worrying about leveling her ability. There was only a month of time left, but it had only been a few days. I wasn't hard-pressed for time at the moment. With things settling down, people started coming back out and picking up after the mess that was made. I grabbed the 2 girls and turned to head back to the inn. However, I was stopped by a large crowd of people. Most of them were an Amalkin. "This is her fault," one of them shouted. "The second a foxcun comes into the city." And now we're attacked. The truth was that I had brought the ghosts into the city. Perhaps her presence had riled them up from their docile state, but she certainly didn't have all the blame. Miki didn't know this, and she had her head lowered, a sad expression on her face. If it wasn't for her spirit fire, we wouldn't have been able to get rid of the spirits so easily, I said. We wouldn't have needed it if she didn't bring the spirits on us in the first place. This city has been spirit-free for 15 years. The first time a foxskin is allowed to sleep here, and now we're under siege. Several people shouted in agreement. More and more people were joining, and I was meeting a lot of angry glares. Miki was sinking into herself, too. "I am sorry." "I am so sorry." I heard her squeak quietly. "What would it take for you people to change your mind about Miki?" I asked. "I have a feeling that even if she saved this city single-handedly, you'd still throw her under the bus." "Deke." "The guildmaster came up with the mayor in tow? We can work something out." "I think I've heard enough from this city," I said, my mood completely soured. "Let's go, ladies." I grabbed the 2 girls and turned around, walking away. "Where are you going?" the guildmaster asked. "Old Chom," I responded. I think I like the company better there. A lot of people had bitter expressions on their faces from those words. Deke. I assume Chum will at least honor the mansion as my property, I asked. The guildmaster nodded. We will honor all of our debts. I swear it. In that case, listen up, I shouted out. I'll clear out the city of Old Chum and reclaiming it as my own. It'll be my city, with my rules. I don't do charity cases. I reckon it'll take me a week to clear out the outside of the village. At that point, you can come and help reclaim Old Chum, or not. Those that don't help have no right to set foot in my city. You will be banished for life. You can't do that, someone from the crowd shouted. Don't be unreasonable. Unreasonable, I sneered. Unreasonable was asking a man and his one slave to reclaim a city on their own, and then expecting to reap all the rewards. Your city has been the unreasonable one. I pulled out the gold hero coin, and then I tossed it at the mayor's feet. Find another hero for your town. Deke! Wait. The guildmaster looked somewhat flustered. I opened a portal just outside Old Chum. I knew I had been saving it for a reason. The three of us stepped through, and I shut the portal and the city of Chum behind me. Now there was only one path to move. Forward. Chapter 82. What now, Master? Lydia asked. I don't know, I said, sniffling. Master is crying. I was in the moment and trying to be a tough guy, but it was really scary. Lydia wrapped her arms around me and I sniffled in her chest for a while. I wasn't crying. Those were man tears. I just got really angry seeing people attacking Miki and I acted impulsively. However, I had no plan ready, and worse. I had dragged these girls down this path with me. I just needed a few moments to clear my mind. And after Lydia patted me a few times, my brain snapped back into action. It's okay, I responded, wiping my nose with the back of my hand. I am good now. Rather, my plan is pretty simple. Rather than plunge into the middle of town like before, we're going to slowly clear things out. This city was abandoned in a single night and then sealed. That means that all of the town's goodies are inside and should be sufficient to supply us. We take a home, clean it out, and then make it a base. And then we tackle one property at a time, wiping out block after block. What about at night? Lydia responded nervously as she watched the sun just starting to rise. My holy circle seems to be able to keep ghosts at bay. If I cast it around a house, we shouldn't be bothered. I suppose we can take turns keeping watch to make sure. All of us have different advantages when it comes to ghosts. You can see them. I can resist them. And Mickey can hurt. Why are you doing this? Mickey's weak voice came out. We both looked down to see her collapsed on the floor, her legs having given out. She was looking up at the pair of us with tears in her eyes. What do you mean? I asked. Why did you help me? Why did you abandon a city for me? Why are you talking so calmly like you just didn't give up everything? I am just your slave. I am useless property. Even my own family gave me up when the town pressured them a little. You could just give me back to the slave trader and you'll have no problems. I looked over at Lydia. Lydia was watching Miki, her tail swishing back and forth with a slightly sad expression on her face. I kneeled down so that I was right in front of Miki. I put my hand out, and she flinched for a second, but then I put it on her head and patted her gently. Her eyes slowly closed and her ears straightened back out. Because I believe you are worth it. I destroy everything I touch, she said back. Do you see that town down there? I pointed out, moving aside so Miki could look. That town has already been destroyed. There is only one direction to go. And I think you are the only girl who can make that dream a reality. Let's build something new. Together. I stood up and reached out my hand. Miki stared at it, her mouth slightly open, her eyes wide as if she wasn't sure if she should take it. Isn't that why you showed interest in Master in the first place? Lydia suddenly spoke. You saw he was a kind man and thought he wouldn't stand to see a young girl die? He didn't know what a nine-tailed fox was. It didn't matter what he thought of me after I was brought back. I just wanted to live. Miki said weakly. That's different. You might throw a beggar a few coins. You don't take them home and call them family. Well, that's just the kind of master that Master is. Lydia smiled, holding her hand out too. Will you help your family? Family? Miki looked at both of our hands in wonder. Then her hands slowly came out and grabbed each of our arms. It was time to get to work. Chapter 83. Heading down to the village. We kept a vigilant lookout and moved slowly. I was now wearing the leather armor that Lydia had picked up from the village just before we left. It was pure luck that she had grabbed my backpack last night when she chased after Miki. She had thought I might need my supplies during last night's battle, and thus nothing of importance was left behind in the inn. Well, the bag was still stocked from our previous short-lived excursion. It was one of the reasons I thought I could be so bullheaded when I portaled away. The last time we were here, all I saw were a bunch of dolls. Is that what you saw? Lydia shook her head. I saw many floating people. They had really scary faces, and they were bloody, and they went woo. That does sound exactly like a ghost, I responded flatly. In fact, it sounded too much like a ghost. What was with the voices? The woo might have been the blood rushing to my head. Lydia blushed, looking away. I've seen a map of this city before. If I recall correctly, there is an alchemist on the outside of town. That's where I want to set up shop. Why an alchemist? Lydia asked. A couple of reasons. First, an alchemist probably has some reading materials, and I'd like to start learning to read, I explained, thinking of the Adventurers Guild near the center of town and shivering. Second, I want to take advantage of all of our skills. Miki here is a level 9 alchemist, and I believe she might be able to make some useful stuff for us. Ideally, I'd like to find some kind of anti-ghost potion. Actually, Master! I am sorry, but I am only a level 8 alchemist. The slave trader must have embellished a bit to get you to buy me. Last night, you reached level 9 when we used that spirit fire. Huh, how do you know that? Miki seemed taken aback. That's right. Lydia spoke excitedly. Master has the ability to look and change jobs, just like a priest. Except he's really fast. And he can even change his own job. Ray, really? Miki's eyes widened. Master is really amazing. Ah! It's nothing. Once we get going, I am probably going to change your job to spiritualist. I think. Wait! Miki stopped dead in her tracks. I have the spiritualist job up. That's right. Really, yeah. Can you equip it immediately? Really, I was worried that if you go from level 9 to level 1, it might hurt your constitution. It's still only been a day since you were resurrected. That's true, Miki responded, her expression growing pouty, but spiritualists can absorb spiritual energy around them and use it to strengthen their energy. I was told the only way I could ever survive having 9 tails was to become a spiritualist, but as hard as I tried, my dream never came true. So, you didn't have it before when you were in the slave caravan? Miki shook her head. Her forehead creased. No, not at all. Perhaps when you died and became a spirit, it unlocked for you. I pondered and then shrugged. Very well, I suppose it can't hurt to try it for a short time. If you feel weak at all, I'll immediately return it back. Miki's job has been changed to spiritualist. Miki's back seemed to straighten, and her complexion seemed to recover by several shades. Suddenly, a glowing came from behind her, and when I looked, I gasped. Ever so faintly were 8 additional tails, all glowing different colors, just like I saw when she was in her spirit form. Oh! They're growing brighter, Lydia said excitedly. She could always see them, but under the spiritualist job. They transcended her sensitivity and reached my own. I could also see the spiritual tails now, although they were faint. Lydia had been right. They were beautiful. I feel it, Master. If I can use spiritualist every day, I won't remain sick and weak forever. There may be a day where I can be healthy again. Chapter 84. Master! Speaking of which, what level am I at now? Lydia asked. That was a good question. We hadn't done much leveling since we defeated the last dungeon. I needed to start thinking about what was important for all of us. Name Lydia Class Speed Combat. Job Swords Menel VVL 15 Slave Unlocked Jobs. Kukul VVL 1. Common Earl VVL 8. Thieful VVL 1. Scout LVL 1. Race Tiger Kun. So far, Lydia's strength still centered around her high-level swordsman ability. Since she couldn't equip to jobs like I could, then swordsman truly was the best ability to leave her at 4 now. I decided to check myself as well. Name D-Class Support Job Hero VVL 8. Slave Master LVVL 1. Possible Jobs. Merchant LVVL 2. Alchemist, LVVL 1. Cook, LVVL 4. Dungeon Diver, LVVL 1. True Dungeon Diver LVVL 1. White Mage LVVL 13. Race Human. When I didn't have White Mage equipped, I truly looked miserable. I was hoping to work on Hero and Slave Master. I felt at the moment those two had the greatest benefits when it came to helping the party. Your swordsman is up to level 15, I explained to Lydia. Miki almost tripped again. Really, you can fight as a level 15 swordsman, Lydia nodded, her tail swishing excitedly and her ears almost wagging. Was a level 15 swordsman really that impressive, I mean? Don't get me wrong, Lydia was amazing. But that also had a lot to do with her unique race. Just as Miki had her high spiritual energy and her spirit fire, Lydia had her strength and speed. However, most of the adventurers were that level. And they spent their whole lives fighting to reach that level. So perhaps my view of leveling is a little skewed. Even now, the girls are benefiting from a 2x boost from my leveling. I'd be jealous, but I got 2x leveling up from my dungeon points. I can equip 2 jobs at once, and my experience goes to both jobs. So it's more like I have a 4x leveling up. We finally made it to the alchemist's shop without incident. The wooden sign with a flowery ear bonnet was swinging in the wind. Wait. I checked with my finger. There was wind this time. Compared to before, we were on the very outside of the town. The barrier to the town was only 2 houses away. It'd be difficult to surround us. The ghosts definitely wanted to lure us deeper into town by staying quiet, but I wouldn't fall for it a second time. The door creaked open and we stepped into a room rich with many smells. There was a layer of dust everywhere, and a few things have been knocked down over the years, but it looked relatively untouched. Holy circle, I declared. And a circle rose out and covered just the size of the house. I learned I could control the size by how much mana I put into the circle. I put enough into the circle that we'd be safe. It'd also last for a few hours, and by then I'd have all the mana restored and then some. In other words, in a fight of attrition with these ghosts, I could keep going all day. Lydia went to the window and rested her head, looking very much like the species she's mixed with, especially with her tail swishing back and forth. I knew she was just keeping watch, but she very much looked like a cat looking at a bird outside. Ah, Master, I found the books, Miki said, walking over with almost a bounce in her step. Since I set her spiritualist job, she moved wazier now. What do they have? All alchemy books. Bas Isis Intermedian Iot Master. In Gred Eint Guides, that's all. I nodded. Can't be helped. Too much to expect some kind of jobs or skill guide books. Look through the books. Pull out recipes you think you can do. I want anything that looks useful. Healing, mana, spirit, and definitely anything that could hurt a ghost. A mem master back. Lydia turned back, her face looking shaken. "What is it?" I asked. "A puppet is outside." Chapter 85. "Miki, can you find anything?" I asked. "I am looking, Master." Miki frowned. Looking through the booklet, we were waiting in the shop, but I was feeling a little antsy once Lydia announced that the enemy was on our doorsteps. I wasn't 100% sure what I wanted, but I suspected it was here. I used to like watching ghost shows. And the secret for getting rid of ghosts usually involved some kind of sage burning. That was the big reason the alchemy shop was my first choice. I suspected this world had some kind of anti-ghost herb. If we could exorcise each property, that would be the ideal way to conquer back this city. Although this world was like a game, most games used real world concepts, there had to be something we could burn, hang up, eat, or spread across the door sills to be able to create an effective weapon against ghosts. If I was wrong, then the future retaking of the city would be more difficult. Mind you, this was all information I had wanted to look up in Chalm. But it was my own impulsiveness that had put me in this situation instead. Well, there was no use crying over the decisions I had made. Now, I just had to depend on Miki's research. "Master Bax." Lydia's voice came out weakly. "The puppet's head is turning 360 degrees. Just bear with it," I said, my mouth twitching. "The ghost is just trying to scare you." "Master, I found it," Miki said excitedly. "Yes. This is the recipe. Health." "Po-chan." She nodded. "Ah." "Mark it and keep looking." My hopes had risen, but it turned out to be something we didn't really need right now. Master. Lydia's voice now sounded like she was about to cry. "The puppet's head is now turning 360 degrees the other way. Perhaps he got his strings tangled," I offered, my hands clenching the edge of the table. Just bear with it a bit longer. Some more time passed, and I realized that Miki seemed to be going very slowly. Although the book had hundreds of pages, she'd stare at each page for at least 20 seconds before turning to the next page. I was really starting to wonder what was going on. At first, I thought she was being thorough. But Lydia's anxiousness was making me anxious. Master." Lydia's voice was now shaking. "The puppet is turning its head 360 degrees. The other way. You already said that." "Number. I mean, vertically." "What? That's not even possible." "Master!" "I mean, that's completely breaking the laws of physics. Master." "Ah!" "Sorry." I got worked up for a moment. "Miki, maybe it'd be faster if you just read the titles to me and I'll let you know what to take." I worried that Miki was probably convinced she passed up some alchemy potion that I wanted. And so she was being extra careful with each entry. I knew what I was looking for better than she did. "Oh, okay, Master." Miki nodded, her eyes narrowing on the text more diligently. Next entry. S. Tree Ength. Strength FA. Fashion. Fashioning. Poten! Strength fashioning potion! Ja! I let out a noise. Miki! Yes! Master Miki looked up at me innocently. I thought you said you could read. Miki looked confused. I can read. I am reading. Aren't I? Ah! Yes. That's true. I noticed Miki's eyes were turning watery. Continue. You are doing great. It turned out Miki's reading was at the level of an elementary school student. I probably shouldn't have been surprised. This was another world where reading probably wasn't that important. In the end, her reading was probably as good as it would need to be for a master. Signing contracts, reading message boards, interpreting signs. Miki's skill was completely sufficient to say that she understood the English language. Masterbacks. Lydia's voice broke into my thoughts. More puppets are arriving. Ah. It looked like I wasn't going to find a magic bullet for this issue. Chapter 86. There was a group of about 20 puppets now sitting outside of the inn. They were just standing there, staring at the alchemy store. They weren't up against the barrier, nor did they seem to be trying to force their way into the barrier. Rather, they were just standing there. I thought about sanctifying the ground under their feet, but once I did that, I had a feeling that things were going to get messy. Lydia, do you see any other entities outside of the possessed dolls? I asked, remembering that she mentioned other spirits from before. Lydia shook her head. I can see some kind of aura resonating from the dolls themselves. I think the spirits are using them to hide, even if we cut one down. It won't kill the spirit. It can just attach itself to something else. If I cast divine aura on your sword, I have a suspicion that it will damage the ghost and the doll at once, I explained. It's possible we can do something with her spirit fire, too. It'd be nice if we could imbue your blade with the spirit fire. Actually, that gives me an idea. You learned a few sword skills from the guys at the Adventurers Guild, right? Lydia nodded. Yes, I learned a few sword techniques appropriate for my level. Does any imbue your sword with a kind of aura? Something that lasts for a minute or till Lydia cocked her head? Scrunching her nose as she thought for a moment, but then nodded excitedly. Ah! That's right. I have something called Sharpened Blade, which makes my sword sharper for about 10 minutes. The cooldown is pretty quick, too. But I haven't tried including it in my attacks yet. Miki, I called out. Miki looked up from the books. Yes. Master, can you create that spirit fire as you did before? Once you do it, I'd like you to toss it to Lydia. Lydia gave a nervous look. Don't worry, we're in a party together. It won't hurt you, I explained. When she tosses the fire at you, I want you to try to activate Sharpened Blade. But imagine incorporating the fire into your blade. These guys didn't see their skills like I did. So I was trying to create a fusion skill simply by describing what I felt when I created mine. It was easier said than done. And I wasn't convinced this would work, but it was worth a shot. The girls obediently followed my orders. Although both looked nervous, Miki was afraid of hurting Lydia, and I think Lydia was more afraid of failing and letting me down. I wanted to tell her it was okay if it didn't work, but I didn't want her to be too quick to give up on it either. Miki put her hands together and her tails started to undulate as the glowing light ebbed and brightened. Each rotation of light. The fireball was a little bigger. She created one a bit smaller than the one she had accidentally tossed at me. "I am ready," she said. "Throw it." Lydia had her sword out and looked like she wanted to chop the fireball down. Miki threw the fireball and it struck Lydia's sword. Lydia let out a noise and then squinted really hard. A light glowed over the sword that was white in color. Meanwhile, the blue spirit fire started to disperse. It looked like it was going to disappear completely when suddenly a little light caught on and the fire spread until the sword was no longer sheathed in white light, but blue fire instead. Ah! Amaze! Master is amazing, Lydia said excitedly, waving the sword, the silent flame dancing in her movements. It really works. Master. Miki was looking at me like I had done some miracle for her. Actually, my magic circle should last another hour, I explained. Let's practice your spirit fire. It'll definitely be useful in the fight to come. Miki continued to make spirit fire. And while at first it took about 30 seconds, she had decreased that time to only a few seconds. It was major progress considering the short time. I had her chuck a few more fireballs at me. However, I was not presented with the text to create a fusion again. I also tried with Lydia's other sword skills, and that also ended in failure. I suspected the answer was pretty simple. You only got one fusion per ability per person. I had fused her spirit fire with one of my skills. Neither skill could be used in another fusion with Miki. Perhaps if I knew another spirit fox, we could fuse a different skill. But that was the limitation of this new technique. I was stuck with my spirit circle, and Lydia was stuck with her spirit sword. "Are you sure you are going to be okay with this?" I asked Lydia. "They will attack your mind." Although Lydia looked uncertain, she gave me a smile. "I won't freeze again. I can fight these monsters." With Miki next to me, working hard. I couldn't face Master if I ran away. All right. We turned to look out the window. There were about 50 puppets standing across the street, just waiting for the magic circle's power to wane. It's time. We'll get the first strike. Chapter 87. All right, stay close, be safe, I said. We were all standing in front of the alchemist's store, just inside the magic barrier. The dolls were standing about 15 feet away. They were not moving in the slightest, although their eyes were all facing us. Miki? Yes. Miki created spirit fire and put it on Lydia, her sword glowing with fire. "I'll sanctify the land first." Then we do the spirit circle to wipe out the ghosts. Lydia. Clean up what is left. Sanctify land, I declared. A glow spread across the land, covering the majority of the street in front of the store. Immediately, the dolls reacted, screaming monstrously. Ah! Lydia covered her ears. I had white mage equipped, so the screams didn't bother me too much. But Lydia was immediately terrified. I cast Refresh on her, and her expression immediately recovered. She tightened her grip on her sword. Mickey, now! Yes. She sent a fireball to me, and I sent it to the ground. The dolls were running away, their feet sizzling as they tried to get out of the ground. I wasn't going to let them. I slammed the blue fire on the ground, and it spread out. The dolls that were struck all collapsed to the ground like their cords had suddenly been hit. Lydia. Go. Why, yes. She jumped forward, slicing in midair. With the dolls wiped out, the enemies weren't something either me nor Miki could see. That's why Lydia was still important. We had a lot of damage output, but the ghosts could just flee and we'd be useless. I only knew Lydia was successful because everywhere she slashed, there was a scream and a shimmer of air. She was sweating. And it was clear that she was reaching her limit. At that moment, a spirit fire shot behind her, and a ghost behind her cried out and then disappeared. I shot a surprised look over at Miki, who was starting to make another fireball. Her tails were undulating wildly. I can see them now, she said excitedly. Throwing another fireball, I quickly checked her level to find she had already reached level 5. She must have unlocked some kind of skill like spiritual sight. Our initial attack had easily killed 20 ghosts. Due to Mina's blessing, they also had a 2x experience. The result was clearly apparent. Well, my hero went to level 9 too. Hero has increased to level 9. No skill was earned. That meant whatever skill it gave me was one I already had. It was anyone's guess which skill that was. Whatever. Levels still increased power, so I'd take what I could get. I sent Refresh out to Lydia and also healed her. It was all I could do. It didn't take long. The last of the ghosts had either fled or died. Miki had already made it another level, within a single battle. She was a level 6 spiritualist. That was 5 levels in a single fight, truly remarkable. Well, each level got harder, so it'd only be more difficult from here. But at least it was a good start. The battle ended without very much fanfare. The 3 of us went back into the alchemist's shop and I cast a new magic circle. Lydia lay down on a dusty couch while I checked the rest of the house. There was no bathtub. I found a water pail, so I filled it with cool water and then dampened a cloth and put it on Lydia's forehead. The ghosts really did drain her. But she was giving me a brave smile. Her tail was lashing excitedly as I took care of her. Miki kept glancing over at us from her book. Her cheeks were a bit blushed, and she seemed to have a strangely envious look on her face. I didn't understand it. I was just taking care of Lydia a little. Master back. Can you? And never mind. She turned away and focused back on the book. I cocked my head, wondering what she wanted. However, she didn't say anything else. So I continued to take care of Lydia's weakness. Suddenly, Miki collapsed on her book. Miki, I let out a cry. Body. Still weak? Master. Must care for me. She looked up at me with one eye. Ah! I had taken her spiritualist leveling for granted. Miki had only resurrected a day ago and was still weak. Casting all this spirit fire couldn't have been easy on her. I lay her down in a love seat and took care of her as well. Both girls needed care for various differing reasons. As long as they kept fighting for me, I was determined to be their support. As I cared for them, they both seemed strangely very happy about it, though, and their tails wagged excitedly. Well, as long as they're happy. Chapter 88. I am just cleaning. Cleaning. I am just cleaning all day long. Sell. Lydia looked quite adorable as she pushed a rag across the wooden floors of the old alchemy shop. With the dolls being sent a message that we weren't to be intimidated, we began phase 2 of our plan. This phase was simple. Make this place a home. There were 2 bedrooms upstairs, one for the girls and one for me. We had enough food provisions for a few weeks, and since I could conjure water, that wasn't an issue. The only inconvenient thing was that I needed to conjure a magic circle every few hours. I put Lydia on cleaning duty with me, removing years of dust, picking up, and otherwise making the place livable. At the moment, I was washing all the dusty linens. A few were unusable from being eaten by moths and time, but we found some that were still in decent shape, so hopefully we'd have clean bedding soon. I really need some kind of heating spell. Fireball would probably be a bit of an overkill, though. I didn't understand people who wanted wicked magic spells or incredible fighting abilities. The amount of time you were fighting monsters was minuscule compared to the amount of time you must devote to other things. Cooking, cleaning, relaxing. Support magic was way more convenient. I never needed to find a light. Since I could just some unlight balls, I never was without clean water. I was looking forward to more of such convenient skills. Once I finished washing the linens and hanging them up to dry on a line in the window, I decided to start dinner. The stove fortunately still had all the fuel I needed, and I managed to get it going. I wondered if there were magical stoves that worked without the need for old-school conventions. If it didn't exist. I was wondering what it would take to invent it. That wouldn't be a blacksmith. Right. Is there such a job in this world as an appliance maker? Ah, well, I'd worry about that later. I knew Lydia liked meat mostly, but I didn't know about Miki's tastes. So far, she ate very little. Whenever I asked, she'd say she was not hungry. She'd still eat anything I fed her by hand, so I guessed it wasn't important what I made her. but how she ate. I'd definitely make something easy for someone to digest, even if they are feeling weak. I could ask Lydia to cook, but right now it turned out I was the better cook level-wise. I'd like to continue to level this job when things calmed down a bit. I liked being good at things like cooking. We'd need to eat every day of our lives, so I felt it was a talent that mattered. In the end, I made some flatbread and rolled it up. I shoved mostly meat in it to tempt Lydia to bite in. But I managed to hide a surprising number of vegetables. Lydia was a growing girl and she definitely needed her vegetables. I remember my mom hiding them in my meals in a similar way. That's where I got the idea. I didn't have a name for my new concoction. I decided to call it a pita, wrapped chicken surprise. Cook had increased to level 5. Temperature gauge has been unlocked. Ah! How splendid! The system acknowledged my cooking as well. That made me strangely happy. I attempted to test out the temperature gauge. It was exactly as described. I could now gauge the temperature of anything. I could instantly tell if a thing was hot or not. Actually, isn't this heat vision? It's definitely heat vision, like I am the predator. Although this skill was supposed to be applied to cooking, I had the distinct feeling it'd be very beneficial in other situations too. I finally brought out my pita, wrapped chicken surprises, and gave them to the 2 girls. It's good. Lydia spoke excitedly as she picked the chicken out of the bread roll. Ah. Just bite the whole thing, I said helplessly. Master. Miki tugged on my shirt. Please feed it to me. Ah. She opened her mouth and gestured to it. It seemed that I had thought too highly of myself. There were many levels in Cook to go. Chapter 89. I've been thinking, I announced as I thumbed through one of the alchemy books. There is a skill that allows someone to cook better, and there is a skill that allows someone to use the sword. Should there not be a skill that allows someone to read? We had finished eating and cleaning, and I had set a fire. Despite the fact it was dark and spooky out, it was actually very comfortable in this little home. I was poking the fire and adding a log periodically. We'd need more wood for tomorrow night if we wanted to keep this up. As for outside, it was certainly active. Occasionally, you'd hear the screech of an animal or the slamming of a door. Lydia stayed near me. I didn't think we'd be using the rooms tonight. We were still in a ghost town, after all. As for my heat vision, I found that it totally could identify ghosts in the dark. They were colder than the surrounding air. They didn't seem to gather outside our barrier. A few had attacked the barrier, but it held out perfectly fine. And as long as I kept recasting it, we should be fine. That also meant I needed to be woken up every few hours to cast it. But I had a feeling that wouldn't be an issue. It might be a skill of scribes. Scribes? Is it? I asked, sitting up. A bit of excitement shooting through me. Wait! Does this building have any ink and paper? It does not. I let out some air. but still felt excited. It seemed so simple now. I had been thinking I'd be taught the long way. But I could skip a lot of difficulties if I just unlocked the language as a skill. True. I could only read with scribe equipped, but for a support class like me, that was really simple. As for the job, scribe, I already knew how to obtain it. Well, that wasn't true. I hadn't read anything on it. Rather, I had a really good idea of what might work. What is the job of a scribe? After all, a scribe transcribes a work. In other words, they take a book and they copy it. Therefore, I reasoned that the means of obtaining the ability of a scribe was to transcribe an entire book. That was no easy feat. I would want to pick a book that was pretty small, and I would also need to practice my writing first. Both of these things would cost supplies. We lived in a world where books could only be transcribed by scribes. That's why books were so rare. Most people only owned a few books, usually essential to their respective jobs. The guild had copies, but you couldn't buy them from a store. Well, you can, if the store was big enough. But they would cost several gold coins, almost as much as a good slave. I sat back and considered. There used to be a general goods place nearby. It'd be the best place to find wood, oil, ink, and parchment. Although it was more into the town, I think securing that place would be our best bet. As I had these thoughts, Miki looked up excitedly from her book. Master! I found it. I found what you were looking for. What is that? I asked, looking away from the fire and seeing splotchy lights in the relative darkness as a result. A sage rosary spell. Repels and weakens spirits within any closed space. I smiled. It looked like the old Chom reclamation project was in full swing. Chapter 90. Do we have the ingredients? Is it within your skill range? I asked excitedly, standing up. If we could purify the house, then maybe I wouldn't need to have a magic circle. No. I'd still use it just in case. However, while we were out of the house, it'd be nice knowing ghosts weren't going to enter behind us and wreck our stuff. This was very good news. I was still sweating about how to make anything we did feel permanent. The ghosts were numerable. And there were only 3 of us. We could be waging war on them for years before we made a significant dent in their population. I had feared it might seriously require us to complete this dungeon. Miki nodded. It's within my ability to make it. The ingredients are simple too. Salt, sage, and bone powder. They possess all of it here. But the amount of bone powder is very low. I blinked and then clicked my fingers. Ah, what luck! Going into my backpack, I pulled out a sack of powder the size of a small flour bag. Back in Mina's dungeon. We had collected tons of bone powder from the skeletons. I had held onto it as an alchemic ingredient, hoping it might be useful one day. I ended up not selling it at the store because of their lack of coin. And now it seemed to have a purpose in repelling ghosts. Perhaps that was why there were no ghosts in a necromancer's lair. Perhaps the undead and spiritually dead repelled each other in a strange sort of way. Master has everything! Miki brightened when she saw the bag full of powder. We have a ton of ingredients, then. We can probably get more salt from the general store. As for sage, there is a garden in the backyard and it's overgrown with sage. I noticed it because it's not dead. The ghosts probably keep their distance from sage. Like that, she pulled out the recipe. I asked her to read the entire thing to me twice, making sure I memorized it. I set my alchemist job and then sat down right next to Miki, working alongside her to make the ingredients. When I started helping, her mouth opened in surprise. Master can do alchemy too, she spoke in disbelief. Well, my alchemist level was low, so it wasn't like I could do anything. I had never actually equipped alchemist before. So as soon as it was equipped, I unlocked the skill basic grinding. Well, it meant I could help her grind down ingredients. Even if I didn't understand most of the other stuff. I am not high in level, I admitted. Grinding is all I can do. I started out with grinding as well. Miki nodded, her eyes showing the excitement of doing something that she knew well. Master liked me to use spiritual fire when making ingredients. He said that the spiritual essence would enter them and make them more potent. As she worked, blue flames sparked under the bottle she was working under. In the end, the actions she took weren't much. She merely had me grind the sage, and then burn it, and mix the burnt sage with the salt and bone powder. With that, she pulled the resulting mixture out and placed it in a small leather pouch. Is that it? I asked, suspecting some kind of magical fireworks to signify the end. Miki nodded. It's done. While it repels ghosts everywhere? The guide says for maximum performance, concentrate it as a line across all entrances and windows and reapply once a month. That night, we made sure to sanctify the house. There were no fireworks, but for some reason, we all felt better once the ingredients were laid out. Lydia, in particular, had a much better complexion. It seemed like this stuff helped block the passive spiritual attacks on the spirit. With that, we were in a much better situation than we were before. I helped Miki make some more for tomorrow. And I even leveled in Alchemist. Alchemist has increased to level 2. Combine ingredients has been unlocked. I now had the basic skills to make this stuff if I needed to on my own. It was getting very late though. So after boosting the magic circle and feeling like even if it did collapse, we could probably make it through the night without any harassment, we ended up going to bed. The girls didn't want to sleep apart this night, so we ended up on the floor in front of the fire. Even though we had fled from the city of Chalm, with the fire crackling and my 2 girls each sleeping on either side of me, I couldn't help feeling like everything was going to be fine. Tomorrow brought a new day and new challenges. We were just getting started. Chapter 91. The next morning, I was feeling a bit groggy. Waking up every 2 hours to recast a spell while my loved ones are sleeping. Ha! This must be how new parents feel after staying up all night with the baby. Well, the girls looked refreshed. So it was time for us to head out. I used my heat vision, but it wasn't as good under the hot sun as it was at night. I guess that was why ghost groups always did all their investigations at night. That or they liked walking around a spooky place in the dark. Lydia, do you see any ghosts? I asked her. Although Miki looked pouty considering I could just have easily asked her. No, master. They seem to be avoiding this block since we last fought them, Lydia explained. I nodded. Good. I know we want to completely clear out this block, but before we go to that extent, I'd like to try to hit up the general goods store. The two girls nodded. I had already mentioned it to them once. But that didn't really matter. They were both following me at this point and doing whatever I asked. I had complicated feelings when it came to slavery, but I had to admit that it was nice to be in charge. We headed down the street. The place was just as sullen and eerie as the first time Lydia and I walked down these streets. However, the mood was completely different now. See one, Miki cried out, throwing a spirit fire. It flew into an alley, and there was a shriek as a ghost died. While ghosts couldn't be seen, they could attack your spirit, and they were not harmed by normal weapons. These advantages were swept away by their ease of death. If you could get a direct strike on a ghost, they almost always perished quickly. At least, that was for the ghosts out here. As we approached the mansion on the other side of the town, I suspected the difficulty would increase. That was another reason we were starting over here and letting Miki's abilities level up. No fair, Lydia spoke tearfully. Quick, use fusion! She was holding out her sword excitedly. Since Miki was getting kills, Lydia also wanted to show her usefulness. Of course, that usefulness only came if she could fuse with Miki's spirit flame. Lydia by herself had no means of attacking the ghosts. It likely depressed her a little. Well, ghosts aren't even a usual monster in this world. Perhaps a lone ghost, but they were usually weak and not much of a threat. A lone priest could expel or destroy one with ease. A hotbed of ghosts like this town was exceptionally rare in this world. Or so I heard. There was a reason the town was overwhelmed and abandoned in a single night. Found it. I pointed at the general store. Once we get supplies, we'll be able to hold out almost indefinitely. That wasn't completely true. I didn't expect most of the food to be edible at all. All the ingredients in here would be over a decade old. I wasn't keen on eating anything that has been sitting in the dust for that long. I actually had a few thoughts on getting food. But that would have to wait until after we had reclaimed a block or two. I wanted a good foothold in the city before we started worrying about long-term stuff. I cast a magic circle, and then we went about sanctifying the entrances and windows with the rosary powder. Only after the general store was sealed tight did we finally start looking around. The shop in front was small, with a big storage area which had a lock. I couldn't break the lock easily. Perhaps if I got a tool from the blacksmith. This was really starting to feel like an RPG now. One quest creates another quest. The general store looked in far worse shape than the alchemist's shop. I theorized that the sage helped keep the ghosts from wrecking the place. Most other locations would look like this one. That meant there wasn't a single surface that hadn't been disturbed by the ghosts at some point over the last decade. The floor was covered with stuff. The furniture was all overturned or stacked in weird ways. We got to work taking inventory and seeing what we gained by coming here. Chapter 92. After about an hour of picking up stuff, I had a clearer picture of the stuff we had gained. I still didn't have access to the back room. If there was a key, the original owner took it with him. They probably had hopes that one day they would return to this city and regain their supplies, and this never happened. Lydia had thief, so I wondered how many levels she'd have to gain before she unlocked some kind of lock-picking skill. No. It'd be easier to just pry it open when we had the time. The cash register was similarly empty. I still had my debts to pay to Figaro, regardless of my relationship with the people of Chom. I had hopes of finding some money in the shops here. It looked like whoever lived here had also thought to clear out the till before taking off. Their lives might have been in danger. But money is money. Ink and paper. Master, Miki said, pulling out a pile of stuff. Some of the ink was dried up, but those that were wax-sealed still seemed to be good. We also managed to find firewood. It was in the back. And there were piles and piles of it. We managed to find oil, too. There was a town map, which was useful. Beyond that, there were various odds and ends. We gathered up everything we wanted to take on this trip. I had left the contents of my bag at our home base, so the bag was completely empty. We managed to fill it to the brim, and still had more stuff to bring. We quickly realized we could only just carry it all if we all pitched in. Furthermore, Miki had the most trouble and would never be able to make the distance with max capacity. That also ignored the possibility of the ghosts causing trouble. Master, Lydia said nervously as she looked out the window. What is it? I asked. Ghosts. Lots of ghosts. I looked out and sighed. More dolls. Lined up a distance away from the shop was a row of dolls. In fact, there seemed to be about twice as many as the last time we had fought them. It looked like the creatures of this town wanted to ambush us again while we were away from home. However, this time they were smarter. Even standing at the edge of the magic circle, they were outside my sanctified ground range. I am not sure a fireball from Miki could hit them either. In other words, all of our strongest weapons were useless. These monsters were learning, apparently. Miki joined us and then gasped, her expression turning white. Number. Eh? Master. Lydia's voice was shaking. The dolls are a small part of the army. Small part? I said. But then the more important word popped up. Wait, army? I switched to my heat vision and then looked outside. Although the ghosts' individual shapes couldn't be seen, even I could see the black hole of cold spread out in front of us. Hundreds and hundreds of ghosts had gotten together and were now waiting outside just for us. So, they're going for broke. "Huh, Master, there is no way we can fight that off," Lydia said tearfully. "My spirit fire couldn't handle that much," Mickey added. I shook my head. "Number." They've drawn a line in the sand. If we back down or flee now, besides being very difficult, we'll basically be throwing away our chances of taking this city. This is our chance. We have to go forward. Master? "What are you saying?" Lydia asked, her voice shaking unsteadily. "We're going on the offensive," I declared. "We're going to make these ghosts realize their time left in this world is limited." Chapter 93. "Are we ready to go?" I asked. "Yes. Yes, Master." "Okay." "All of the windows covered. They won't see anything?" Miki shrugged. "They should be able to see the mana. But they don't know what it is. I don't think they're smart enough even if they do know." She said that. But they did prepare a trap for us twice. They may not be individually intelligent, but they at least had the ability to surround us. Well, calling it surrounding was pretty relative, wasn't it, Portal? I created a portal leading us back to our house. We grabbed all the supplies we carried and leapt on through. Once we were back in the alchemist's store, we dropped everything and I asked Lydia and Miki to look for ghosts. Thankfully, there were none watching outside. I didn't recast the magic circle. If I did, there was a chance the ghosts would know we had moved. Rather, if we were going to take on a bunch of ghosts, I wanted to attack them from the side. They thought they had a spind in the general store. This was a so-called surprise attack. If we create a circle of rosary dust around us, can we create a seal against ghosts? I asked. Mickey shrugged. I do not know. It may repel and weaken, but it shouldn't stop them completely. We'll need to be prepared. How about dust bombs? If we can get a bag to explode out in a group of them, and it spreads as a fine powder. Mickey gave a wry smile. Master is very smart. I am sorry. I only know what the book said. I decided to prepare a couple of things anyway. I wanted this ambush done properly. No mistakes. This was the first battle where there was truly a chance of danger. Pulling out a map of the city we had acquired from the general store, I triangulated our position and created a path that would have the least chance of being seen. We will enter this building here. We will spread out and purify it. It can be our fallback position should things go south. That way, we'll be extra safe. The two girls nodded, only speaking up when it came to what they felt they were capable of doing. When it was all said and done, we only had a few hours of daylight left. Let's get a move on. They're stronger at night. Although I could see ghosts better at night, that didn't matter to the slaves, and they'd be the primary method of attack. I just needed to worry about supporting them and keeping them healthy. I equipped White Mage and Hero, but after my first attack, I planned to switch to Slave Master. I wanted to get a few levels in it. I already felt like Slave Master benefited the slaves simply by having the job equipped. But if I gained levels, I imagined I would get more slave-specific skills. We quickly made our way down the quiet streets, keeping low. We had no portal to escape this time if things went south, or the only option was the return skill. Would it even work now that I gave up the hero position? Perhaps I could mentally set the location of my return? It was too late to think of that now. Returning to Chom, even briefly, would be quite embarrassing, so hopefully, it didn't come to that. We snuck into a small house and quickly covered the place with the rosary. Looking outside, the ghosts were staring at the general goods shop. A few more had gathered, and now their army looked quite impressive. The goal was to hit them hard and keep hitting. This would be the first real test of our strength since Mina's dungeon. "Are you both ready?" I whispered, peering out the window. The two girls nodded, even though Lydia was shaking slightly. Then, let's go. Chapter 94. "Spirit Circle!" I shouted out, sending a ring of fire spiraling into the ghosts from behind. They shrieked as they were swept away in a wave of fire. However, there were so many ghosts that they immediately began pushing back, swarming us in an attempt to wipe us out completely. Sanctify ground. I cast another spell. "Lydia, go! Stay within this area for now." Lydia lunged forward. Her sword had my divine aura and the spirit fire on it, and that made it the brightest thing in this alleyway. It only took a moment before dozens of ghosts were upon her. She managed to slice 3 down, but she was completely overwhelmed. "Another fireball?" I called Miki. "Why, yes." She tossed her spirit flame to me. "Spirit circle?" I created another eruption, blowing the spirits on Lydia off and even killing several of them. "Refresh! Light heal!" I was throwing spells out like a true support mage. Sweat was dripping down my face. It was really scary. There were so many of them. I had to keep throwing out spirit circles to knock the ghosts back. We would have been dead in the first minute had I not managed to disrupt and repel their force is so absolutely. As I noticed Lydia's tattered appearance, taking both mental and physical damage, I realized just how dangerous what we were doing actually was. However, the rewards were also incredible. White Mage has reached level 16. Hero has increased to level 10. I didn't dare give up my White Mage abilities for even a moment. The need for spirit circles was way too intense. I downed a mana potion and called for more spirit fire when it looked like Lydia was getting overwhelmed. I really wanted to gain some slave master levels though, so I dropped hero when things looked safe. Slave master has reached level 5. Spirit? Well, Miki called out. A sudden hole opened up in midair, in the middle of a giant group of ghosts. They wailed as they were all sucked into it. That's right. I could see the spirits now. I didn't know if it was hero or white mage that gave me the ability. I was too concentrated on the fight to look at the leveling screen. This was particularly unfortunate because I had no clue what skills I was getting. However, my survival was more important at the moment. How did you get that ability? I asked Miki. I had heard about it once. And suddenly I felt like I could do it. I looked at her and found she was at level 8 now. Her progress was truly immense. Her tails were glowing very beautifully. With spirit fire burning in each hand, she really did look like a fox spirit or goddess. They're starting to flee, Master, Lydia announced, lowering her weapon for the first breath she had since the start of the fight. Lydia had several rips in her clothing. Ghosts could attack you physically. It was just easier to attack spiritually. Although my healing had addressed the scratches, the weariness in her eyes couldn't be removed so easily. Even refresh could only rejuvenate the soul. With the number of attacks Lydia faced, only rest would allow her to recover now. Almost half of them were still alive. I spoke, but then started to feel a bit of an uneasy feeling. Is this? Get ready. The ground suddenly began to rumble at my words. A moment later, a massive ghost burst out from the ground as if he came from under the city. If there was a dungeon in the mansion, that might actually be the case. He was about 10 times the size of a normal person. He was transparent, his face looking like that of some monstrous ghoul with claws. What is that? I asked. I believe it's an eldritch, Mickey announced. Can we kill it? I asked the next most important question. I don't know, Master. Lydia? I looked at her. Lydia was shaking. Her body looked like she could barely stand. Without her, we'd have no way to keep the eldritch at bay. I didn't think even my magic circle would be able to repel it. We might have to flee the entire city. She smiled at me, lifted her sword, and then charged the monster. That was her answer. The fight was just getting started. Chapter 95. It would have been nice if we could knock this guy out in one hit. But after Miki's spirit fires splashed against him like insect bites, it was clear that it wouldn't be that easy. Spirit circle! I shot out a wave of fire, and it only pushed him like a small shove. I re-equipped Hero as my job. It was no time to worry about levels. I needed the party status boosts. Meanwhile, Lydia continued to hack away at his legs. It might have been more of a desperate situation, but this ghost seemed to move quite slowly. When it swung his arm, it had power. But Lydia was able to easily dodge it. The real issue came with time. Would we tire out before the ghost fell I downed my 3rd mana potion? Continuing to send refresh and occasionally heals to my teammates. Perhaps it was wasteful, but I didn't have anything else on me. Wait, did I thought back to all the skills I had gotten recently. I had 6 or 7 more, but I didn't know what they were. It was maddening. It must have felt like how the first people in this world felt. Every job you had. Learning what skill you gained could only come through trial and error. Neither Lydian or Miki knew what skills they had either. People wouldn't even know their level or job if it wasn't for a priest. They only learned their jobs from the work and studies of those before them. Actually, now that I thought about it, That was a lot more realistic compared to my own world. Perhaps, given my unique abilities. This was something I could do for this world if I had time. Once I learned to read and write, I could create a proper guide to skills and jobs. Only I knew the skill names. After all, that could be my life's work. No, I was getting off topical here. Prolonged fights are exhausting, and your mind begins to wander if you let it. I wasn't the only one. Lydia suddenly slipped just as the ghost was raising his arm. "Lydia!" Miki shouted. I looked at her in horror as his hand was raised up. Protect? It was a skill I had gained some time ago. But I wasn't sure what it did. However, at that moment, it seemed right to use it. The arm smashed down on her and was immediately blocked by a large shield. Then, the pressure of that arm landed on me. Instantly, I felt like I had been struck by a massive hit. Leave it to the hero's skills to be all about self-sacrifice. I felt like every bone in my body was breaking. I collapsed to the ground in a heap. "Master!" Miki cried out. "Master!" Lydia screamed. "Ah!" That was really painful. So, protect allows you to take the next blow for someone else. I could think of 100 names that could have conveyed that action better than protect. Lydia was running to me, ignoring the monster behind her. Miki was throwing spiritual attacks at it. I could feel myself losing consciousness. That hit had truly been a direct one. Shot-kill kind of blow. I was a white mage, though. I just had to heal. 1 or 2 week heal end. I couldn't. My mouth couldn't open to speak the words. And even the thoughts about it disappeared like wind. I felt hot tears splashing over my face. A crying girl holding me in her arms, and then the light dimmed to darkness. Well, if I had to go out, this wasn't the worst way to go either. Hero has increased to level 11. Skill analysis has been unlocked. Oh, you bastard. There it is. You have died. Chapter 96. I gasped, my eyes opening. Everything hurt. It felt like I had been shoved through a strainer. "Master! Master!" The voice came distant but steadily grew louder and louder in my ears. "Master!" My eyes slowly opened, and I allowed the light to enter my vision. There were 2 people holding me down. No, rather, they were collapsed on top of me. With one of them, I felt something soft and comfortable pressed against me. The other was a bit flatter. I realized it was Lydia and Miki. They were both crying and holding me tightly. Did we win? I asked, grimacing. "Master!" they both cried out, smiles forming on their faces as they hugged me even tighter. Ouch. Sorry. Lydia and Miki finally pulled away, the pair blushing. "We defeated it, Master. I used a spirit well, and then it finally fell. After that, we grabbed Master and came here. We didn't know where else to go." Miki's voice broke as she was flooded with emotion. "Here." I looked around, and then my eyes widened. "Figaro," The slave carav and Figaro stepped forward. Ah? Yes. The girls gave us quite a fright when they walked through our camp, battle, worn and carrying you, fortunately. We were able to patch you up again. I smiled dryly. Yeah. It seems like the case. I was so worried. I thought you'd die. Lydia said, wiping her eyes. I am glad we were able to save you. You girls fought hard? I gave them both a smile and patted their heads. Thank you for being so brave, Master. I am so sorry. I slipped. You took that hit for me, Lydia said, sniffling. That should have been me. It's fine. I smiled. Can you girls bring me some warm water? I'd like to clean up a bit. Yes, Master. Lydia straightened up. We will. Miki nodded excitedly. The two girls ran out of the tent in a rush, eager to do something for me. I felt a swelling in my heart for the pair of them. They had worked so hard in that fight, and afterward had to carry me all the way over here. It was no easy feat. My girls were truly amazing. You didn't tell them, I asked, finally turning to Figaro. Figaro froze for a moment and then laughed. You know then, yeah. I died. Why did you bring me back? Dead men can't pay off their debts. Figaro smiled gently. Your slaves were so upset that I feared telling them you died would hurt them too much. Especially Lydia. Thank you for sparing them. I sighed, but then I shot him a suspicious glare. But I don't believe your reasoning for why you spared me. This goes beyond a 100 gold debt at this point. Figaro laughed. You got me. I've already said my reasoning, though. I have a good feeling about you. I feel like you are a good investment. I don't need to look any farther than your slaves to know this is true. Look at them. Look at how much they flourish. The smiles on their faces truly move me. I never would have imagined it of Miki before she met you. I admit I was shocked when I saw her walk into camp while holding your lower half. Even I had written her off as dead just a few days ago. But look at her now, so bright and active. That was all because of you. Ah. So. The going rate still stands, I asked, feeling embarrassed and wanting to just get to the crux of it. Figaro shook his head. This one is on the house. Just try to be more careful in the future. You no longer are alone. Those girls depend on you. I nodded slowly. I understand. Until I free them, their fate is tied to mine. Free them, Figaro asked. I shot him a look. Yeah, that's the plan. Isn't it? Don't tell me you aren't willing to once I paid my fee. Figaro held up his hand. It's not that I am not willing. But I have to ask, are you sure that is what they want? I froze, not sure how to answer. Who would want to be a slave? That was the real question. Or was it, could I imagine my life anymore without these girls as mine, perhaps? That was the real question. After a moment of getting nowhere thinking about it, I shook my head. Thanks, Figaro. I will pay you back. All of it. 105 gold coins. I swear it. Figaro bowed. I look forward to it. Then I will give you some rest. You can stay here with the girls tonight. My eyes followed Figaro as he bid me farewell and then left the tent. He was polite, proper, and smart. I was almost starting to like the guy, even though he was a slave trader. A moment later, the girls pushed their way back into my tent. I couldn't stop myself from smiling when they walked in. Seeing their beautiful faces brightened my mood instantly. They still had bruises and cuts on their own bodies, but they hadn't even spared any time to care about themselves. However, before I could say anything, the girls surrounded me. "Get his shirt," Lydia said. "I'll get the pants." Miki nodded and ran over to my top, bringing up my shirt over my head. Meanwhile, Lydia grabbed my pants and started pulling them down. I let out a cry, trying to grab onto my clothing. "Why?" "What are you two doing? Master must be cleaned. You are too weak, so it's our responsibility," Lydia declared, her eyes changing to be somewhat fierce like a tiger. "Definitely. Slave's job." Miki's expression showed her usual mischievous smile as she wrestled my shirt off. A feat she would have been too weak to do if I hadn't just been resurrected and felt as weak as a baby. This. "Wait!" "Stop!" "Not those." "Ah!" "It's cold." "Aha!" Many strange noises came from our tent and filled the slave caravan that night. Whether I wanted to or not, I was cleaned thoroughly. Chapter 97. So. That was what Master's thing looks like, Miki said, looking at her hand, now just a bit shriveled from soap and water. Lydia nodded, smiling. Isn't it nice that's supposed to? With a girl. Miki's cheeks started to turn pink. "It wouldn't fit," Lydia giggled. "It does. When Master and I had sex, though it wouldn't fit either, but it slid right in." "What did you say?" Miki suddenly cried out, causing my eyes to snap open from my drowsiness. When Master and I. Miki's eyes shook and she leaped and grabbed Lydia's blouse. "That's a lie. It's a lie. Right. I am Master's first." "We just saw Master's naked thing together. You couldn't have." "Already?" "Have." "Done it with Master? Miki?" "You are looking a bit scary." Lydia smiled dryly, but there was a sense of smugness on her face. "We were together long before you joined." "It happened naturally." "Naturally. Didn't Lydia strip down and tell me to take her?" I said, and immediately regretted it. "Master?" "You are not helping." Lydia blushed, looking uncomfortable. "Ah. That Miki. What I meant, the thing is, Lydia was trained a courtesan, so naturally, she would have a certain boldness when it came to these." The expression on both the girls' faces told me I was making things worse, so I stopped talking. I should not have butted in. I equipped Hero. Maybe my charm plus would protect me from this conversation. So, it's like that. Miki's head was down, and she had a dark expression on her face. She's a courtesan, so of course she could do something that bold. Meanwhile, I could never. Miki? Lydia looked a little awkward and then leaned in, whispering, but still loud enough that my ears picked it up. Our first time? It wasn't that good. I bit my lip, barely stopping myself from turning back to her and crying out in shock. That hurt both my heart and pride. I thought our time was really, really perfect. Well, Lydia was a courtesan. She was trained in sex, and so she knew how to do it the best. I just couldn't measure up. My mood sank horribly. I was acting so cocky, having two beautiful women sleeping with me every night. But in the end, I didn't have the qualifications as a stud at all. The truth was really painful. Really Miki looked up. Her interest slightly piqued. I didn't want to listen to this conversation. Hearing Lydia talk about how shitty was in bed. It was no wonder that she had not made any moves on me since that night. This was actually a bit worse than being turned down by the girl I liked. Lydia still cared about me. This was like being friend-zoned. Of course. Lydia's voice sounded sad. I failed at being a courtesan. So, naturally, I am very bad at it. I turned and looked at Lydia, realizing she had tears running down her face. Master hasn't touched me since we did it that first time. I had been hoping every night. But why else would he not do so? It's clear that he doesn't see me that way. Lydia, my mouth fell open in disbelief. We didn't have sex for various reasons. None of them had anything to do with me not wanting Lydia. Why would she jump to such a conclusion? Well, didn't I just jump to the same conclusion a moment ago? Except I was just some loser, and she was a beautiful slave. Lydia smiled at me even as tears fell. It's okay. Master, I know you care about me. That's enough. As long as I stay by your side, I'll stay happy. My eyes narrowed slightly. There were some misconceptions that I definitely wouldn't allow to continue for another second. Chapter 98. Lydia. I spoke, bringing out my hand and gently touching her cheek. I told you before, I love you. You are beautiful and sexy. And smart. And strong. There is no way I wouldn't want to have sex. Lydia looked up at me, her eyes just a tinge doubtful. Then, why haven't you? Pushed me down. There were plenty of times. Even though I held you every night, you never. I smiled dryly. You never really pushed me down either. Lydia blushed. How could I? To Master. And that was the crux of the situation. I grimaced, feeling incredibly stupid. How could she push me down? I was the master. She was the slave. There was no way she could abandon her proper role like that. If anything was to happen between us, I had to take the initiative. Our time in the dungeon had been a unique opportunity. We didn't officially have a master-slave relationship at the time, since she was still owned by that noble. Furthermore, it was more out of desperation that she threw herself at me. I had taken her bold actions for granted and assumed that if she wanted to have sex in the future, she'd be just as bold. No, it was more than that. She was my slave now. I felt like if I demanded sex from her, I'd be abusing our relationship. After all, if I asked her for sex, she'd have no choice but to put out. I still didn't understand why Lydia liked me, so it was easier to believe that deep down, our relationship had been platonic except for a single night of passion. However, that couldn't be farther from the truth. It took seeing Lydia's tears for me to realize that while I was wanting her, Lydia was also wanting me. I reached up and patted her head. Lydia, I'm sorry. I was focused on other things and I didn't think about your needs. In the future, know that I am always interested in being intimate with Lydia. Always Lydia's expression started to brighten. Ha! Well, I guess I am a teenager, so yeah. Please don't be afraid to voice your wants to me. If you are in the mood, tell me, and we'll take care of it. Okay, saying those things was so embarrassing. Yeesh. Well, at least I was clear and straightforward. That was what was important. Master? Lydia spoke up. Yes, I asked. Can? Wee Lydia looked up at me hopefully, her tail swishing. Now! I let out a cry of disbelief, sputtering. Lydia puffed out her cheeks. You said be honest. I had completely underestimated Lydia's appetite and her boldness. I was a teenager. But would I be able to keep up with a tigress? Suddenly, I recalled that our night together hadn't been complete romance. I remember after 10 rounds Lydia demanding we keep going to 100. She was very forceful and on top. Suddenly, I felt slightly nervous. Lydia moved closer to me, and looking into her eyes, I realized the truth. It didn't matter whether I could keep up. It didn't even matter if I was good at it. All that mattered is that we could be together and that we could express the love that we wanted to express. Lydia. Master. Our lips headed towards each other, and we held each other close. That's so great. A sobbing voice caused both of us to freeze and look at Miki. She was wiping the tears from her cheeks and smiling. I let out a noise of confusion. No, wait, I just stopped Lydia from crying. Why was Miki crying now, Miki? Lydia blushed, looking down guiltily. It's fine. I should leave the two of you to your privacy. Miki spoke through her tears. Miki, are you... I started to ask. I am fine. She waved her hand, her expression flipping between a big, forced smile and bitterness. I am so happy. So don't mind me. You've saved my life and given me a family. You are both my family. So, I can only be happy that you found happiness." Her words were saying one thing, but her expression was saying another. It wasn't that I didn't think Miki was beautiful. Rather, I just never considered it a possibility. Miki had that wallflower personality. She made up for it with teasing and mischievousness, but I didn't realize she had looked at me that way. I had assumed she was just doing it to des Lydia. "Me! Figaro will find me another tent tonight!" Miki stood, her emotions finally in control. "Please. I am just a slave. Master has been so wonderful." I just had selfish thoughts for a bit. Ignore it. I understand my place. Thank you for everything, Master. Miki turned around and fled the tent before another word could be spoken. My emotions were turbulent, and I was at a genuine loss about what to do next. Chapter 99. Lydia and I looked at each other in the darkness of the tent. But the previous romantic mood had been dampened considerably. After a few minutes of silence, it was Lydia who spoke first. She lowered her head down, a guilty expression on her face. "This is my fault, Master. I didn't mean to rub it in Miki's face, but I was just so happy by what Master said." Lydia spoke sadly. "No, I am your master. This was my failing for both of you. I had a responsibility to both, and I let you down by concentrating on my own wants and needs. As a result, I made you both cry again. I am really bad at that." Lydia smiled gently, even though her eyes were still wet from earlier. "Girls always cry, Master. If you think you can keep us from doing so, I'd be a little worried." "Ah. Yeah. I guess." I sighed. What about us? Lydia blushed slightly, her expression torn. I understand why Master had refrained from showing me too much affection. I believe, even if you didn't realize it. You had Miki on your mind. You didn't want to hurt her feelings by showing me favoritism. That's probably part of it, I admitted. "Other than I am just dumb and fat." Lydia shook her head. "Master." "I think you should fix your opinion of yourself. You've managed to make Miki and I so strong. You fought your way through a dungeon and beat it. You even planned out and defeated an army of ghosts. And Dee almost died." I responded bitterly, barely catching my slip. "I think Master is really smart." Lydia smiled. And although Master was, ahem, big-boned before, you've actually lost a lot of weight. I didn't say it before, but Master asked me to be honest. A lot of girls in the village of Chom were looking your way, and it made me really jealous. She had to be embellishing. Although, now that she mentioned it, my stomach did feel a bit flatter than I remembered it. Perhaps I wasn't really fat anymore. But that didn't mean I became some popular guy overnight. The looks were probably directed at Lydia herself, who was always eye-catching. So, I sighed, not sure what to say. Is there any way for us to be together without hurting Miki? Lydia asked, direct as usual. I bit my lip. I don't think that's possible. Even if we keep things private and don't flaunt it in her face, Miki is a smart girl. She'll know, and it will eat at her. Perhaps, when I free you from slavery, she'll be able to move on. If you are not my slave, but just the girl I love, then Miki will have to accept the truth of it. Free. Lydia's expression turned sour. I remembered the words that Figaro had spoken earlier. Did they really want to be free? I ignored it. I couldn't agree with that sentiment. Lydia didn't know a life of freedom. So how could she truly judge being afraid of being free was only natural? That didn't mean it wasn't the right thing for me to do. Master, I will find a tent to sleep tonight as well. Lydia still looked depressed. Yeah. I nodded in agreement. For the first night since I had brought Miki into our lives, I didn't go to sleep with two girls cuddling me. In the morning, I woke up still feeling an emptiness in my heart. I was dissatisfied, but after dwelling on it, no answers came. When I left my tent after cleaning myself with the leftover water and getting dressed, I was surprised to see the two girls already waiting for me. Miki looked sad and despondent, avoiding looking at the pair of us. Lydia, on the other hand, looked like she had completely recovered, a bright and beautiful smile on her face. She seemed confident about something. Portal! I created a portal back to the herbalist's store. Stepping into it, I could see that the rosary was still holding, and ghosts hadn't touched this place since we left. Just as we stepped through the door into the house, the portal closing behind us, Lydia suddenly stomped her foot. "You are my family," she said, crossing her arms and puffing out her cheeks. Miki blushed, still looking guilty. "Why, yes." I nodded and smiled. "I love you." "And I love Miki too." Miki looked up at me, a hint of surprise in her face. "Master." "Loves me. Of course," I nodded, feeling that this was the right direction to go. I am a guy who loves easily, but I am also devoted to he ones I love. You are a very important person in my life. I am glad Master feels this way. Lydia smiled like a cat eyeing prey before anyone else could get another word in. This is why I've come to a very important decision. I looked over at Lydia thoughtfully, but her eyes were locked on Miki. "W, what is it?" Miki asked quietly. "Miki," she spoke loudly, pointing right at the girl and causing her to squeak. "Why, yes. I've decided to resolve this situation. Miki must have sex with Master." Chapter 100. Lydia. That's a little. I scratched my chin. Meanwhile, Miki was shaking slightly, her cheeks bright pink. Her eyes were lowered, and it was difficult to see what her reaction was to Lydia's words. Lydia seemed displeased with our reactions and puffed out her cheeks. I'd been thinking real hard all night about how to fix everything, and this is the best way. "How is this the best way? Won't you get jealous?" I asked. Lydia crossed her arms and looked away. "Of course." I am a little jealous when Master spends time with other girls. However, it's only inevitable. I am a slave. One day, Master will marry, and then he will have a wife. How can I be jealous when he sleeps with other women, and not have her be jealous when he gives me attention? Marriage, I let out a cough. Lydia was certainly thinking ahead. Rather, her thoughts were fitting for someone raised as a courtesan. She might have felt jealousy when another slave was introduced, but that had to do with her not wanting to have her place beside me diminished. When it came to sex, she had a far more pragmatic view. She was raised to expect any guy she slept with to sleep with other women. So for her, sex wasn't an emotional linchpin to a relationship. How? Could you? Miki raised her head and she had tears in her eyes. Startling Lydia. How could you? So casually. About that. Does doing it mean nothing to you? I clenched my teeth. That was about the brunt of it. Miki wasn't raised to view sex so casually. Not only would it be difficult for her to voice her desires, but she'd be the type to value her first time and take it very seriously. Lydia had sex with me because she liked me and she wanted me to be the one to have her virginity before she lost the chance. But for Miki, having sex would be the same thing as giving her heart away. Naturally, since we had been together for only a few days, there is no way she could feel that passionately about me. You don't have to pretend. Lydia had moved behind Miki, her speed so quick it made both of us jump. When you called me big sister, you made me your family. We're both sisters now. Thursday, that's why you called me family? Before. Miki's expression looked complicated. I had also thought it odd she was so quick to accept Miki as family. I didn't mind because it made her happier and I didn't want to upset anyone, but however you look at it. Miki has only been with us less than a week. However, Lydia was incredibly direct. Miki called her big sister as a form of respect and as an attempt to convince Lydia to accept Miki in her heart. Lydia took her words at face value. In Lydia's mind, from that moment onward, they became sisters. You can't lie to your sister. I know what you want, and it's okay. I want the same thing. I know why you became upset. You wanted to share Master. I made a mistake and I am sorry. You thought whatever happened, we'd do it together. So when you found out I had tasted Master before, you grew upset that I hadn't shared. Previously, we shared Master as slaves. Now, we can share Master as lovers. Ella lovers! Her back straightened at those words, and she looked like she was a second from passing out. Miki. Master said it himself. He won't do anything. He's too kind, and he cares too much for you. He cares for me. Too much. Miki looked up, her expression fluctuating. You have to tell Master what you want. If you don't, you'll be like I was this past week. Always hoping. Master said he doesn't want that kind of slave. He wants you to be happy, so you must ask him. Ask him." Her face kept changing several shades of red. "Thursday. That—" Lydia suddenly pushed Miki forward and she took a step in my direction. "Be honest with yourself and tell him what you want." I was getting really confused here. Lydia was being a bit forceful and trying to push some crazy ideas. But suddenly I was facing Miki. She was a short girl with beautiful pale skin, two white fox ears on her head, and tears in her eyes. She looked up at me, her face practically glowing with embarrassment. "Please, Master." Pete, please, what I didn't want to be stupid, but my mind absolutely couldn't believe the situation. When Lydia stripped naked, I couldn't deny that sex was what she wanted. Here, there was still room for doubt. I couldn't believe, I wouldn't believe. I had been turned down by girls I thought were a sure thing before, just before coming to this world. I was certain that girl liked me. I wasn't being dense or stupid. I saw the signs, but the signs always lied. "You need to be clear," Lydia nudged her. "Master backs." She wouldn't look me in the eyes. Her expression was very cute. I... We can... If you want." She lowered her volume and looked down, losing all steam. In the end, she couldn't take the next step. Lydia shot me a glare. Crap. Was this really happening? I was still wrapping my head around Lydia liking me. Now Miki likes me too. What if Lydia was mistaken? What if I was mistaken? Screw it. Why keep playing dummas? I leaned forward and kissed her lips. Her eyes widened for a moment, but then she closed them and opened her mouth. I breathed in a hint of scent before pulling away. Lydia had a sort of soapy flower scent. Miki tasted a bit more natural, like the smell of fresh air and earth. "Miki? Do you want to have sex?" I finally asked. Miki's entire body shook. But then she nodded her head so exaggeratedly that her ears nearly flopped up and down. Immediately, my heart relaxed. It was just that simple. "Lydia?" I looked over at her. Just a bit of a guilty expression on my face. She smiled at me. And I saw no hint of jealousy or anger. Master and I had one, so Miki must also get one. "I will wait until Master and Miki are finished." "Oh, okay." I reached for Miki's hand, and she took it, the entire time. She didn't look at me in the slightest. This felt really embarrassing. We headed to the upper bedrooms and entered the bedchamber, closing the door behind us. Thinking about Miki, my erection was already rock hard, and every part of my body just wanted to push her down and have my way with her. However, I still had my sensibilities and a functioning mind. In the end, Lydia was pressuring her, and then I asked her, "Was that really what she wanted, though, Miki?" "You are beautiful. I love your tail. It's bushy and swings back and forth cutely when you walk. Your 8 other tails are pretty too. They're like a flower springing from your back. I love you, and even though you are a slave, I want to see you as my family. So, I don't want to do anything to hurt that. Do you understand? Miki finally met my eyes and then nodded shakily. Master! Please, you saved my life. You stuck by my side. You even gave up everything to keep me with you. I love you. Okay, I can't stop thinking about it. So please, do it with me. Okay. Okay. We stood there, staring at each other awkwardly for a minute before Miki blushed and lowered her head. I don't know what to do. I've never done anything like this before. Master will have to lead me. Huh. I barely know what I am doing. Previously. Lydia took control and I was just following her lead. You are the man and not even a virgin. You definitely have to. Okay. Okay. I sighed, still wondering why anyone would even be interested in me. In that case, let's start by taking off our clothing. Miki's arms moved to her shirt, but then paused. See, can Master take off my clothes, Yes. As long as Miki does mine. Okay. I slowly walked up to Miki and then started to strip her one piece of clothing at a time. She only stood there blushing shyly, her embarrassment increasing with every article that dropped to the floor. It was shockingly intimate, and I felt a strange closeness with her. I pulled off her skirt, and then one stocking at a time. She lifted her leg to help, but otherwise left me to do everything else. Her small breasts were exposed, which barely fit my palms. She had to cherry-pink nubs which were radically different from Lydia's more curvaceous naked body. I knew it was rude to compare their bodies, but that was the only experience I had. She was small, thin, and delicate. I had finally unwrapped her entirely, except that her panties were still on. I had never actually bought Miki any real clothing, as we had been expelled from Chom before that could happen. These panties were actually Lydia's. As a result, they were a little loose and hung low. I could already see the pale fur above her slit. She had never bothered to shave it as Lydia did, but she didn't seem to have a lot of hair down there naturally. Plus, because it was so faint in color, it didn't look bad at all. I reached out hesitantly, pausing as my hands touched the hem of her panties. I looked up into her eyes and she nodded for me to continue. I slowly slid her panties down, revealing her bare pussy. It looked untouched, like a flower. There was no pink exposed. The outer skin folding over and revealing just a perfect pale mound with a slit down the middle. She looked exactly like the virgin she claimed to be. I gulped. My turn. Miki began to strip me, her hands shaking as she undid my shirt and belt. When she finally pulled down my underwear, my penis had caught on the edge of the pants and then bounced out with a spring. This caught her off guard, and she let out a little cry. You'd seen it before. I teased her, remembering the two cleaning me unabashedly. She did turn shy when touching my penis back then, but she was going with Lydia's flow. I remembered it took everything for me to not get an erection and surprise the girls shamelessly. wasn't hard before. Miki responded shyly. It's even bigger than before. Ha! Is it? I didn't really notice. How big is it? Compared to others? She asked, looking down and speaking very quietly. About average. Probably, I admitted. Oh, I didn't have a whale penis or something stupid like that. If I did, I would have way more confidence. My penis was regular sized. Thank you very much. Although I heard that if you lost weight, your penis would be larger in comparison. In that respect, maybe my dick was a bit bigger. Or at least it appeared to be bigger in relation to my body. Miki stood back up and held out her arms. I am done. My hands reached out and touched the bare skin of her sides. She jumped for a moment, but then looked up at me and put a weak, nervous smile on her face. Even though her body was shaking, her expression looked determined, looking down at her cute, small, naked body. My reservations were crumbling. I cared about Miki. I liked Miki. Lydia even had given me the okay. There was literally nothing standing in my way. I wrapped my arms around her and kissed her as I held her body closely. She made a moaning noise as our naked bodies pressed together and our tongues explored each other's mouths. She was just as soft as I expected. Her pale skin was virtually untouched. Lydia had many scars on her back. Abuse suffered after she had been abandoned. However, she was a strong girl that pushed forward. Miki's damage wasn't physical, but emotional. She had been abandoned by everyone she loved, and thus feared being rejected. I had no desire to ever reject her again. Our bodies fell back onto the bed, and as we kissed, she instinctively spread her legs and wrapped them around my hips. As we were kissing, I was humping her slightly, and my dick was rubbing against her pussy. I could feel it getting really wet, and my dick slid freely. It feels really good. Miki moaned in my ear. I agreed. It felt really amazing. The bottom shaft of my penis kept sliding up and down her slit wetly, and it sent fireworks shooting through my spine. However, it wasn't sex. I had to be in her for it to be sex, right? Yet, I kept thrusting, and it just kept rubbing up against her wet clit. I could probably come like this, but it wouldn't feel as satisfying. I realized I wanted to be inside her and come inside her. I tried to recall back to my time with Lydia, and then I remembered that she had reached down and grabbed my dick when I couldn't get it in. She had lined it up with her pussy before I thrust it into her. That's right. It wouldn't just go in if you kept humping. You needed to use your hands and ease it in. I pulled away and then grabbed my dick. It was really wet and sticky. There was a lot of liquid down there. In fact, a little liquid squirted out as I was looking, a pool of it soaking the bed under her in a growing wet circle. You already came? I asked in surprise. Miki blushed and looked away. You can keep going. I want Master to finish. I am going to put it in now. It wasn't, and Miki gasped. Ah, bear with it. I lined my dick up the best I could. And this time I was careful, pushing it into her. On! She let out a cry a lot louder this time. It hurts. I froze for a moment. It wasn't like I didn't read or look at porn. I knew it was supposed to hurt. But Lydia didn't make a peep when I stuck it in. Rather, she looked very ecstatic, while Miki was grimacing in pain. Should I stop? I asked. And no? Keep going, Miki said, even though her eyes were squeezed shut. I pushed myself inside Miki. Her pussy felt really tight. It was a lot harder to get it in than with Lydia. Miki's small hands held my arms, and they tightened each time I pushed it in a little. Finally, I managed to get it in the whole way. We were both panting. Master, I love you, Miki whimpered. Her expression not of anger that I hurt her, but pure love. At that point, I realized things with Miki wasn't any different than with Lydia. We loved each other. We were together. And I had no plans to lose either of them. What I felt with Lydia was unique, but so was what I felt with Miki. Both girls were my lovers, and it didn't diminish either one when I loved the other. You are so beautiful, I whispered, stroking her cheek. Please. Master, I already came. I want Master to come too. You could get pregnant. Miki shook her head. 9. Tailed foxes aren't able to have babies. Too close to death. Is that so? But you are not like other foxes. That's because I have Master. If Master makes me pregnant, I will happily have it. Oh, okay. I started moving my hips again, and she let out a gasp as it slid out. There was deep red blood on my dick. I didn't panic, though. Like I said, this was normal. In fact, this not happening to Lydia was the oddity. Actually, Lydia was raised as a courtesan. She may have been a virgin in that she never had sex, but they had her certainly practice sexual techniques. That meant, at some point, she'd probably broken her hymen. A courtesan couldn't be bleeding all over the place during sex, although there were probably some men who would pay for that. Those men probably wanted the inexperience that Lydia lacked. I slid myself back into Miki, and then out again. Our movements started to pick up speed. Each time I slid into her, she winced. But that was only for the first few minutes. Soon, her breath started to come out in a pant. It went in and out, and I could feel her tight pussy around my dick. We kissed, and then kissed again, our bodies holding each other tightly. Now, we were definitely having sex. Miki was my girl, my slave, and I was enjoying her and her body. I felt very happy and ecstatic. I grew more enthusiastic, and soon my hips thrust forward with full force into her. Her pale face remained flushed as her panting grew more and more ragged. I am going to come, I announced. And me too, she admitted, blushing. Her pussy started to climax first, and the sucking feel of it was pulling my dick in. She was tighter, and the feeling was a lot stronger for her. I seriously felt resistance trying to pull out. It was more than I could bear, so I pushed myself as deep as I could go, and then my penis erupted. Iwe. Hot gobs of semen flowed out of my tip, disappearing deep inside Miki. And I am coming, she cried out. It's inside. I feel it. Masters come, she panted, a whining moan coming out. She rubbed her face against my chin affectionately, while she let out a high-pitched moan. Finally, as the sucking sensation slowly diminished, so did her orgasm. She really lasted a long time. Lydia orgasmed in like 10 seconds and then was ready for round 2. A tiger could bang 100 times a day, so to speak. Miki had a much longer orgasm. It was like once she started coming, she couldn't stop. It lasted nearly a minute long, which was torture on my penis. By the end, I felt like every ounce of cum had been sucked out of me by her thirsty womb. I kissed Miki again and then hugged her tightly, remaining in this position. We stayed like that, saying nothing and doing nothing. We just let our naked, sweaty bodies merge, permeating in our lust. The door opened, interrupting our silence as a head poked in rudely. It was Lydia. She was glowering, and she had her cheeks puffed out. "Are you done yet?" she asked. I covered the pair of us with a sheet and rolled off of Miki. Yeah. We're done. I felt a little awkward. Even though she sent me up here to do this, I felt like I was caught cheating on my girlfriend. Miki was blushing, covering her face with a pillow. I want it. Lydia suddenly said, still standing at the door pouting. I didn't understand what she meant until she blushed. Wait. Now, you said be honest. I want it because I want it. She burst into the room and then ripped off her clothing. Lydia. Miki let out a cry. Ah! Shouldn't I clean up after all? I am all sticky and I smell like... I am covered in Mikism. Miki blushed. Sorry. Lydia shook her head, jumping on the bed. Miki is family. So it's fine if I taste Miki on you. There was little point struggling after that. The tiger was in the room. And now there were 2 preys. She pounced on the pair of us without regard. She also started teaching Miki many of the things she knew. You can do that. With your mouth, Miki said in wonder as Lydia licked my dick clean. Here, try it. It's salty. That's because that's what Miki tastes like, Lydia explained. Miki looked down guiltily. Sorry. I like the way Miki tastes, Lydia said, suddenly licking Miki's lips, which were wet and causing her to blush. Oh. Kay, keep teaching me. I was completely helpless. I felt I was being bullied now. I was at the mercy of these 2 women. Aren't I their master, Lydia? Miki spoke shyly as the night wore on. Yes, Lydia asked, stroking my shaft while Miki cupped the balls. From now on, let's always share. okay in everything." Lydia blinked for a second and then smiled. If Master wants one of us, he has to have both of us?" I didn't take it seriously at the time, but Lydia always meant what she said. From then on, if I wanted either girl, the other was always present. My romantic life from then on only existed as threesomes. It was fine. I could just manage to keep up with both girls, although it was hard on my hips. However, I didn't know what I would do if there was a third slave girl that came along. That seemed unlikely, though. Chapter 101. The days began to finally move into a routine. Every morning, we'd get up, make breakfast, and then go out securing one home after another. There were no more attempts to ambush us after getting rid of the Eldritch. And the ghosts seemed to be on the run. One house at a time was claimed, sanctified, and any ghosts were quickly dealt with. If we encounter a group of more than 4 or 5, we might create a spirit fire circle and send them running. Master, I found more ectoplasm. Furthermore, the ghosts dropped the item ectoplasm, another ingredient in alchemy. In the past, we had ignored the bluish goo that spawned after a ghost fell, thinking it to just be leftover monster mush. Well, when Miki announced it was an expensive ingredient used in many recipes in the books she was going through, suddenly I felt like an idiot for throwing all of that coin away. Speaking of which, our main goal from the beginning had been to acquire wealth. In that respect, we already ransacked about 50 gold coins worth of money from shops, bedrooms, and stashes. We wouldn't even need to enter the mansion before we acquired all 100 gold coins necessary to pay off our debt. Ectoplasm wasn't used in any potions we really needed to make right now. However, I wasn't going to let coin be lost. We'd still sell it and make a profit when we could afford to leave for the capital city for a while. Before we made that journey, I wanted my storage ring back, though. Still, ghosts were usually rare, which meant ectoplasm was rare and thus valuable to sell. The only problem was the collection process. "Hey!" Miki cried out and slipped on a puddle, landing where a bunch of ghosts had just been slain. "Miki, are you okay?" I asked, running over to her. Master." "It's all over," Miki said tearfully. Ectoplasm was really sticky and viscous. Collection took some time, and if you weren't careful, it got everywhere. That was Miki's case right now. She had blue globs all over her body and dripping down her hair. "It's slimy, Master," she cried. He. Lydia giggled. "Miki looks like a girl who accidentally gotten eaten by a slime. That was an expression in this world. An adventurer who accidentally got eaten by a slime is like calling someone a novice or a noob. In this case, it had the double meaning that she truly did look like a slime had gunked all over her." Lydia turned over to me and stuck out her tongue. While she had her back turned to Miki, Miki's mischievous smile flared. Miki casually scooped up some ectoplasm, pulled on the back of Lydia's pants, and then dumped it down her crack. On. "It's cold," Lydia screams. Master! Punish her! She started it. Ah! It's going lower. It's all over. Master! It's gushing. Lydia looked like she was about to cry now, too. I sighed. Used to these kinds of things happening during our daily trips. Let's claim the bathhouse next. I'll clean you girls up. According to the map, the bathhouse was only a few streets over. The girls were especially motivated, and it took almost no time at all to clear out the ghosts. I filled the bathtub, and we even managed to get the heater going so that the water was hot. After that, we found some soap, and I managed to clean the girls thoroughly. They were right. It really did get everywhere. I had to get in especially deep in some places to remove all the gunk. I ended up getting too excited, and after we were done, I had to wash them again. Life is funny that way. Chapter 102. After our bath and around dinner time, we took a portal back to the house. No use risking getting dirty in a fight with a stray ghost when we could go there quickly. I had experimented with portal a bit in recent days. After my death, I wanted to see to what limit I could push the dungeon points to my advantage. Thus, after using portal, I did a skill reset. I found that I only got 4 points back. It seemed like if I used a point to activate a skill, then that point would not be reset until the cooldown had passed. I was hoping to cheat the system. If I could reset my points and get all 5 back, it was possible I could bypass portal's long cooldown entirely. That didn't seem to be the case. It was 1 point per portal. I could waste all 4 free points minus 1 for reset and still have 4 portals a day. But then I would have no other skills. On the other hand, I could use 4 different skills and only use the point 4 portal when or if I needed it. The problem was that portal was a bit of an emergency, and it took time for me to reactivate my skills, and then select portal. It'd take 5 seconds normally to cast portal. Doing it that way would take almost a minute. It was not a great method, although I still had returned as another escape method. Dungeon point skills weren't the only ones I was testing out. I didn't want to test any abilities in combat again like I did against that eldritch. At least, if I did, it'd be in a very controlled circumstance. Even though I knew I could be resurrected if I died again. That didn't mean I liked dying. I wouldn't use an unknown ability again until I was certain what effect it would have. Skill analysis went a long way to this effect. The skill analysis simply told me what skills I had. I could do the same to anyone else in my party as well. It didn't seem to work on monsters or other people. At the moment, I was a level 18 white mage. The skills I had were weak heal, remove, curse, weak heal, poison, refresh, group heal. Divine aura, Harem dead, holy circle, create water, light, detect magic, sanctify land, cure disease, mana up. Moderate heal poison, create cushion, and stun undead. White mage seemed to be a class dedicated to fighting necromancers. It could be considered their polar opposite. Most of the new skills are pretty self-explanatory. Create cushion was a little weird. It created a cushion wall. If a teammate was blown back, or if someone fell from a distance, this wall would make their landing like hitting a pillow. It was very useful. But I found I rarely could cast it in time to do any good. Hero was at level 13. I had return, switch position, party status up, give life, basic swordsmanship, charm up, sense life, protect, evil eye, skill analysis, quick attack, and low regen. Low regen allowed me to heal slightly faster, but it only worked on me. Quick attack was a sword attack that was far better suited for Lydia, although it turned out she had it already. She was delighted I had the same skill that she did. Evil Eye seemed seriously strong, but actually, all it did was allow me to see a monster's weakness. That was actually a pretty good ability. This world had no system that explained the rules, so any skill that gave away any information without tedious trial and error was deeply appreciated. Slave Master was now at 6. This gave me the skills Slave Taker, Order Slave, Punish Slave, Truth Slave, Slave Loyalty, and Slave Status Up. I had really hoped that the Slave Master wasn't such a brutal job. None of the names in it made me feel good. Order Slave and Punish Slave were to skills I simply refused to use. I wouldn't even test them to see how they worked. Truth Slave was passive. I could tell when Miki was lying with unnatural clarity, as Lydia was only technically a slave. She didn't gain the status up boost or the slave loyalty boost. As far as slave loyalty, the only test I could do was equip and unequip the job and ask Miki how she felt. I asked her to think about some negative thoughts about me. In the end, the best answer I could get was that when she thought about monopolizing me for herself and not letting Lydia have me at all, the feelings felt more uneasy when I had Slave Master equipped. It was hard to describe. But she felt encouraged to avoid betraying my trust. The only other skill I had bothered to level a bit was Merchant. It was up to level 4 now. The skills were Haggle, Upsell, and Calculation, with another empty duplicate skill thrown in there. Probably Charm Up, if I had to guess. Calculation just made it easier to deal with numbers. That meant when I was reviewing my skills like right now, Hero and Merchant were the best jobs to have equipped. One to let me analyze my skills, and the other to let me crunch the numbers. Chapter 103, After Dinner. The next thing I did was practice writing. Miki did teach me a little bit. But mostly I worked on getting comfortable making the letters. Since we had the entire general store's supply of paper and ink, I had plenty to work with. Finally, when I felt I was ready, I began to transcribe an entire book. The book I chose was a small fictional story that we had found on someone's bedside. It was absolutely the shortest one. My scribing wasn't the best, and I kept getting hand cramps. When I did, Lydia would come over and rub my hands until they felt better. Then I got back to writing. Finally, after 3 nights, I had managed to finish the story. Although the original book had art pictures and mine was just text, I still felt accomplished. You have transcribed a book in a language you do not know. You have unlocked the job linguist. So, I didn't get a transcribed job, but something called linguist. I quickly equipped it. Translate has been unlocked. Translate wasn't an amazing skill, but it wasn't a sucky one either. It allowed me to diss out the meaning of words by using context. It wasn't to the point I could read. Rather, it had a more of a how to fish feel than just giving me the fish. I could break down words and determine things based on context. This wasn't the miracle ability I had hoped, but with Miki's help, I was starting to learn how to read and write in the common tongue. In a few more weeks, I'd probably be at Miki's level. Of course, all the reading I was making her do, she was also improving as well. After having a night cuddled with my two girls, we woke to a sound outside. No, it was more than a noise. It was a commotion. It sounded like a few dozen people talking. We quickly got dressed, putting on our tattered adventuring equipment. This week had been rough and we had worked hard. My spells kept our bodies together, but none of us were leather workers, clothing menders, or equipment manufacturers. Our equipment that looked clean and new a week ago now was looking pretty haggard, looking out the window and down the street. My eyes widened. Standing outside the barrier was a massive group of people. Standing at their head was a familiar face, too. I opened the door and stepped out. I had a big smile on my face and started running to greet them happily. However, then I remembered that a little over a week ago, I had parted from them in really bad terms. And I was still a bit miffed at how they had treated Miki. Now that Miki was my very important lover, I'd be even less tolerant. By the time I reached the guildmaster, I had crossed my arms and given him a stern look. "What are you doing here?" The guildmaster gave a gentle smile and then bowed. "You really have been living in Old Chom this last week? I am amazed." "You get used to the ghosts after a while." I shrugged. The guildmaster nodded. Then a guilty expression formed on his face. "We heard from Figaro that you needed to be resurrected. Yet still you came back to keep fighting." I glanced back at the two girls as they approached, Miki hiding slightly behind Lydia. "I had to. I want a home for the people I care about. That means doing things that are hard sometimes." The guildmaster smiled, nodding his head. "Thank you, Deke." He suddenly flipped a coin and I caught it. I looked at the coin in my hand. It was the same hero token I had thrown to the ground a week ago. "I am not." I immediately tried to hand it back. He lifted his hand. "You were right." "About everything, Deke. This place was once our home, too. Yet we were so terrified that we left it and never looked back. Only a true hero would have the bravery to face death and fight like this. When you left last week, you said that we could command help reclaim Old Chom. That is why we are here." Really, my eyes widened, but then narrowed. "None of that prejudice bullcrap, none." A Pajee man walked out. "Your rules. Everyone here is 100% dedicated to reclaiming Old Chom and making it open for all people. Mayor. The man shook his head. I am not anymore. I've stepped down from my position. I realized that I had a thing or two to learn about real leadership. Sometimes, simply keeping the peace isn't always what is right. Not the mayor. Then who is leading you right now? I asked. Suddenly, all of the eyes turned to me, the guild master speaking up first. Why, you are. Chapter 104. I am still a little hesitant here, I said, spinning the coin in my hand. It still feels like you are just trying to get me to work for you. The guild master winced. We know. You showed us nothing but goodwill, and we exploited that goodwill for our own convenience. I am sure you had your own reasons for doing what you did, but the results still should have been properly rewarded. First, we want to guarantee you that everyone here is happy with your spirit friend. Actually, you may notice the group's a bit large right now. I nodded. Actually, yeah. There seem to be more people than I remember the city having. The guild master nodded. We used that 50 gold and spared about 3 dozen slaves from Figaro, as we incorporated them into our city. A lot of the older ones had some pretty interesting stories to tell. According to them, your fox girlfriend often helped those that were passing away find peace. She was the only one who would sit with the sick and the ill. And it is said that anyone who sat by her died with a smile on their faces for those that weren't sick. That story was warped to her bringing them to death herself. But the elderly were determined to set the record straight with everyone now that they weren't stuck in cages. An old man stepped forward. He was a bunnikin just like the innkeeper who had scorned Miki a week ago. He suddenly bowed down, his old bones creaking as he did, the action clearly painful for him to do. He also had tears in his eyes. My wife and I were both slaves. They considered me still healthy when my wife became really ill. She was taken away from me and moved to your wagon, Miki. They tell me that you gave her your blanket at night so she wasn't cold, and told her stories. They say just before she passed away, she whispered something into your ear. Do you, by chance, remember what it is? Miki looked out from behind Lydia and then nodded. Yes, I remember. Her words were, the stars are always beautiful when you are around. The man shook and started to tilt over, unable to remain bowed. 2 men quickly caught him and straightened him out. He looked up at Miki, with tears in his eyes, and smiled. Thank you. On our first date, nearly 50 years ago, I planned a date to go star watching. But the weather turned bad and it ended up storming us out. I was really upset that our date went bad. And those were the words she told me. They mean that she died at peace and wanted me to know it. Thank you. Thank you. Miki? More people started stepping out, also shouting their thank you. Miki was bright red, her body shaking slightly. I smiled and reached over, patting her head affectionately. People started coming up and shaking her hand, passing the barrier to do so, one at a time. Her tales were visible now with her current level of spiritualist, and some people complimented her. At first, she was frightened, but as more and more people came to wish her goodwill, a small smile formed on her face. While this was going on, the guildmaster also stepped past the barrier and stood next to me. He pulled out a bag and then dropped it in my hand. I looked down at it. It was very heavy. "What is this?" I asked. 100 gold coins. The guildmaster coughed. The merchant caravan seemed to be a bitterly this season. "We wanted to get a message down to you, but we weren't certain where you were in Old Chom. This is what we owe you. What we truly owed you. I said that we honor our debts. I mean it. Take this and pay off your girl. Let us reclaim this city with a clean slate." Does master have manteres again?" Lydia asked. I wiped my cheeks. "No, just something in my eye this time." Although I was happy with Lydia and Miki by my side, it was a bit lonely being in this ghost town alone. It'd still take months to reclaim the city on my own. However, all of these people here could speed up the reclamation project to a week or less. As I looked around and more townspeople walked into Old Chom, it truly felt like a family that had broken apart coming back together. Even the traumatized adventuring guild secretary took a step past the barrier, and while she looked uneasy, she was smiling too. "Are you ready to rebuild this city?" the former mayor asked, joining the pair of us. "Don't worry if you need help. I am good with logistics." I looked around and the couple hundred people around me. Some of them I knew well. Some of them I had never met. "All right, let's begin." Chapter 105. After the Adventurers Guild joined us, the speed of retaking Old Chom increased considerably. With Miki churning out rosary powder, we were able to take one building at a time with ease. I made sure that everyone knew it was Miki's alchemy skills that made this possible, and her position in the village was cemented. Fortunately, other adventurers had other means of battling ghosts. It turned out while ghosts were immune to physical damage, magic was something that could harm them. Spirit and mana were two different things, they clarified to me, and both could hurt ghosts. That meant that wolf girl magician apprentice would be useful in fighting off the ghosts. Furthermore, I had more than enough coin at this point in order to buy her. Well, Lydia might be angry about it, but freeing slaves was a good deed, right? While paying off my debt with Figaro, I asked about the girl. And he revealed that she was actually sold a few days ago. Beautiful women like her sold quickly, especially when they were that cheap. Had I known that, well, it probably wouldn't have changed much. There was no crying over it. She was gone. It was just a curiosity. I wasn't going to buy her. I respect Lydia and Miki too much. And they both make me happy. I hear you are going to be taking the mansion soon. Figaro spoke after he finished counting the coins. You might want some more help on that. Are you suggesting I hire more slaves? I raised an eyebrow. Since our transaction is finished, my caravan will be heading out. We'll be heading to the capital. I officially work for the slave union. It's like the adventuring guild, but for slavers. That's where the biggest slave market is. And where I'll go to build up my stock. A lot of criminals in the capital. What about the slaves left in the caravans? Didn't Chom buy up everyone honest? Figaro shrugged. It depends on how much you believe in second chances. Not all criminals are the worst of the worst. A few just fell on hard times. I suppose it doesn't hurt to look. I guess I'd like someone good at magic. It'd be nice if they knew how to craft stuff too. Craftsmen. Huh? In that case, you are talking the Firaces. Do you know about the phylogeny of the species? Probably not. I frowned. Ha ha! That's fine. It's not something everyone learns about. Simply put, all the current races came from one of three primordial lines. Is that like Earth, water, sky? I asked. Figaro blinked and then smiled. Ah! That's a good guess, but actually, the three lines were body, mind, and spirit. Oh! I was trying to guess based on role. Pling conventions. It looked like I had guessed in the wrong direction. Isn't that like physical, mana, and spiritual attacks? Figaro nodded. You are right. That's kind of the point. Living beings are made up of three things: body, magic, and spirit. Thus, if you wish to kill something, you must target one of these three. So, what does that have to do with this fellow? Phylogeny of species, Figaro nodded. Well, every living thing does not need to have all three: body, magic, and spirit. In fact, many species outside of humans do not. The ghosts, for example, have nobody, yet are considered a living entity. What about zombies? They have a body and are moved by mana, but a spirit attack would be useless. Interesting. Anyway, the original races were three primordial creatures. They were the creatures of mana, the Thufis. The creatures of spirit, the angels, and the creatures of body, the demons. Over time, the blood of the primordial races was diluted and crossbred. All modern creatures are said to descend from one of these primordials. Those that descend from Thufis are unusually strong in magic. They're good at building and creating. There are the dwarves, the elves, the halflings, the fairies, the side, and so on. Those of the body are mostly considered monsters: goblins, minotaurs, vampires, orcsies, and so on. Spirit beings are very rare. They actually tend to exist on another plane of existence from those with bodies, except for things like ghosts and elementals. There are only a handful of spirit beings that interact with other living. What does that mean about humans? I asked. Human beings are said to be a perfect balance of all three. Demi-humans have a bit more body and spirit. But only humans are considered the perfect mixture of all three. We are the perfect balance of destruction, creation, and aloofness, don't you think I see? I responded. not sure how to react. How about we see those slaves? Chapter 106. Like before, I was given a lineup of boys and girls. I tried to be impartial with my selection, but I admitted that my eyes wandered over to the girls' side a bit more than I wanted it to. Figaro went through each person, one at a time. The prices ranged anywhere from 1 gold coin to 50 gold coins. Some of them were truly very tempting. But this still felt like the last of his stock. Most of these people were guilty of some pretty severe crimes, even on the female side of things. I am sorry. I am just not seeing what I want, I finally admitted. There is one girl I think you might be interested in. Figaro finally added, but she's a very special case. Who is that? I asked, looking around. I don't have her with me. She is actually in the capital city. Then why bring her up, Perhaps it's because I saw how you've been with the other 2 girls, and I am interested in seeing you take care of her as well. What job does she have? I asked. Well, that's the thing. Figaro shrugged helplessly. She doesn't have one. I blinked. How is that possible? That's exactly why I am interested in you meeting her. She may be a spirit or elemental. However, she won't tell anyone about her origins. She will actually be auctioned off in 2 months in the capital. 2 months. Figaro raised his hand apologetically. That's why I didn't start with her. However, if you are in the capital city, you may want to visit her. The king also set one more restriction. The person who bids on her has to be a noble. Now you are really screwing with me? Figaro smiled. I think in 2 months' time, Old Chom will be reclaimed. Those people are going to look towards you to lead them. Yeah. But what does that have to do with lordship? You would become the Lord of Chom? Yes, Figaro cocked his head. From hero to lord in only a few months. I was right about you, but I never imagined you'd climb so quickly. I think you are jumping ahead there, I said doubtfully. I have no desire to be some lord. Figaro shrugged. Want it or not, Old Chom has no sovereign nation. As soon as news reaches the capital, you'll be offered a lordship in exchange for allowing yourselves to be annexed. Given the citizens' feelings on the nation, I think you'd want to say yes. Yeah. I guess. Just think about it. Figaro patted my shoulder. Let us finish up for the day. Since you have not brought Lydia here, is my assumption that you will take care of the slave ownership yourself? Yeah. I'll just use slave taker. Is that okay? Figaro's mouth twitched, but he nodded. As I said, I am a pretty open man. Removing and putting on slave tattoos is a painful process, but it seems like simply changing ownership is less painful. Plus, for you, it is cheaper. I hid a grimace. That was really the only reason I did it. I didn't want Figaro to upsell me on that kind of stuff. Actually, while I have you, what does the slave tattoo do anyway? Figaro blinked and shook his head. Only you could be able to take a slave away, but not even know what it entails. Sorry. Nah, do not fret. I just find the world strange sometimes. Figaro shrugged. The answer is simple. The slave tattoos demand obedience. Besides allowing you to track your slaves, it also allows you to order them and know they will carry out the task. If I can do this anyway, what's the point of the slave order skill? Figaro's expression really did slip this time. Ma, some of your questions can definitely take me off guard. The simple answer is that slave order is absolute. There is a bit of wiggle room when it comes to ordering. For example, if you ordered a slave to kill themselves, they could refuse. That actually goes all around. If someone was morally opposed to killing, and you demanded it of them, they could refuse. Although it would be uncomfortable, the same could go with sex. A woman who was repulsed by a man may refuse sex even under a slave order if her repulsion was high enough. That's why our questionnaires are important. A woman forced to have sex by the slave mark is radically different than a woman who is willing. So, slave order just makes it stronger, not just stronger, impossible to refuse. If someone refuses to follow through, the order will literally make them. If you had to order a slave to do something that they couldn't hesitate with, that's where a slave order comes into play. It's very rare someone has that skill, and even rarer they'd use it. Slave order was exactly like I predicted, something I planned to never use. Chapter 107. You mentioned tracking the slaves. Is this a skill? I asked. Figaro blinked and then slapped his head. Ah! That's right. I never gave you the pendants. It is true. Slave location skills exist, but that doesn't help anyone who doesn't have that job. For most slave owners, we assign them a special necklace. When you put mana in it, it will show you the direction of your slave. It's supposed to be done as part of the slave mark ceremony, except that you keep skipping those. I let out a cough. Is that to say you will charge for the pendants? Figaro let out a laugh. You really don't like paying any extra fees? Do you? I shrugged. I just want to keep things reasonable. Well, regrettably, the necklaces will cost something. They will also require a drop of their blood to activate them. At that point, you should be able to track down either slave without issue. I shook my head. Forget it. I don't mean that because of the money. Rather, I have a feeling it won't be that useful for me. I trusted my girls and didn't think they would run away. In Old Cham, the thought of either of them becoming lost or stolen seemed unlikely. Rather, I figured I'd be getting a skill to track them soon enough, so it really didn't matter much to me either way. Figaro sighed, pulling out the small necklace with a little ruby on the end, and then plopping it in my hand. Just take it. I have a feeling, given your luck, that you may find yourself needing it. I frowned, not quite sure how to respond. What did he mean by that? Sure, it was true that the roughly 1 month I had been in this world had been pretty crazy. I had become a hero, got trapped in a dungeon, saved a slave girl, destroyed the dungeon, bought another slave, exiled myself from a city, and then fought to reclaim a new city. I also died once. Well, all of that had come in order. It was simply what happened. I pocketed the necklace without worrying about it. I wouldn't turn away free stuff anyway. He only gave me one. Probably he hoped I would like it and then buy the other. Still a businessman through and through. I shrugged and put it out of my mind. Picking up my backpack, I readied myself for my next stop. "Where are you heading now?" Figaro asked with interest. "Ah, I am going to Chom," I said, hitting my backpack. "Our armors have all taken some damage, and the shops have decided to remain open in New Chom until Old Chom is a bit more stable regarding ghosts. They don't want to risk all their goods getting destroyed, so I have to head there to place my orders." I was a bit eager too. Both Miki and Lydia had come with me on my last trip to Chom, and they had placed the orders for new clothing. I was going to pick them up today. As to what the girls were doing today, Miki was still doing alchemy to keep up with the demand for rosary powder, and Lydia was moving our stuff to a new home. The herbalist who owned the place had finally shown up to reclaim their home. It wasn't so bad. They were very generous, offering us all the alchemy ingredients we needed to retake Old Chom from both this store's stock and her original store. She also didn't know alchemy herself, and thus gave us her grandmother's old books. In the end, we ended up moving into a bigger place that was closer to the city center. We confirmed this time that the owner was dead and a deed was written up. This would be my second property after the mansion was reobtained. Good luck, my friend. Figaro bowed. When you get to the capital city, just tell them my name and they'll let you into the slave markets. I smiled dryly and answered politely. He was so certain that I would want another slave. I was already happy with the slaves I had. Rather, they wouldn't be my slaves much longer. I planned to release them. Once the mansion was mine, I would have no need for slaves. At that point, I'd let them go. That was the agreement I had made with the pair. They didn't seem thrilled about it, but they had agreed. I hefted up my bag with a groan. It was really heavy with the leathers in it. I sighed thinking about the trip back to Chom. I already used my portal to get there. Did I want to use my other points up? Wait. That's right. I was going to Chom since it was safe again. I could just use return now. I may be a bit skinnier now. But that didn't mean I liked the idea of trekking a few miles with a heavy backpack. One thing fantasy stories always skipped over was how much walking you had to do. With a sigh of relief, I waved one last goodbye to Figaro and then used return. My vision instantly changed. But rather than the familiar town square and the fountain, I was suddenly indoors. I was standing in a hallway, looking around. I had no clue where I was. You have entered Car's dungeon. Destroy the lore to break the curse, or complete the lore for extra dungeon points and a blessing. That's when reality set in. I had given up my hero status for Chom and only regained it in Old Chom. My return skill must have changed locations. If that was true, then that meant that this place was the mansion of Old Chom. I had teleported myself right into the middle of Ghost Central. Oh. Chapter 108. Let's see. Portal does not work. Return. Doesn't work. That was the biggest cheat of all. Return will take me into a dungeon, but won't take me out of a dungeon. This was absolutely the biggest rip off ever. Whoever wrote this world's instruction manual needed a good thrashing. I was mostly just angry at my own failings. I had used return without thinking about such things. Had I been in a party with the girls, this wouldn't even be that bad of a situation. Although we still had a way to go before we reached the mansion, I had no doubt that as long as we were together, we could fight our way out. However, this wasn't that situation. I was in here all alone, and while I could see ghosts and had the skill to slice them, the high-level spirits we were against were beyond my pay grade. My strength lay in my status ups and ability to heal. Although I had basic swordsmanship, it was not at a level where I could fight my way through a dungeon. Why was this a dungeon anyway? We had the impression that the dungeon was under the mansion. That was only conjecture, though. Noon had been in the mansion since it started spreading ghosts. Therefore, no one knew that the mansion itself had been turned into a dungeon. On that note, a dungeon was created by a curse. Unfulfilled lore. Usually, that lore flowed freely until it met the right conditions and implanted itself into the earth. However, this lore seemed to be spawned directly from the mansion itself. Where the lore was created was where the dungeon formed. How did I know this to be the case? Well, that was simple. The name of this dungeon was Car's Dungeon, which I recalled was also the name of the nobles who had lived here. Whatever happened, something in this mansion led to the downfall of Old Chom. I couldn't say I wasn't curious. I'd love to find some murals that explained this mansion's history. However, at the moment, my life was considerably more important. Walking to one of the windows at the end of the hall, I could see only darkness outside the window. It wasn't the color of dirt, as if I was underground. Rather, it was blackness like an infinite abyss. I even created a light and held it to the window, and there was just nothing beyond. Although dungeons were usually seen as some kind of underground anomaly, they were often spoken about as if they were alive. Some people said that they were a completely different realm of existence. Once a dungeon's lore was destroyed, everyone was expelled from the dungeon. It wasn't like it slowly collapsed in on itself. Rather, it was like it just ceased to be. That was why there wasn't massive cave-ins or anything like that. The dungeon technically existed in a different realm. So, why did return take me here? A sound came from behind me. I immediately spun around. I quickly looked for ghosts and found nothing. I was just about to take an easy breath when a voice whispered right next to my ear. "Get out!" I let out a scream that wasn't manly at all and immediately ran down the hallway, turning the corner. Right in front of me was a ghost. Except he wasn't like the disembodied ghosts outside. Rather, he was fully formed into the shape of a knight. He was even wearing armor. He immediately lowered his spear towards me and started approaching with his shield protecting him. He looked like a trained soldier who knew what he was doing. How many levels higher did a ghost need to be to both have weapons, form the shape of a human, and also apparently retain intelligence? Crap! I pulled out my sword and swung it. He moved way faster and the sword was knocked from my hand with ease. He also had a strong physical presence. Most stronger ghosts could do physical attacks, but they always felt weakened unless they could get a direct hit on my skin. They never caused damage. This guy struck away my sword with ease. Level-wise, he was much stronger than anything I had ever faced before. His spear flashed out and I leaped back to avoid it. Even with my jump, my leather was gashed. His blade hadn't struck me. It was the sheer force through the air that had caused this damage. I was totally screwed, jumping back and still getting hit. I was thrown off balance. Stumbling back, I landed on my butt. The ghost knight didn't wait for me. He took a few more steps forward, raised his spear, and then aimed it directly at my neck. Chapter 109. The blade fell down in slow motion. Is what I wanted to say. However, the blade was entirely too fast. He struck down at me, and just as the blade was about to reach my throat, he exploded into a mess. Circles of wind shot through him, one cutting his ethereal spear in half just before it touched my neck. More wind followed, and he was cut to pieces until he finally disappeared in a cloud of smoke. The source of that wind was behind me. I quickly stood up and spun around. Standing before me was a pretty girl. She had her hands together covering her chest. Her breasts were large, around a D, bigger than Lydia by far. Her hair was pink and seemed to sparkle in the light, as if it was covered in glitter. She had a small heart-shaped face, ears that came to a slight point, pale white skin, and a very charming body. She seemed incredibly light on her feet, too, moving with a strange grace like she was floating just a centimeter above the ground. She had an angry expression on her face which was directed immediately at me. I said, "Get out! Don't run into that guy." "He's always grouchy," she said in a tiny light voice which sounded exasperated. He's definitely going to tell Master when he comes back." I blinked. Sorry. No sorries. Just leave." She made a shooing noise. "You shouldn't disturb Master." "Master, we're in a dungeon." "You mean the dungeon, boss, a dungeon nonsense. This is Master's house, and you stormed in." She responded in a huff. "Now, kindly leave. Before you get hurt." That last part came out really lightly. She was looking over her shoulder like she was expecting her master to show up any second and personally punish the both of them. She seemed oddly jittery and nervous, like she wasn't used to talking to people. This master of yours. Would it be Master Carr? The girl nodded. Yes, Master goes by that name. Please. Go now before he finds you here. I figured he'd be on the bottom floor. Does he ever come up here? The girl tilted her head, my question seeming to catch her off guard. Actually, now that you mention it, Master had remained down in his study for a long time now. I can't remember the last time he's come up to greet people. I smiled. Exactly. So in that case, there is no problem, right? She was shaking her head. No, no. All of the others abandoned Master. Only I stayed behind. I must look after Master. His last order to me was that he's not taking on guests. As she spoke, she was moving back and forth. And sometimes her feet didn't move right, like she was hovering for a second. She also was keeping her distance from me, avoiding even the chance of contact. I wasn't a complete fool. I was in a haunted mansion where no life remained. This girl was some kind of elf servant. She had died, and her spirit somehow retained some memory. Perhaps she was endlessly protecting her master's last orders, but I had no doubt that she was a ghost. The reason I was listening to her was simple. She had saved my life. Second, she was very strong, able to wipe out that monster in a few hits. At the moment, this confused ghost was my best bet for getting out of this place alive, and I planned to do whatever was necessary to survive. However, she was still muttering to herself, though. It was clear this ghost wasn't completely stable. She seemed easily distracted and a bit dim-witted. What's your name? I asked. My name is Celeste. Her eyes widened as if she was surprised. She answered, and then she glared at me, crossing her arms and causing her bosom to shake. Will you leave already? I shrugged helplessly. I am sorry. I'd like to get out of here. I forgot the way. If you take me to the entrance, I will leave right away. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously, and she floated over to me before landing on her feet. Will you really? I promise. I held up my hands. I want nothing more than to leave this place. F, fine. Celeste spun around. Follow me. And no funny business. I let out a breath. My life was now dependent on a confused ghost. I was just praying I could leave the dungeon before she recalled that this really was a dungeon and that we were likely enemies. If that happened, then I would assuredly die. Chapter 110. I followed the strange elf girl as she walked through the corridors. She mumbled to herself a lot, once again giving me a feeling like she wasn't all there in the head. Every once in a while, she'd look back, notice me, jump, and then pick up the pace, almost like she forgot I was following her until my appearance reminded her of her current task. Perhaps following a ghost was not the best decision I made. The only good news was that ghosts seemed almost afraid of her. I used life sense, since ghosts were considered an entity, not an undead, and it seemed to work for some reason. I was able to detect plenty of ghosts around the mansion. However, they seemed to scatter whenever this crazy elf walked down the same hallway as them. Whatever curse seemed to affect the mansion, I felt like this ghost had some part to play in it. Finally, she stopped. I wasn't paying attention and kept walking. A second later, she was right in front of me. I let out a gasp and put out my hand. She spun around and saw my hand going for her head. She ducked back, looking up, but still. My hand went straight through where her forehead should have been, as if there was nothing there. I stared for a second. She really was incorporeal. She jumped back several feet, covering herself. No touching. Ah. I stumbled. My bad. Why, you saw, she said confusingly. Saw what? Ha ha ha! I laughed nervously. Aren't you taking me to the entrance? We're here, she responded, a pouty expression on her face. I turned to the only thing in front of us. It was a stairway down, leading deeper into the dungeon. This is a stairway down. Are you really screwing with me? I demanded angrily. She spun back around, looking genuinely surprised. But I swear, the door was right. Wait. Suddenly, she put on a confused expression, like her brain wasn't working right. How many levels are we down anyway? I demanded. Down? Levels. Stairway. She grabbed her head for a moment. Where? No, we're in Master's mansion. I must protect Master's mansion. Oi! Calm down a moment. I help up my hands. Clearly, this is a level to a dungeon. Calm down a moment. The girl seemed to be growing more upset by the second. And telling her to calm down was remarkably not the thing she wanted to hear. You? You are trying to trick me? She suddenly screamed. You want to make Master punish me? Calm down. I just want to leave. Okay, take me to the entrance to the dungeon. Okay, it's not a dungeon, she shouted. This is Master's home. This is my home. I am Master's slave. I've always been Master's slave. No one will take him away. Not you. Not her. No one. Her body rose up in the air, starting to glow with some scary-looking light. Ah, crap. I triggered the ghost. The night that completely schooled me was torn to shreds by this elf. Was I seriously going to die now? She raised her hands up, and a powerful blade of wind shot out. I couldn't see it clearly, but I could see enough to know I needed to leap out of the way. Die! She screeched. You won't keep me from Master. Street stop. I cried out. You saved me earlier. Remember, Thursday. That was a mistake. She looked uncertain for a second, but then shook her head. Enough of this. It's time for you to leave this mansion. If you won't walk out the door, then you'll leave in pieces. She raised her hands up again. I was completely clueless about what I could do to stop this. This slave girl ghost had gone from helpful to murderous with only a few words. Was there anything I could do? Chapter 111. Wait. A slave. She's a slave. That's right. I am a slave master. I had always used the skill with the intent of helping my slaves with status buffs, but the main job of a slave master was to rule slaves. I equipped slave master instantly. Wait. Would any slave skills work on a slave that wasn't mine? There was only one I could even think of. That was the slave taker skill. I hadn't used it on Lydia yet, and she technically wasn't my slave. Could I even steal a ghost as a slave? Could I steal from a dungeon boss? Could a dungeon boss even have a slave? She was a ghost. So she was probably a slave when she died. Did a slave seal follow you even in death? All of these thoughts went through my mind in the span of half a second. She was raising her hands, ready to send more blades of death flying at me. I could see myself being torn apart just like that ghost knight. I refused to be defeated in such a manner. Lydia and Miki were still depending on me. Death wouldn't cause Miki to die, but without my buffs and healing, she might still struggle. Even with her spiritualist skill, she was still a bit weak. They needed me. I couldn't die. "Slav taker!" I shouted out. A crest suddenly formed on the elf girl's chest. The attack was such a surprise that she could only let out a scream, her casting being completely disrupted. I pumped more mana into the slave taker ability. However, I was quickly realizing that there was a resistance. More than that, she was still screaming. She was collapsing to the floor, her transparent body flickering strangely. In the past, slave taker had always been a willing process. The slaver Figuro even said it was easier on them than flat R removing a mark and reapplying it. However, that assumed that they wanted to have their slave mark taken. Resisting was completely different. "What are you doing to me?" she screamed, writhing on the floor. "I wanted to weaken my attack." But I knew I wouldn't get a second chance. Remembering how dangerous this ghost slave was, I pushed forward with my magic. Pulling out a mana potion, I downed it while keeping more mana pumping into her, wrestling her mark away from the owner. I had a feeling the owner was exceptionally strong. It was just a feeling, really. But I felt that if he had truly wanted to resist the slave being taken, at my level, it wouldn't have happened. Instead, I felt a strange bit of encouragement, like her master wanted her to be set free. It could have just as easily been me trying to justify my own actions. But the only resistance seemed to come from the slave herself, who, while a higher level, was still already subjugated. With another mana potion down, the mark began to change, turning into the familiar symbol that I grew to familiarize as my own. Once the mark clicked into place, the ghost girl's body began to shrink. Suddenly, two giant wings, almost 3/4 the length of her body, exploded out from her back. Her eyes snapped open, and she shot me a hateful glare. Jumping up, she exploded into the air. Her wings spread out. They were beautiful, glittery things with a constantly changing rainbow-like reflection depending on where you looked at them. They flapped excitedly in the air as she pointed at me, her face full of fury. You! How dare you! What have you done to me? Where is Master? Why can't I feel Master? Have you hurt Master, Celeste? I am your master. Number. That's impossible. Search your feelings. You know it to be. Wait. I thought you were a ghost. Aishi looked down, and then at the wings flapping behind her. You! You knocked out my illusion. Die? But you are so tiny. The big-breasted girl looked identical to how she looked before. But, in reality, she was only about 18 inches tall. Her wingspan included, she was only about the size of a cat. Her breast, in reality, was the size of 2 mosquito bites, even if they looked humongous proportionally. Tiny? How dare you? So, you are really not a ghost? Humph! The girl flapped her arms angrily in a way that looked way less threatening on a little creature. Fine. Perhaps I should reintroduce myself. I am Celeste, Lord Carr's house fairy and keeper of this mansion. You are really alive, then? I asked. I mean, that was 20 years ago. Fairies live a long time. Okay, thousands of years to you meager humans. When she noticed me nodding with interest, her face turned red. Stop looking down on me just because I am a fairy. Humans always look down on fairies. I am really scary. Okay, if you don't leave, you'll make me real mad. Ah! I made her cry. Perhaps I did look down on her a little too much. Chapter 112, Celeste has become your slave. Name Celeste class, Elemental Job Adept Wind Magish Enslaveful VL10 Unlocked Jobs Enchant Earl VL2, Tinkerl VL3. Novice Magician VL50. Apprentice Magician VL25 Race House Fairy. I had to whistle as that information popped up in front of me. Celeste was many levels higher than any of us. Although there wasn't a ton of difference between each level of magician, they showed her evolution as a character. She was now an adept wind magician, which explained her brutal wind attacks. I recalled hearing that adept was the state they differentiated into a type of magic. Only truly great wizards were capable of learning them all and being full adepts. I suspected that the way to do this was to not switch to wind magician. Even though it was a stronger job, you needed to keep leveling apprentice up. You would then unlock all of the other magic. And only at level 50 would you have the full adept. Well, that was my theory. I also noticed that she had novice magician and Mickey had basic. Perhaps that had to do with training. Without training, you'd be a basic, moderate, or master magician. With training, it's a novice, apprentice, adept, and so on. We just managed to retake the library. I was planning on visiting it sometime this week to look at such things. Are you ignoring me? The girl finally yelled, her face still very red. I really do want to leave this place. I sighed. I took you as my slave because you were going to attack me. However, if you help me leave, I'll free you as my slave. The fairy flew up to me and then stuck out her tongue. "Who says I'd help you? You can't just take me from the great Lord Carr." "I won't have it. I'll definitely see you dead," I sighed. I really didn't want to do this. But this slave was being really annoying and not at all reasonable. I didn't think she was a bad person. She had chosen to help me when she didn't know who I was. However, she also had some holes in her memory from being enslaved to a cursed dungeon for 20 years. And her isolation had done some things to her mind. Suddenly, I found myself glad I had the slave master job. Slave order, I declared, holding my hand out to the fairy. "Help me get out of this dungeon and protect my life." "I won't." "Aha." She fell to the ground as the slave insignia began glowing, far smaller than it had been on her full-bodied person. "Celeste!" I cried out, falling to the ground as she writhed on the floor. "Just obey." "IW won't," she said tearfully, the symbol on her chest growing even brighter. "Please." "Don't keep hurting yourself," I said, starting to cry. "Carr is my only. I love. Aha. Number. Ah." She was still writhing on the ground. "Stop. Please. Is killing me really that important to you, Number?" "Oh," she cried. "I won't." "Serve. Anyone. Make a slave do whatever you want my ass. This was simply torture. Stop slave order," I finally said, nearly choking. The emblem finally stopped glowing. The girl collapsed on the ground. A moment later she smiled, and then passed out, flopping on the ground with a light thud. My heart was beating so fast I could hear it in my ears. I was breathing hard and sweating too. I pulled out my storage ring and looked inside. There they were, just as Figaro had promised. It was a slave removal die. He gave me a pack of 10, even though I only had to slaves to free. I pulled it out and then put a drop on the fairy's chest. Her light grew brighter and brighter, and then it suddenly shattered. In an instant, she was no longer a slave. She made a few grunts and noises of pain, but she had already passed out. Her dreams wouldn't be sweat, but the pain was nothing compared to what she faced thanks to slave order. I suspected it was because she was such a powerful magician that she could resist slave order so much. That, and maybe an extreme will. It might have eventually gotten the desired results out of her. But it wasn't in my heart to carry on that way. Grabbing my backpack, I froze and looked down at my storage ring. Sighing and rolling my eyes over forgetting the convenience of some magic, I stashed everything into my storage ring. Feeling a lot lighter, I turned around and looked down the stairway into the deeper part of the dungeon. Oh, to heck with it. I will defeat this dungeon, here and now, or I will die trying. I needed to find out what happened. What drove that fairy to that state? Who was Carilli? And what happened to Old Chom? The answers were down there, not up here. It was stupid, but I didn't have a much better chance trying to escape the dungeon. Who knew how deep I was anyway? I could just as easily be on the 98th floor as the second, in that case. If I was on the 98th floor of 100, wouldn't it be dumber trying to head up? I walked down into the darkness, leaving the unconscious fairy behind. Chapter 113. Exorcism! I shouted, my hand outstretched. The ghost screeched as Mana tore it apart from the inside out. It turned to attack me. Quick attack! I blurred, moving way faster than even that night on the floor above could move. The ghost died right there, disintegrating before my eyes. I let out a breath of relief. See, it wasn't suicide. Whoever said I couldn't fight for myself. Now that I was back in my recently fixed leather armor, I was in good shape. I also reset my dungeon points and then redistributed them. There were 2 1-point skills in general that I had been eyeing for a while now, especially after I had died. I had considered giving up portal and map. The skills were exorcism, a powerful ghost spell that did heavy damage and debuff to ghosts, and a sword called Ghostbane that seemed to be able to do high spiritual damage on top of physical. I disliked the idea of summoning a material item with dungeon points, but desperate situations called for desperate measures. Ghostbane with Divine Aura was a very powerful weapon, and as long as I could surprise attack the ghost, I could take them out with ease. I didn't give up map though. Double experience was the skill that I dropped. It hurt to give it up, but giving a preset was out of the question, and map was too important to navigating this labyrinth. Map combined with life sense, and I could even visualize the monsters ahead of me. It was seriously up. By the way, there was a time stop inventory in the dungeon point system too, but it was considered a second-tier item, and thus it was a 5-pointer. There were higher-tier ghost items too, including a 10-point necklace that just repelled ghosts entirely. Exorcism and Ghostbane just happened to be the only 2 I could afford. Furthermore, as long as the ghost didn't physically attack me, my high spiritual resistance from my white mage class also kept me strongly resistant. If there was more than one ghost, though, I'd cast Holy Circle and run. The hallway-like paths of the dungeon were very small. Holy Circle could completely block the path. In other words, I used it to stop the ghosts from chasing me. As long as I kept running, they'd be blocked and have to go around. With that, they almost certainly lost track of me and I could escape. Suffice it to say, I was equipped well in this dungeon. Despite my initial brush with death, I attacked another ghost. This one had the form of a soldier, which I interpreted as being a bit higher level. He wasn't as intimidating as the knight from the floor above, but he was still troublesome. I hit him with exorcism, followed by a quick attack. He turned around and started attacking me. I sanctified the ground while backing up and dodging his spiritual attack. My basic swordsmanship wasn't enough to overwhelm his fighting speed. The only way I could get a hit on him was with my quick attack skill. I changed White Mage to Slave Master, and then leapt at him with another quick attack. Slave Master has increased to level 7. Bond slave has been unlocked. I let out a breath. It wasn't what I was hoping for. I was hoping for a slave locator or slave communication. I had been trying to level slave master this way, hoping I could earn something. Yeah, I was going down instead of up. But being able to trace Miki would be useful if I reached a dead end. Just being able to communicate with my girls would be nice. They were probably starting to wonder where I was right now. Lydia was certainly worried. There was a movement that caught my attention. I glanced over and noticed a head poking out from the corner. E? She suddenly ducked back. Yeah. That weird house fairy found me about an hour after I left her unconscious and had been trailing behind ever since. She hadn't attacked me, but I still worried she could. I could cheat and fight ghosts with my DP system, but I had nothing to stop the fairy if she decided to attack me again. Still, I didn't regret freeing her. I decided to take a quick break to allow my mana to rejuvenate. As I did so, I started going through my jobs and skills again to see if there was anything I could use to help gain an edge in the dungeon. Checking through my jobs, I slapped my head. Of course, true dungeon diver, it was only level 1. It would be very easy to gain 4 to 5 levels quickly. It was a higher tier job too, so I had high hopes for it helping me. Maybe it even offered a means of escaping dungeons. Once I started thinking about my job and skill system, I put other things out of my mind and had already ignored the girl who was watching me sneakily again. I finally continued on, navigating by the use of the map and my sense life. Behind me, a fairy followed. Chapter 114. With the use of Exorcism and Ghostbane, I quickly cleared the level and then headed down to the next one. I managed to gain 3 levels in True Dungeon Diver. I only gained 2 skills. I must have run into another duplicate. The skills were Basic Monster Identify and Resist Curse. Neither left me all that excited. I already had a strong spirit with White Mage, so an increase in resisting the dungeon's curse wasn't needed. Basic Monster Identify only gave me a monster's name. That was it. I couldn't even see their weakness. I reached the end of the level and immediately headed down to the next floor. This mansion didn't seem to have any traps like the last one. I had used detect traps a dozen times, and haven't even got a distant one. This floor contained a ghost called Withering Ghost, and another one called a Spectral Howler. The Howler was annoying. As soon as it got hit, it would scream, summoning any other ghosts in the area. The only way I could fight it was to kill everything else nearby first, and then try to handle it. I wanted to equip Cook and see if there were any food drops, but I still had a month of food remaining. When you pack to feed 3, one person really could last a while. I finally reached a room that looked vaguely familiar. Actually, it looked like a library, but it was a single room I could close the door on. Furthermore, there was a mural on the wall. That was right. This was a place we often treated as a safe room. I had been going on for probably 1.5 days straight. I had depended heavily on refresh to keep myself going. Now that I had a place I could consider safe, I collapsed in a heap. I went about starting a fire and trying to prepare something warm this time. As I set to work, the door opened a crack, and a small little person slipped in. The door closed again. I let out a sigh as I looked in Celeste's location. "What is it that you want?" I demanded. "Eek!" She fled behind a bookshelf. I decided to ignore her. Instead, I equipped my cook and concentrating on making my meal. With all of my skills, soon a fire was raging, a pot was boiling. Flavorful smells were filling the tiny little library, which was never supposed to be used for cooking. I saw the fairy poke her head out again. She looked like she was drooling, her mouth open. "Would you like me to make you some?" I asked. She wiped her mouth and ducked again. But it wasn't more than a second before she was looking out again. She watched as I carefully cooked everything. I created a bigger dish than was needed and made sure to incorporate all my best vegetables into the stew. She was staring at it with a light in her eyes. I didn't even know if fairies could eat. She had been in this mansion for 20 years. So what had she been eating, however, since she was responding to food? I decided to just go with it. I cooked slow and methodically, making sure to enhance the flavor to the best of my cooking ability. She finally floated out, heading to the fire like a moth to the flame, her tongue almost panting. I took the smallest bowl I had and filled it with soup. I then pushed it so it was on the other seat across from me. The fairy eyed it suspiciously at first, but ever so slowly, she took a seat across from me. Finally, she picked up the bowl that was almost too big for her arms, and then drank from it like it was a cup. "Ma!" Her cheeks going pink as she let out a cry. "This is delicious." "What have you been eating the last 20 years?" I asked. The fairy sniffed indignantly. "Fairies are creatures of mana. I feed off the natural mana of the world." "Ah! So I guess I won't need to make you anymore." But fairies also have exquisite taste glands," she suddenly shouted, almost spilling her bowl. "It's considered abuse to not feed your house fairy. It's a rule, a definite rule." "Ah, I see." At least, she was talking to me now. We continued to eat the stew and sit by the fire. After a long day of dungeon diving, this kind of thing was starting to grow on me. Chapter 115. After finishing eating, I stood up and walked over to the mosaics on the wall. I was really hoping these were a staple of dungeons, and not a one-time thing now that I could see this one. I could start uncovering the truth about this mansion. Well, none of the mosaics told a full story. It was all given in pieces. And if I missed a mosaic, who knew what part of the story I was missing? I had no delusions I'd be capable of finishing the lore this time. Destroying it is the most I could hope for. It would be a lot less DP, but finishing the lore involved strange and unknowable conditions. We already solved the lore in the last place, and I still couldn't tell you 100% what we needed to do to fix it. Was it us reliving the scene differently that did it? Or was it the sisters showing up and finally bringing closure to the necromancer? These were questions I didn't have the answers to. "What are those? They're pretty," a small voice asked from behind me. "Isn't this your mansion? Shouldn't you know I shot back Je?" The fairy was eating her third bowl of stew. "That is." "I've seen them before, but Master never explained what they are." She quickly downed her bowl, blocking her face from my incredulous glance. She seemed like a glutton, but she was small. So 3 bowls for her was only a single bowl for me. "This mosaic tells a story," I explained. "Would you like to hear it? Ha!" "Yum." She slammed her bowl down, seemingly very carefree. "Stories, I like stories." "Read it to me." "Very well. But bear with me a bit. I have to extrapolate a lot. I only get pictures and they never tell the whole story." "Okay." She fluttered up next to me, sitting on my shoulder. She was actually pretty heavy. It was like a house cat jumping on your shoulder. However, I ignored her. I didn't want to get on her bad graces. That was all. I cleared my throat and began. "This tells the story of a boy." I started. "He was a noble, born to a generous and loving mother and father. One day, when he was very young, he ran into an escaped animal girl. She begged him to let her go, but he was a noble boy who was taught right and wrong. And he knew she was a slave. He turned her in. She looked at him with hateful eyes, but he knew slaves shouldn't run away. He decided to wait with her and the authorities until the slave's owner arrived. It was an old, ugly, angry man. The noble boy smiled and told him not to be too hard on the girl. The old man responded by pulling out a whip and beating her right in front of the boy. He was horrified. He tried to make the man stop, but he simply kicked the kid aside. When the kid turned to the guards, he had brought the girl too. They said it was the slaver's right. He could do nothing but watch as the girl was beaten to unconsciousness. This was the day it caused a thick knot to grow in his heart. He no longer believed he knew what was right and wrong. He no longer believed that the nobles were right, or that what the guards did was justice. His path turned down a different direction. That was really strange. From what I had heard from the Chom citizens, Karated in freeing slaves. He abhorred slavery. If this was the story of a young Kar, then everything seemed to fit fine. Well, everything except for the house fairy. I glanced over to her sitting on my shoulder, looking at the colorful mosaic with bright eyes. How did she become the slave of a man who abhorred slavery? There was much more to this story than it seemed. Chapter 116. What happened next? Celeste demanded from atop my shoulder. I shook my head. I don't know. What? What is that about? I said. This is only part of the story. There are other rooms like this strewn about the mansion. They should have the other mosaics and will provide more of the story. Really? They do, Celeste asks excitedly. I leaned away. As she was leaning so close, her breasts were nearly in my eyes. They were small, but up this close they looked like the first time I had seen them. They even jiggled a bit, which seemed like it broke the physics engine for this world. Yes. If we keep going down, then... Not necessary, Celeste said excitedly. I'll take you to the next room. You'll tell me the rest of the story if I take you to all the rooms. Correct? Ah. To the best of my knowledge. Sure, yay! She jumped off my shoulder and flapped her wings, flying off. Then, let's go. Let's go. Wait. It's late and I am tired. The next library is probably a few floors down. That's easy. Just follow me. Oh, okay. Celeste is now in your party. Ah, so people from this world can form parties too. It looked like it really was something as simple as follow me. She floated over to a pillar in the middle of the room. I didn't really know what it was. It most resembled the altar from the cathedral, like rooms I had entered in the previous dungeon. She felt around for a moment, and then the pillar suddenly glowed. Here we go, Celeste excitedly said. What a light glowed around Celeste, and then a moment later she vanished from sight. My mouth fell open as I stared at the space she used to be. Was this like what happened when I used return, actually? Most people seem to ignore return. I had a feeling there was some kind of perception filter kind of thing on it. However, what really got my attention was the text in front of my vision. Your party has teleported to another part of the dungeon. You must register with both kiosks to use the dungeon teleportation system. Dungeon teleportation system. I immediately leaped up, shouting out the name. So, to recap, these rooms had doors that could be closed so you could be safe, effectively making them safe rooms. Each one had mosaics that talked about the curse that created the dungeon. They also had a kiosk in the middle. If you registered with the kiosk, you could teleport to any other kiosk in the dungeon you have visited. If I had known this, what happened in that Nina's dungeon never would have happened. I could have transported back up as soon as we found that second cathedral. That was the system this world used to allow dungeon divers to get deeper and deeper into dungeons. I knew as their levels reached 100 or 1000, it would otherwise be impossible. I walked over to the kiosk and put my hand on it. I was looking to see what I needed to do, but a second later it flashed. You have been registered with Car's Dungeon Level 5 kiosk. So, I am Level 5 after all. A moment later, the kiosk flashed again and the fairy reappeared. She was glaring at me with her fists on her hips. Why didn't you come with me? She snapped. I bowed. I am sorry. It says you can only visit rooms you've been to before. I'll have to go down the dungeon the long way, it seems. Mina crossed her arms and blushed. I knew that. Can I get some sleep now? Tomorrow will be a long day. Chapter 117, Ruer! The monster cried out, sending out a wave that took my breath away. We encountered the mid-tier boss on the way down to the next floor. Holy Circle! I threw out my protective barrier. The spectral monster looked like it could barely fit in the small hallway. Under its name, it identified as a raging wither. However, this one seemed to have a spectral body like a giant troll. Well, who was I to try to classify this monster? Rather, I just wanted it dead. It lifted an arm and hit my barrier. It shattered with ease. I let out a noise and stumbled back. It was uncomfortable having a magic barrier destroyed like that. Before the monster could move further, wind slashes flew over my head at the monster. It let out a roar of anger. I thought these guys stayed away from you. I shot at Celeste. She let out a helpless cry. I don't know. They usually don't bother me, even if they're always cranky. Of course, I already expected I knew the reason. She was a slave of the mater of this dungeon. As soon as she was taken as my slave, she lost her protection in this dungeon. Now, the monsters attacked her just as much as they attacked me. Unfortunately, even she wasn't strong enough to win. Shot a ghost boss. It didn't feel quite as dangerous as fighting the Eldritch, but the raging wither still could kill me if I wasn't careful. Worse, I only had one life in this dungeon. Sanctify land, I declared, and then backed up a few steps. I really need to learn some magic. You are just not strong enough. Humph! Celeste snorted. You are looking down on me. In that case, I'll show you real magic. Stall him for a second. Gah! A second. I drew Ghostbane and lunged at the monster. As soon as I struck, I used Create Cushion. When he attacked back, his hand moved like it was moving through molasses. That gave me enough time to run away. That was enough time, as Celeste's summoning seemed to finish. Suddenly, a massive whirlwind shot through the hallway. I backed into a corner as it exploded past me. The force was enough that the hallway seemed to creak as if it was being stretched. I could feel the pressure hammering on my back. I glanced up after it passed me and watched as a tornado-like whirlwind struck the raging wither. It immediately bellowed. It looked like it was being cut all over with hundreds of blades. It was like one her whirlwind slashes. But there were hundreds of them swirling around. It really was a terrifying spell. The monster couldn't face it for very long. It ended up being torn apart. As I realized it was dying, I swapped back to True Dungeon Diver for more experience. True Dungeon Diver has increased to level 5. Basic item Identify has been unlocked. The monster finally collapsed. Sitting in the spot where it disappeared was a pair of boots. I picked them up and looked at them. I immediately used Identify on them. Boots of quickness, increased speed, defense, reduced foot fungus, and improved smell. What has Ma? What have you found? The fairy came over, landing on my shoulder. Ahem. Some boots, I said simply. Casually slipping off my old boots and immediately getting into these. They fit very well. I left my old boots behind. It was time to head to level 6. The day was just getting started. Chapter 118. Level 6 contained monsters called devilish spooks, and a second monster called Ensnaring Vixen. The Ensnaring Vixen, in particular, were very attractive women who made very suggestive gestures to you once they saw you. They were barely wearing any clothing. It made Lydia's hole-filled short Slav outfit seemed like a winter covering. The worst part, though, was that every time they died, they let out a really perverted noise. "On!" she cried out, her hands moving up and down her sensuous body before she disappeared with smoke. "WH, what are you doing?" I cried out as Celeste suddenly moved directly in front of my vision. "You can't see these ones." As it were, I had a very close view of her buttocks, which, while tiny, was nice and round. Her legs were really long. I mean, they were barely a foot long, but they seemed long in proportion to her body. What a pornographic image only shows a girl about 1 foot tall at max. And that can still be arousing. It's the same thing. Except this fairy could move and be touched. Ahem! That wasn't the point. I can't fight if you are wagging your butt. Ahem! I mean, I can't fight when you are in my way. The fairy turned around, stomping her foot on thin air as she glared at me. You can't look at those lewd things. Isn't this your master's mansion? Why does he have those lewd things? To begin with, Celeste froze for a second. This was clearly a question that caught her off guard. It was actually pretty easy to constantly poke holes in her narrative. I was hoping to finally get her to accept that this was a dungeon. Even now, she seemed intent on treating this like it was still her master's mansion. As for the mobs that ran around on each floor, she called them cranky guests, servants, and habitants, since they always respawn even if she killed one. She didn't even see the act as killing, but simply putting them in timeout. However, every time I pushed my luck and tried to get her to see the truth, it always led to the same thing. Fine. If you want to look and lewd ghosts, then I won't stop you. Pervert? She flew a few feet away and then turned the corner, disappearing from my sight. I let out a sigh. Every time she got like this, she'd stop helping and leave for a few hours. However, she'd always find me again and then act like nothing ever happened. It was mind-boggling how immature Celeste acted sometimes. It was hard to believe that she was over 20 years old. She could be significantly older for all I knew. If my map is right, then the stairway down should be around this corner, I mumbled to myself, trying to ignore thoughts of Celeste. I turned and then stopped frozen as I noticed 3 ensnaring vixens. They hadn't been on the map. That was because I had been jimmying my jobs around to try to level, and after being distracted by Celeste's last tantrum. I didn't realize I didn't have a job with life sense equipped. It was an honest mistake anyone could make, but a fatal one when you were all on your own. I couldn't even open my mouth to shout before their beauty filled my vision. 3 beautiful women beckoned me forward, their almost naked bodies on display. By their actions, it was clear they didn't mind if I touched at all. With a dumb smile on my lips, I let them lead me on into their nest. Chapter 119. "Can you touch an ensnaring vix inapparently?" The answer was yes. My hands wandered over all three of their bodies. They were both warm and cold. Their skin felt warm to the touch. But after touching them, there was a bone-chilling coldness deep inside. I ended up instinctively casting weak heal. When that wasn't enough, I started casting moderate heal. I kissed one girl, then the next girl. I slid inside them and had sex. But no sooner had we finished than one of the other girls jumped in from behind. These little mischievous spirits had no limit. So I had them all. I danced with them naked, and time began to pass. I couldn't keep track of time. It all became a blur. The girls were vivacious and always hungry, and so I kept giving it to them more and more. I felt like a champion. As soon as I was ready to quit, they seemed able to spawn me for one more go. Finally, after an incredible experience, I collapsed on the bedding. Their nest was a massive circlet of pillows that filled a small side room. No other ghosts seemed to bother these three who had their own place. The spiritual girls collapsed next to me. As I panted, stroking one girl's shoulder and hugging a second, I shook my head. "Ladies, I need a break." Number. One ensnaring vixen moaned. "Me next!" "I need more," the other cried. "Me!" "Do me next," the third cried. No one else can fill us like you can. A thought suddenly occurred to me. Whenever we were in the middle of it, I always needed to heal. Didn't that mean that these ladies consumed life force, if that was the case? Group heal, I declared, creating a barrier over everyone. Anne. The three girls began to writhe in pleasure. "Oh, ho!" "So that's what you girls want?" I asked, my eyes narrowing. "Then I guess it will be your first. Moderate heal." I began to fill the girls with mana. I equipped Hero to help recover my own, but I managed to keep up with the vixens. When I cast healing spells directly on them, they went crazy with lust. It was really incredible. More time passed, and this time the three vixens collapsed on the ground. And no more. So full. One moaned. "M. Marius, we love you. Our body feels like it's vibrating with energy." He. I stood up, my dick at full mast. "Let's start round 50. "Why, you monster!" At that moment, a door burst open, and a certain fairy shot inside. "You are bad guests! Die!" She shot out wind attacks at the three women. They may have been filled to the brim with life energy, but they were also so full they couldn't even move. They barely even let out a shout before their forms were cut to pieces. I stared down in shock, my mouth open. That's when the charming effect suddenly wore off. Celeste spun to me after the monsters were dead, tears on her face. "W, what happened? You left me." "I thought you were going to leave me forever. I've been looking for 2 days. You scared Celeste. You big me. Hey, what's that?" She pointed down at my erect penis. as I was still very much standing there naked. Ah, Thursday. This isn't what it looks like. I grabbed a pillow, covering my groin area. The fairy's entire body turned bright red. P, 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 P. Now. It's a mistake. I am not a Petit Fifa Führer Verve. Fleeing the room. I am not. I reached out to her while covering myself with the other pillow. Due to extreme sexual deviance, you have unlocked the job pervert. I guess I am. Chapter 120. White Mage has increased to level 19. Healing Circle has been unlocked. I continued to work my way through level 7, and my levels continued to climb. Albeit slower than they might have had, I had my 2x experience unlocked. However, I wasn't willing to abandon the sword and the exorcism skill. They were too valuable in fighting 90% of the creatures in this dungeon. Healing Circle was basically like creating a temporary high recon area. Great for taking a break, but not practical in fights. I also made to levels in True Dungeon Diver. True Dungeon Diver has increased to level 7. Detect Treasure has been unlocked. The other skill wasn't reported to me. But I realized what it was when I noticed I could sense life with both Hero or True Dungeon Diver equipped. I could have used skill analysis. But it only works on skills that are equipped, and I haven't removed White Mage since I entered this dungeon. Since most people only had one job, skill analysis really only worked when looking at others. Fortunately, I could equip a second job, so I bypassed that problem. I was quickly getting a feel for the Dungeon Diver perks. Detect Treasure was sort of like Detect Magic. It would ping an area and I could get closer and closer to it. The first time I tried it, it took me 3 hours and I ended up finding a single gold coin that had been wedged in a door. After that, I decided that Detect Treasure wasn't that useful. Hey, listen! Celeste flew over to me while I was checking my stats. What is it? I asked flatly. What do you plan to do? She asked. Her expression hesitant. Do when you reach the end, when we discover the rest of the lore. What do you plan to do? Celeste demanded. I am just looking to get out of here for now, I sighed. But if I can help your master find peace, I'll do it. I looked down to find Celeste with furrowed eyebrows, as if she was deep in thought. Celeste shook her head and then floated back a few feet. What will happen to me? Isn't that up to you? I asked. You are free now. Free, I nodded. You can choose the direction you head in the future. Do what makes you happy. Celeste nodded to herself. Being next to you makes me happy? I broke into a cough. Ah. That... Well, let's not jump to extremes here. There is still a lot of story to learn. Ah. Actually, I don't know how big your dungeon is. Here is a question. That thing that allowed you to teleport to the other libraries. How many of them are there? There are 5 deeper and 1 above. She nodded. If it's 1 stand 5th, then perhaps they appear every 5 levels. In that case, this dungeon is 30 levels deep. The other dungeon was roughly around 10 levels. And since this one is 20 years old, does that mean dungeons gain roughly a level a year? What is Master talking about? I am just thinking about. Wait. I am not your master. Celeste's face went red. Of course, you are not my master. Who said you were my master? You. Nonsense. I don't like lies. I'll leave again if you keep spreading lies. I sighed. My apologies. Shall we be going? I found it best to change the subject when she got like this. Very well. Celeste nodded. Let's go. Just 23 levels to go, I mumbled to myself with a sigh. Chapter 121. I had been in the dungeon for nearly a week by the time we reached the 10th floor. I had gained numerous levels. White Mage was now 20. Hero was 14. And both Slave Master and True Dungeon Diver had made their way to 10. I earned several skills of interest. True Dungeon Diver brought me Resist Hunger, Reduce Fatigue, and Detect Trap. Detect Trap was pretty self-explanatory. I hadn't run into any traps so far, though, so it seemed useless. Hero offered another unknown skill I had already gotten. It seemed like the more jobs and levels I got, the more duplicates I ran into. Since most people only had one job in their entire lives, it looked like redundancy was common. White Mage got me Group Heal Plus, a presumably larger and more powerful version of Group Heal. As for Slave Master, it had the most interesting skill. It had Steal Slave Life, a skill I did not plan to ever use, and Cap Slave, which I assume meant you could forcibly stop a slave from earning experience. The ability of most interest was actually Duplicate Slave skill, if I understood what it meant correctly. This was a skill that would allow me to imitate the skills my slaves had. At the moment, Miki was the only girl officially registered as my slave. Spirit Fire was a trait I couldn't replicate, unfortunately. I'd have to pay attention to what other spiritualist skills she got and see if I could replicate them. This leads down to the 10th floor, Celeste said, stopping at a door. Is that so? I asked, pushing it open and revealing a library. The library was on the 9th floor, not the 10th floor. Why was... Oh, right. At the end of the library, my eyes fell on a staircase that ran down to the 10th floor. I thought you said this dungeon was 30 floors, I said. Atherty Celeste scratched her head in confusion. That wasn't true. Celeste had said there were 5 more libraries. I assumed that meant 30 floors, so what would A? That's right, I forgot. Every 5 floors was a mini-boss. Every 10th floor was the main boss. I noticed Celeste looking at the stairs uncomfortably. What's the boss down there like? I asked. Celeste blinked and looked back at me. Mean. Ha. Can you defeat him? Celeste shrugged. I've never tried. Let's take a break before we go the rest of the way, I said. This looked like we were going to fight the next big fight. The guy on the 5th floor had already been really tough. That wither had nearly killed us. Now, we had to fight something much tougher. I could put off that moment a little bit. Although I admitted I was starting to miss Lydia and Miki a whole lot, I wondered how they were doing without me. I wasn't too worried, as the townfolk would take care of them. They'd put their prejudices aside and were generally good people. I registered with the teleport kiosk and then went about starting a fire. Soon, I had something tasty cooking in a pot. And Celeste was staring at it with a drooling mouth. I poured her and myself a bowl and sat, taking a break. We ate in relative silence. Despite appearances, Celeste wasn't usually that chatty. Having had no one to speak to for 20 years, that'd do that to you. After finishing my meal, I leaned back and closed my eyes. A little nap before the fight would be good. Suddenly, a large form landed right on my stomach. My eyes opened as I gasped. Sitting up straight, Celeste had her hands on her hips and was standing on me, giving me her best glare. "What is it?" I asked. "No sleeping. You haven't told me the story yet." I turned and glanced at the mosaic. "Oh, yeah." Thoughts of the boss below had caused me to completely forget about the lore. I supposed it was time to reveal one more piece of the puzzle. Chapter 122. I walked back and forth along the wall, looking through the mosaic while Celeste sat down and watched eagerly. Like before, the story here wasn't a clean, cut and easy thing to follow. It didn't seem particularly connected to the first story at all. That story was talking about a young child who had his sense of morality altered by the harsh reality of life. This story involved an older person, grown now. He might have been the kid from the first story. I decided for Celeste's sake, I would read the story as if it was the same. Many years after that kid's life changed forever. He became an explorer and adventurer. He became fascinated with finding some kind of spring. So he went on many dangerous and expensive expeditions, hoping to be able to find it. Celeste fluttered up to the mosaic suddenly, putting her hand on the glass tiles which were organized to looking like a water spring shooting out of the ground. "The waters of life," she said, whispering to herself. "The waters of life." I turned to look at Celeste. She blushed. Turning away and fluttering back to her seat, her head down, putting her head down between her legs. She looked like she was suddenly depressed. I stopped telling the story, watching her curiously for a few more moments. "Please." "Go on," she said, although she kept her head hidden. "He sought out the waters of life. He did this because the woman he loved was sick, and he believed that only the waters of life could save her. Someone who drank from the spring was healed of all disease. Presumably, if someone drank from it every day, they could live forever. I made that last part up, seeing if Celeste would protest anything said incorrectly. Well, with a name like the Waters of Life, it was pretty easy to guess that this story was true. How many tales were there about some mystical spring of eternal youth? This one wasn't quite so powerful. But it did sound like a major temptation, especially for a noble with time on his hands. I continued to read down the mosaic. After much searching, he ended up in a very difficult battle with a group of slave traders. It looked like they had been capturing fairies and turning them into slaves. They called them house fairies. Celeste twitched when I said that part, but otherwise kept her head down. The great adventurer managed to wipe out the slave traders and save the fairies, but he was mortally wounded in the process. This is where the story stops. He collapses to the ground, bleeding to death, while fairies escape in the night sky. His last thoughts were that at least he could save someone. Celeste looked up. Her eyes were watery. This story is sad. I shrugged. The story isn't over yet. The story could be really sad, or it could end very happy, but until it ends. Who knows where it will go? Personally, I find it sadder to abandon a story before it's done because it makes you feel emotions. All good stories should. W. Will you keep going with me? Will you help me finish the story? For some reason, I feel like it is important. I watched her for a moment and realized this went beyond the story on the mosaic. Dungeons were formed from an incomplete lore, a story that never got a proper conclusion. She wasn't asking me to finish reading it. She was asking me to finish this dungeon in the way only a true dungeon diver could. If I didn't help her finish this lore, I had a feeling her memory would never be restored. Nor would she ever be able to find peace. I stood up and looked down the staircase into the darkness beyond. Okay. Let's do this together. Chapter 123. After careful preparation and checking all my stuff twice, I decided it was finally time to head down to fight the boss. White Mage and Hero were the two jobs I decided to equip. Most of the true dungeon diver skills were not really combat helpful. I was hoping to find a way to either leave the dungeon or contact my girls, and the result was failure. Not only that, but I didn't get better at combat either. That is not completely true. Every time a job went up, your status increased slightly. So even though Hero hadn't budged in some time, I was a better fighter now than I had ever been before. Few people were able to level like I was. So it was uncommon in this world for someone to have so many status boosts from low levels. I had the feeling that each level led to exponentially increasing stat boosts, so it wasn't like I was super overpowered. Someone with 5-level -5 jobs may be stronger than someone with 1-level 5 job, but nowhere close to someone who was level 25. You could probably fight a 6 or a 7, but there were limits. In that respect, I was a level 19 mage. But adding all my other stuff, I probably could fight a level 25 or so. Maybe I could survive against a 30 if I really gave it my all. So, The real question came down to what level this boss we had to fight was. He was only the dungeon's first boss, so that meant he had to be somewhat easy. Scree? The Shrieking Wraith. I read the name given to me after entering his boss room. Weakness, Spirit Fire. I ducked out the way, trying to keep my distance from it. Fortunately, since the entire 10th level was just a single room devoted to this monster, there was plenty of space to move. As long as I ran at full sprint, I could get ahead of it, and it seemed easily distracted. Celeste was buzzing around its head, keeping it from focusing on me. Unfortunately, its greatest weakness was something unique to Miki. If only I had her here, we could definitely kill this monster with ease. Ah well, I guess I had to depend on exorcism and ghostbane instead. I made sure to keep the floor sanctified. Although the wraith was flying and I was getting the feeling that sanctifile and only worked for ghosts that walked. Flying ghosts were uneasy hovering over sanctified ground. But they didn't show the signs they were being injured, like the sizzling noise at their feet. I thought about using Create Cushion to try to force him down to the ground, but he slipped out of it with ease. Instead, I quick attacked with Ghostbane, backed up, shot out an exorcism, and then ran away once I attracted too much aggro. Then, I'd let Celeste dance around him, shooting off airstrikes. It seemed effective, as we were able to deal a stream of damage and he hadn't gotten a hit on either of us. Well, that wasn't entirely true. His screech attack must be a mind stun attack. However, I could cure that with some refresh. There was only one real issue. I was starting to run low on mana potions. I mean, I still had 10, but I also had 20 floors to go. As my mana started to get eaten up after 15 minutes of fighting, I found myself resistant in taking another one. I was just starting to back up and allow Celeste to continue her bombardment while I recovered mana the long way when the wraith roared and a skill triggered. He glowed a golden color and suddenly moved much faster. Celeste tried to dodge, but he took her off guard. With a backhand, he struck the fairy's entire body. She went flying like a bug, striking a nearby pillar and collapsing. Celeste! I gave out a cry. I took a step forward but stopped as I realized the wraith had his eyes trained on me now. With Celeste knocked out, the wraith could now focus on the only other person in the room. I gulped. This fight wasn't over yet. Chapter 124. Ah, this is bad, I muttered to myself as the shrieking wraith started advancing on me. I am not really a fighter, even in the best of circumstances. I had gotten through the dungeon up until now by surprise attacks and running away. However, this monster already knew where I was, and running away became a whole lot harder without Celeste distracting the boss. He reached me and slashed down, so I created a cushion to block him. This didn't stop his attack from landing. But it was like being hit by a ton of pillows rather than a ton of bricks. I found myself downing a mana potion without a second thought as I retreated. Group Heal Plus. The healing spell surrounded half of the room, including the space Celeste was in. Group heal allowed me to target who was affected, so the wraith wasn't healed by mistake. It seemed to be sufficient since once I healed her, her eyes fluttered open a bit. However, she still looked groggy and confused. Master?" she asked in confusion. I ducked behind a column as the wraith let out another shriek attack. This time, her eyes opened wider. I was using all of my attacks now without regard for mana at all. I threw another group heal plus and a refresh her way. I cushioned another blow and then used moderate heal on myself. His hits really did hurt. I'd hate to feel one that wasn't cushioned. "I am not your master," I growled out of breath. "Exorcism." Fighting as a mage without any other support really did kill your mana quickly. I found myself downing another potion. I only had a few left. I wanted to cry, but surviving for the moment was far more important. "Use your tornado wind /attack." I cried out, preparing to give her all the time she needed as I hit it with 2 more exorcisms before getting hit by another cushioned strike that sent me rolling across the floor. Why, yes. Celeste finally got her mind back together and then floated up. She began to shine with magic. But I had succeeded in pissing the monster off royally, and all of its attention was on me. It seemed to have used a skill and was now rapidly striking me with claw attacks. I summoned cushioned air, then a magic circle. And then I suddenly went for a quick attack. It was caught off guard. "Switch position! Attack now!" Our bodies switched positions, with Celeste in front of the reeling wraith. I immediately created 3 cushions around it, eating up another mana potion. At the moment, her strike triggered. The wraith was boxed in without escape, and the blades of wind spiraled around it with reckless abandon. The monster was quickly torn to shreds by her brutal spell. I still kept my guard up until her spell cleared and the wraith dissolved into a pile on the floor. Only then did I collapse on the floor and let out a breath of relief. A small jar appeared where the monster fell. However, after chugging 7 vials of potion and casting spells without limit, I was completely exhausted. As for Celeste DC, she was eyeing the jar curiously, seemingly having already forgotten about the fight we were just in. After a few moments of rest, I forced myself to my feet and walked over to Celeste. "What is this new item?" I didn't wait for an answer as I picked it up. I equipped True Dungeon Diver and did basic item identify. "Fairy dust," I read, and then looked over at Celeste. "Celeste is dusty. I am not!" Celeste cried out, her face flushing. There is no other description. And since it was a boss drop, it probably means it has value. It's probably an alchemy ingredient. Right, I was speaking to myself, but Celeste landed on my shoulder and shrugged. If I am not mistaken, fairy dust can only be made by a fairy queen. Made. I wonder if it would allow me to fly. Many fantasy tropes turned out to be true. So why not fairy dust that could help me fly out of curiosity? I carefully opened the lid and pinched it. Well, here goes nothing. I lifted up the pinch of dust over our heads and began to sprinkle. I had gotten excited over the prospect of flying. Besides, I never could have predicted it would have had this outcome. In retrospect, this had been a really dumb thing to do. Chapter 125. As soon as the fairy dust touched my skin, something popped up in my vision. An ally has used a skill on you. Would you like to create a combined skill? Wait. No one used a skill on me. Rather, I sprinkled fairy dust on myself. Was fairy dust considered a skill? It was more like an innate trait that certain species were able to create. In that respect, spirit fire also wasn't really a skill. Miki could create fire as part of her natural tendencies, but it was less something she did and more something she created. Technically, once generating spirit fire, it'd stale it as long as it was provided mana. In that case, spirit fire was really a mana product. It was something that didn't technically exist in this world. In the same manner, as soon as the fairy dust touched my skin, it shined and disappeared. It looked like fairy dust was something similar to spirit fire, in that it had no official physical existence, and its existence was considered a skill or a trait of some sort. Unfortunately, I only had the amount that was in this bottle. Once it ran out, I wouldn't be able to use my combination spell again until I found a fairy queen. While I was having these thoughts, Celeste started rubbing herself against my neck. I was focused on the screen, so I shook her off of me and stepped forward. I now had the capacity to create a new combination skill. What should I combine fairy dust with? What would it create? It was really tough to guess. Which ability would give me something akin to flying? I felt like it'd blend well with a healing ability. However, healing wasn't a problem. The problem was that I didn't have enough mana. I was basically out of mana potions now. But wouldn't a spell that made mana be a little ridiculous wait? Fairy dust was kind of like mana. Right. In the case of spirit fire, it did cause a mana attack, which could hurt ghosts. If I used fairy dust, it was more like a mana healer. How did I know this video games? That was really all I was drawing these conclusions from. Perhaps if I mixed fairy dust with low regen, I could gain a low mana regen too. That would be really useful in fights. Being able to increase my mana regeneration could go a long way so we didn't get this close to dying again. Master. Celeste tugged on my shirt. In a minute. I shook my head. I am still deciding here. Combination skills essentially allowed me to combine one of my skills with an innate ability of my teammate. Maybe I could figure out a way to combine Lydia's speed with a skill too? I didn't know. The big problem with Lowrigon was that it wasn't something I could activate. Therefore, if there was a way to combine the skill, I didn't know how. I needed a way of replacing my mana potions by combining fairy dust with an active skill. Sanctify Land, Healing Circle, Holy Circle number. Wait. An idea popped into my head, a ridiculous idea. Create. Water. Water suddenly came out of my hand. but it had a faint green glimmer to it that immediately made me realize it wasn't normal water. You have created the team skill Create Waters of Life? No way. I let out a cry of shock, instantly pulling out some empty bottles and filling up with the water I produced, which kept coming as long as I pumped mana into it. Deek, the fairy dust is an ingredient to create the waters of life. I laughed. Deek! What? I turned at Celeste's desperate cry and then froze. Celeste was standing nearby. Except that she had the illusion spell make her body full-sized again. Her cheeks were blushing and her legs were held tightly together. But the thing that was most shocking was that she wasn't wearing any clothing. Please. I can't stand it anymore. Take me, she said tearfully. A fairy dust is an ingredient to create the waters of life. It's also a very potent aphrodisiac for fairies. The more you know. Chapter 126. Master. Celeste breathed out, panting with flushed cheeks, even ignoring her glittery wings. Celeste's naked body at full size was a sight that caused me to space out for a moment. Her erotic expression made it even more stimulating. My mouth fell open and I was at a complete loss about what to do. Blood started swelling to other areas of my body as well. This was completely overwhelming. Celeste. I tried to look away. I am not your master. Ah! I failed. Please. I need it, she said, her lips quivering. Please? Put it inside me. I bit my lip to shake myself out of this. What right? It must be the fairy dust. It's some kind of aphrodisiac for fairies, right? Just fight your urges. Okay, you don't need to act on this. How about we just think none, ero thoughts? No. Master. I can't. It's okay. P, please. Just stick it inside me. Ha! Ha! I panted, sweat coming down my brow. L like this. I reached out toward her, all of my willpower disappearing. However, my hand went right through her head, which was still just a simple illusion. That allowed me to snap out of it for a second. Why, you are a fairy. That's right. You are only like 2 feet tall. Celeste's glittery wing folded back, and then she lay down, lifting her legs and spreading, giving me a clear view of that. Even her pubic hair had just a hint of sparkle, and her woman parts looked untouched. It's okay. The illusion is just to make you feel more comfortable, Celeste panted, reaching down and spreading her lips open. If you just put it here, it'll definitely fit. Thursday? That's impossible, I coughed. You are just a little. I mean, I'd tear you in half. Celeste shook her head. Fairies are a creature of mana. Our physical bodies are similarly composed of mana. I am not held together by bone and tissue like you are. My body would easily make room for your size. So, it's okay if Master has me. I am really not your master. Master is master. I won't have sex with anyone but Master. So since I am having sex, you are definitely Master. F first. Change back to your normal form, I ordered. Celeste's body shrank back down, and she was back to the little fairy. She looked far more innocent and delicate as she lay on the floor. I was hoping her shrinking would make the sight of her spreading herself open less dangerous. Strangely enough, it only seemed to inflame my desires to push her down. Strike that. There was no such thing as pushing her down. It'd be like a cat pushing down a mouse. The only choice was to use her as my toy or release. Please. If you don't, my mind will break. Fairies aren't like humans. When we're aroused, we must be relieved to remove that arousal. It won't go away on its own. You must take responsibility for this. What's with those rules? Wait. Can't you take care of yourself? She shook her head. Don't do that. Seriously. Now is not the time to be picky. That's my master must take care of it. I shook my head. Do I have to use? I'll certainly break you if I use it. You won't? Still? How about if I just use my tongue? Why, your tongue down there, but it's dirty, she said, blushing. You? A finger, then? Fine. J, just be gentle. This is my first time. Your first time? How does that work? It works when stupid master puts fairy dust on my head. You didn't warn me to stop. Enough. Please. I am going to die, master. I am not your master. Don't you get it? She said tearfully. I said it. Fairies aren't like humans. We can only have sex with our master. If I have sex with you, and you are not my master, then I might as well kill myself. Why am I only hearing this now? When has it been relevant before? I don't really get it, but basically, you are saying that you can only have sex with me if we are bonded magically. Celeste nodded tearfully. And once a fairy grows sexually aroused, they must have sex, or they will continue to grow hornier until they collapse and die. Celeste nodded again. I sighed. Very well. I am not saying I get it, but do you want to be my slave? Yes, master. Bond slave? Chapter 127. My tongue tastes like glitter. I complained, taking a sip from the waters of life. A feeling washes through me that sort of feels like refresh, but is a bit more subtle. A pinch of fairy dust, and I could literally fill a tub full of the waters of life. So I was really curious as to what it was doing. On the other hand, I had just done things to a fairy, and I wasn't sure how I felt about it. Shut up! Celeste blushed. You didn't have to stick your tongue so deep. Are you giving me pointers on how to lick now? Celeste blushed even more, and finally flew into my backpack to hide. This was notably different from before. where she would abandon the entire room. I continued to test out the waters of life, while she peeked out from the lid of the backpack, but hid back inside whenever I glanced in her direction. I had only fetched it out of my ring because I didn't know how to fetch out individual items very well. And it felt more natural to summon the entire backpack and see what was inside. As for Celeste's disaster, it seemed to have been averted thanks to some skilled Tunga-manship and the tip of a finger. The scene of the fairy writhing on my pinky while. Nope. Not going to think about that. Even I got to blushing when I thought of such things. It was necessary at the time, fairy biology and whatnot. Now, it was time to concern ourselves with moving on and working our way down the dungeon even farther. Today had been closed, though, and I didn't want a repeat. I felt like figuring out what the waters of life could do would be essential for our continued success. After a few hours of testing things, I finally stood up and brushed off my clothing. So, Waters of Life is basically like a dilute elixir. Well, every game had elixirs, but usually, the bottle known simply as elixir was one of the strongest healing potions you could get. It'd heal someone to max health, max mana, and max stamina, basically returning you to peak fighting condition no matter how weak you were. The waters of life were like a very diluted form of that. How diluted? Well, as far as recovering mana, it was about one for the ability. When it came to healing, I'd need to drink around 20 ounces to replicate a single weak heal spell. When it came to fighting, I'd have to be downing this stuff by the gallon. As for stamina, also around 1/5 to 1/4. Perhaps there was some way to concentrate it. Or maybe if my status was higher, the effects would be higher. Right now, if I just dumped more mana into it, it'd just make more water, not stronger water. Still, it meant I could convert my mana into a metric but load of healing supplies, without needing to worry as much about conserving potions. I could move faster and fight harder. The fairy dust was a limited property, but I had enough of it that I could fill a lake in life water. When this was all over, I might create my own fairy fountain. Well, I wouldn't explain those plans to Celeste just yet. She was my slave again. But we hadn't really brought it up. It all just kind of happened. She wasn't fighting me on it, though. And she was calling me master. She also gained all of the effects of being my slave. In other words, for the moment, her being my slave was probably for the best. Once we defeated the dungeon, we'd decide if it was appropriate for her. I'll probably set her free the same as Lydia and Miki. We just had 20 more levels to go. In 20 levels, I could finally obtain peace. Chapter 128. I made sure to keep the fairy dust from getting anywhere near Celeste. However, the water of life I produced as much as I could, filling up every available container and storing them in my storage ring. Once that was done, I began heading down to the 11th floor. This floor had elemental sprites and vengeful spirits. After defeating a swarm of sprites, I noticed a similar glitter, like substance sprinkling down. They're kind of like fairies. Ha! Sprites and fairies are the same. Celeste's face turned red. You! That's not even funny. You might as well say humans are the same as insects. Sorry. It was my mistake. Sprites were a mana-based creature, but they had no real body. They were just a bright, sparkling light that moved around. Fairies had a body and a consciousness. Calling sprites insects was probably very apt. We moved across the floor quickly. When I needed to recover, I drank life water. Since there was seemingly no limit to the amount I produced, I drank enough that I was starting to feel a bit bloated with water. I heard people who downed too much water could die from water poisoning. As I was downing a gallon of water of life after every fight, I wasn't going to face a similar fate. Right, that would be a perfect way to die in another world. I died from drinking too much water of life. With my support skills taking care of almost everything else, my only concern was food. Celeste didn't eat as much as Lydia or Miki, but I would run out before I reached the bottom. I started equipping the food job during battles again. I wanted the collect skill in full effect just in case. I also made no assumption about what creatures happened to drop food. Even though these were ghosts, the collect skill could potentially cause food to drop from any monster. Most monsters in this particular dungeon dropped ectoplasm so far. I had more of it than I cared to speak about. I didn't have to wait for too long. The elemental sprites ended up dropping a hunk of tofu. Even with my cooking ability, I couldn't make the tofu that appetizing. Well, at least I won't starve, I muttered to myself. I continued on fighting monsters throughout the dungeon. Eventually, my job managed to level up. Cook has increased to level 6. Preserve food has been unlocked. If I used purify food, I could keep bacteria and stuff from growing on it, and it lasted a surprisingly long time. A few tests on preserved food seemed to be a more efficient version of this. Since the only fresh food I had was tofu, there was only so much I could do. But it seemed like preserved food only needed to be cast once, and it didn't allow the food to dry out. I found the tofu left out to days looks pretty rancid until I purified it a few times. But even then, it looked dry and not edible. With preserved food, the tofu still looked good after 3 days. Well, purify food probably has more to do with cleaning dirty, poisoned, or cursed food. I reasoned out loud. I was eager to find more foods in the dungeon. Supposedly, there were mega dungeons in cities built around them. The dungeons were hundreds of floors deep, and completing the lore was considered illegal because they were necessary for the city's commerce. What would it be like to visit a dungeon that had already been mapped out, and the monsters already determined for some reason? The thought of it kind of excited me. After being stuck in dungeons and earning lore, it looked like I was starting to become a dungeon diver junkie. Who knew? Maybe after I claimed the mansion and freed my slaves, I might decide to live the dungeon diver life, looking over at the fire pit and the fairy sleeping by my side. I realized I didn't hate this kind of life at all. Chapter 129. Time passed by in the dungeon. Celeste was now a level 15 adept wind magician. As for me, I managed to get True Dungeon Diver to level 8 and Cook the level 7. True Dungeon Diver got me the very cool night vision, and level 7 of Cook got me Create Flame. It wasn't much different than using a lighter, but it was a little better than the flint and steel I had been using to start my campfires. As for Celeste, I was going through her abilities with the skill analysis. It looks like you got Wind Slash at level 5 and Wind Tornado at 10. At 15, you got your next major attack. This is called Windbreak. I am not sure what it does. Celeste nodded, keeping in mind what I told her. She seemed a lot more mindful now that she had accepted me as her master. She always listened to what I said, and rarely gave me issues now. I had noticed a bit of a pattern as I leveled. It wasn't 100% or anything, but it appeared like the best skills showed up every 5. Well, arguing what was best was sort of vague, at least when it came to non-support jobs. It seemed like every 5 gave you something big. For White Mage, I got Weak Heal, Group Heal, Moderate Heal, Moderate Heal Poison, and Group Heal Plus at each of my 5. That wasn't to say that the other skills weren't extremely useful. But what would a White Mage be without the main heal spells? Furthermore, Lydia had gained her swordsman abilities at 5.10 and 15. I suspected that my next level in hero would get me something really good. Perhaps I'd get moderate swordsmanship. Unfortunately, my leveling had taken a hit, thanks to me not having double experience equipped. As for my teammate, she was getting her double experience since she regained her slave status. But Wind Adept Magician was a difficult job to level, and it didn't happen quickly. Is that it for level 14? I frowned, feeling like we're making progress a bit too quickly down the dungeon. In reality, I had lost count of how long we had been in the dungeon. It had been weeks since I had seen the light. I was growing a bit homesick. This next level of the dungeon has a mid-level boss we must watch out for. Master, Celeste explained. I blinked and turned back to her in shock. Did you just say this dungeon? Don't you mean your master's mansion? Don't be ridiculous. Master. Celeste stomped her foot in the air. You are my only master. Celeste seemed to be dealing with things in her own kind of way. It left me feeling a bit awkward. After having sex with her, she had insisted I was her master. However, it seemed to go to the extent that she completely replaced her former master in her heart. I wish I knew fairies better. Was this the most her species could handle? Or was this a psychological problem unique to Celeste herself? In truth, had I been forced to brave this thing up until now without Celeste, I might have gone crazy. I even found my heart opening up to her. I was a bit too soft when it came to women, but I couldn't help it. It may have only been a few weeks since we were down here, but I cared about Celeste greatly now. I didn't love her more than Lydia or Miki, but she had a place in there too. Why is Master looking at me that way? Celeste blushed, and then went and hid in my backpack, which became the place she lived when she was tired of flying, embarrassed, or angry. I sighed. The only answers we'd get would be to find the library on the next floor. It was time to keep moving forward. Chapter 130, Rada. The creature screeched. The bounding Waikai was a difficult mid-boss to defeat. This was mostly because it leapt around a lot. It looked a bit like a monkey mixed with the spirit of a clown. Regrettably, that was the best way to describe the creature. It had big eyes and big lips with pale skin, but it also leaped around, using its arms to swing from the ceiling. Whenever we did a little damage to it, it'd flee. That was the difficult part. It was prone to attacking at the worst moments and then fleeing just as we got to the point we could start dealing some damage to it. Eventually, I had enough. We continued to hunt for the library. But the possibility of the Waikai attacking made every encounter frustrating. Thus, I decided it was time to set a trap. Very carefully, we hunted groups waiting for the next appearance of the Waikai. As soon as it appeared, I immediately used Holy Circle. In an instant, it was trapped in the bubble. It let out a shriek as it leapt around. Unable to get out of the shield I had left for it. Celeste, now? Windbreak? She cried out. The area within the holy circle looked like it had shattered for a moment. This is what Windbreak did. It literally shattered the air like glass. It looked like a terrifying ability as expected of a high-level adept. The Waikai shrieked as it took some heavy damage. I immediately followed it up with Exorcism. That seemed to be enough. As the yokai was obliterated shortly after, at its feet were two items. The first was a pair of gauntlets that sped up your sword strikes. I put them on. With my faster footwork, these gauntlets, and quick attack, I'd be a lot more dangerous. As for the second item, I was a little surprised when I noticed it. That's right, I left Cook equipped. It looked like when Collect was equipped. It was possible to get both a normal drop item and a cooking item. As for the cook item from Abbas, it was naturally very good. This looked to be the meat of a full pheasant. However, when I glanced at it, that was truly when I was impressed. With item identify, it said, after consumed, gain stat bonus is for 24 hours. This told me that cooking in this world, at a high enough level and with the right ingredients, could have some major power boosting elements. Abram smells good, Celeste said, looking down at the pheasant in my hands. I casted Purify and Preserve on it, then put it in my storage ring. At that rate, it should be good for a few weeks. We'll cook this on the 19th level. It'll help us take out the boss. Celeste nodded, basically accepting anything I told her at this point. The pair of us continued to walk around the dungeon level 15, even after we had discovered the exit down. escaping wasn't our only priority. We also wanted to find out about the story. We finally found the library. This was one of the harder ones to find. Had I not been looking for it, we would have passed it a dozen times over. As usual, I sealed the entrance, registered with the kiosk, and then set up a campfire. After making food and settling down, only then did I stand up to study the murals. Celeste flew over and sat on the steps, eagerly waiting for me to tell her the next part of the story. All right. So, where were we? Chapter 131. So, last time, the adventurer had been seeking the waters of life, and then he was injured fighting slave traders. He barely managed to save the fairies, but he himself was left mortally wounded. WH, what happened next? Celeste demanded. This mural starts up revealing that the adventurer was saved by the fairies. They took him to their home, which sat around a spring. Using the waters of life at far, they brought the adventurer back from the brink of death. There, he ended up living with the fairies for some time. In particular, he seemed to become good friends with the fairy queen. Actually, as time passed, it seemed like the fairy queen had fallen in love with the man. Having found the waters of life, the man asked the queen if he could collect some of it and sell it. She gave him permission, and he returned to the human world with bags full of it. The man grew rich by selling the water of life. He became known as a benevolent and kind person who sold the healing water and saved hundreds of lives. In the end, he built a city and lived in a magnificent mansion. However, waters of life were always in demand, and the man would make trips back to the spring to take more water. The fairy queen, blinded by her love, continued to give away the waters of life until the spring began to shrivel up. However, the man was not an evil man. He saw this state and promised that he wouldn't take any more water. What he didn't know was that his last visit was seen, and now someone else knew the position of the waters of life. Well, Celeste demanded. I gave a wry smile. Yeah, that's where it ends. Ah, why does it always end like that? The story is a tease. What a tease! I hate it. Stupid story. Celeste flew around the room, raging a bit at the unfulfilling end to the story. As for me, I sat back and considered things. So, Car's fortune was obtained by draining the waters of life. I had a feeling the waters of life in the spring were more potent than what I could create. I wondered if the fairy queen made the waters using a create water spell, or if she simply sprinkled fairy dust into a spring for a long period of time. Do you know anything about fairies? I asked. Celeste stopped her raging to glance over at me. I mean, how does the fairy queen work alongside the fairies? What's the importance of the waters of life? What is... Ahem. The breeding habits. When does the queen release the fairy dust? Thursday. That... Celeste blushed. I don't remember. I smacked my head. Seriously. Sorry, master. I am sorry. number. Forget it. It's fine. Thinking about it. Whatever happened, likely the queen and all the other fairies are dead. Celeste is probably the last of her family alive. Something bad certainly happened and they were destroyed. Carr probably helped save slaves so fervently as a means of atoning for the sins of his past. However, there was still a missing part of the story. Why had the mansion suddenly turned into a dungeon? What had happened to this place that filled it with ghosts? I wouldn't get any answers here. There was only one choice: to keep going deeper into the dungeon. Somewhere down here is the final answer to this lore. Chapter 132. The only way to get answers was to keep heading down the dungeon. There were several times I considered teleporting to the 5th floor and trying to go back up. The only reason that I didn't was that I had a sinking feeling that Celeste wouldn't join me. Until we reached the end of this journey, Celeste would continue to be a mystery. That mystery was currently sitting on my shoulder humming to herself without a care in the world. I let out a sigh. Looking through the map, we were making progress very quickly now. We were on the 19th floor. The last 4 floors had taken a day each. The next boss was the second to last for this dungeon. It filled me with a bit of dread. We were barely able to defeat the last both. And truth be known, the mobs here were getting kind of tough just for the 2 of us. Even my cheat skills and her high level weren't enough to handle this floor. We were fighting a maligned man on Glaxspur, which was a flying creature that wasn't really ethereal at all and was more like a vampire bat with arms. The bloody poltergeist was just what it sounded like. They both took a lot of concentration to fight. And we were forced to run away several times. Should we start grinding now? I had managed to avoid too much grinding by taking shortcuts up until now. However, it was a staple of games to grind. My levels seemed to meet what was safe for our abilities. Furthermore, the bosses were always a lot more difficult than the mobs. I wasn't sure if we'd survive fighting this boss. A few of the previous ones had been close calls. Grinding, Celeste blushed, floating off my shoulder and backing up a few feet while touching her index fingers together. Master. I shook my head. Let's find the last library and then decide what to do there. Celeste remained frigidity, but I ignored her behavior. I was very used to her oddities by now. Instead, I focused on the map and finding the pathways we hadn't explored yet. We continued to map out the floor, only knocking out monsters when we absolutely had to. Suddenly, I stepped on a stone and it glowed. A trap! I let out a cry of surprise. Up until that point, I had not run into any traps. This had given me the impression that this dungeon didn't have traps. Apparently, that was a mistake. I should have kept checking every level. This was also the familiar teleportation trap. I was being taken to some other part of the dungeon again. I barely had a moment to glance back at Celeste's surprised face as I was teleported away somewhere else. Well, teleportation wasn't a lethal death trap. There were some traps with endless pits, spikes, or poisonous gas. Those were much scarier. I could even call this trap to be somewhat lucky. After the teleportation finished, I glanced around the room cautiously. I immediately checked my map to realize I wasn't on a level at all. I was on a boss floor. Scree! Wait, that sounded familiar. I looked up to see the shrieking wraith. I had been teleported back up to the 10th floor. This was the 10th floor boss. Last time I fought him, he had almost killed Celeste. This time, I may be slightly stronger, but I was all on my own. Chapter 133. Scree. Damn, I thought I killed the boss. Does that mean that the bosses respawn? Why do the bosses respawn? Well, I supposed it made sense. Monsters were supposed to respawn. In fact, most dungeon divers mine dungeons. So if the resources were finite, they'd probably not be terribly successful. With no slave to hide behind, I could only equip hero and white mage and keep my distance. There was one option. I could swap with Celeste. Overall, Celeste was far better at fighting this creature than I was. However, could I really do that to her? Even if I left a note or something, it would be really cruel. Then I recalled seeing her on the floor after being swatted like a bug. If I abandoned her, that could end up being her fate. There was no way I could allow this to happen. Ah? Damn. Exorcism. I threw spell out at the shrieking wraith, causing it to scream in pain. The one advantage I had this time, other than a slightly faster strike from some gauntlets, is the tons of waters of life. Operation Whittle Away the Boss. Let's begin. Deciding to concentrate on exorcism. I kept my distance, hitting it with exorcise spells. Drink waters of life a sip at a time, my regeneration ability was incredible. Damage, mana, and even stamina were recovering as fast as I could drink. This meant I could attack him all day. Scree! What? I felt like I could handle his stun attacks a bit better now, too. Furthermore, he didn't have any other special skills that had distance. As long as I kept running back and ducking behind columns, there was nothing this guy could do. The battle was long and grueling, and I drank probably half of the water of life during the battle, which lasted many hours. I would have collapsed a long time ago without the water, but with it, I felt completely bloated. Trudging along with some difficulty. Exorcism, I panted. The spell hit him one more time, and finally, the shrieking wraith collapsed to the ground, dying. He did not drop more fairy queen dust. Instead, he dropped something called wraithbane. It appeared to be a rare ingredient used in alchemy. I tossed it in my ring and collapsed. Taking in deep breaths, the doors both behind me and in front of me opened. It appeared like I could go back up. Now I understood why the library was on the 9th floor. If it was on the 10th floor, I'd have to fight the boss again every time I teleported to it. As for why the cathedrals of the other dungeon were different, that was a baby dungeon and perhaps things hadn't settled yet. As I got back up to my feet, A voice cried out, which caused me to nearly trip. Master! My eyes shot up in surprise. It is Master! Another voice cried. Lydia and Mickey were already running towards me at full tilt. Both girls looked haggard and like they had been crying. There were splotches of dirt on their faces and various cuts and bruises. It looked like while I was working my way down with Celeste, my girls were fighting desperately on their own too. Lydia even looked like she was limping from an injured ankle. Had the village really let them enter this dungeon on their own? Lydia? Miki, I smiled and then started to turn worried. Oi! Slow down a bit. I am a bit weak. Wait! Neither girl slowed down, and I was tackled by the combined weight of two small girls. It was an instant KO. Pinned under two girls desperately holding me while crying. Well, this wasn't a bad life either. Chapter 134. We had returned to the 9th level. The girls managed to walk into the boss room shortly after I had defeated the boss. So it looked like there was at least one trick to helping people get down to the next level. The door closed as soon as we left the room. That must mean that the boss was respawning now. I was interested in seeing how long it would take. In the meantime, healed the girls and gave them both some water of life. Both girls were dirty and starving. I thought the village would take better care of them than this. It's not their fault. Lydia said quietly. Miki and I decided together to sneak out and enter the dungeon on our own. We didn't realize how long it would take. I didn't pack very well. We ran out of food 2 days ago. We forgot to bring a change of clothing. I forgot how much Master did for me when we were in that dungeon back then. Her eyes grew teary. Miki patted her on the back. It's okay, Lydia. I didn't know what I was doing either. Grr. Both girls blushed, and it wasn't clear which stomach rumbled. As it were, I actually had a change of clothing for both girls still in the bag. Our official dungeon bag had been packed and taken by me. That was part of the reason I didn't struggle so hard. The other reason was that I had all of those support skills which took the pressure off of some of those things. I started a fire and the girls made noises of shock as I was able to start it with a flick of a finger. My create fire skill came into play. I then made a basin of water and washed the girls. Well, I had offered to turn away and let the girls wash, but somehow I had gotten roped into doing it. While that was going on, I used a chunk of my good rations. I still had tons of tofu to eat, but I felt the girls needed a feast. The girls ate excitedly, and I suddenly remembered how quickly food went when your partner wasn't the size of a fairy. Even Miki was feeding herself now, engulfing the food with ease. I supposed there was no way that she could pretend to be weak after fighting her way down to the 10th floor. In fact, I allowed the girls to join my party, and I could see how hard they struggled based on their levels. Lydia was now a level 30 swordsman, and Miki was a level 25 spiritualist. They had both truly fought many difficult battles to get here. The door finally opened, heading down to the boss. It had been about an hour before the boss spawned. I was a bit surprised it was so quick, but it made sense. Looking down into the darkness below, I finally let out a sigh. "Master, what is it?" Lydia asked, her brow furrowed. "There is someone I left behind down there," I said cautiously. "I am going to have to leave you." Both girls let out cries of shock. "Elle, leave! Master, and no!" "I am sorry. I stepped on a trap and ended up back up here. That's why I ran into you guys. I am glad, but I abandoned a friend who has been helping me down this dungeon. I must return to the 19th lore quickly. I can teleport to the 15th quickly and using the maps make my way to the 19th. It shouldn't take more than a day." "Then we'll come with you," Miki protested. "You can't teleport unless you register with the kiosk." "I'd take you down by hand, but that could take a few more days, and I worry about her mental state alone." "Master?" "Furthermore, the levels are much harder after 15. You two can't handle it yet. You need to become stronger." "Ah." Lydia's eyes instantly brightened at those words. Being stronger was something that she understood a bit better. It wasn't inaccurate either. The 19th lore was a dangerous place. I have the benefit of many extra jobs and tricks. Not to mention my cheat sword and cheat spells. Celeste was already level 50 on her first tier job and nearly 20 on her second tier job. Comparatively, Lydia and Miki weren't even in the same league. I suspected that Lydia would unlock some kind of advanced swordsman at 50. And Miki would get some kind of stronger form of spiritualist. However, they needed to keep fighting hard enemies. "We understand." "Master?" Miki lowered her head. "I'll be waiting for you both on the 19th lore. We'll take that boss out together." The two girls' eyes brightened at those words. However, Lydia still looked a bit uncertain. "Master," Lydia said, shifting anxiously, "before you leave, there is still something I would like you to do." "What is that?" I asked. "Make me your slave." Officially. That was right. I never took Lydia's slavery yet. Chapter 135. I equipped Slave Master and then took over Lydia's slave status. It went rather smoothly. I pushed mana into her and shortly after, it was done. She hugged me, her melons pressing against my arm. Afterward, having her so close made me self-conscious, so pulling some of the water from the water basin, I started to clean myself as well. Meanwhile, Lydia was grinning like a cat sitting beside me, her tail wagging happily. "Lydia is now your slave." Finally. Hee hee. "I am truly Master's woman," Lydia responded excitedly. Master's second," Miki giggled. "Je." Lydia shot Miki a tearful look. "I am first. I was first. You are number 2, Miki sniffed. "Ah." I sighed while washing my body carefully, prompting to sets of sharp eyes to land on me. "And never mind." The look in the girl's eyes were scary. I suddenly decided immediately it was better to not say anything about making Celeste a slave at the moment. In fact, I mentioned her down there, but they didn't even know she was a woman. Well, I'll take care of that when it comes to it. Masturbate her? Lydia blushed while eyeing my body, making me feel like covering myself with my shirt again. You are looking very handsome these days. I raised an eyebrow. I've been in a dungeon for the last few weeks. That's impossible. Miki nodded her head. You are really lean and muscular now. Plus, you give off an air of manliness. It's really... SS sexy. Miki turned away, also blushing. It was clear Lydia had rubbed off on her the last few weeks. Her being able to say something like I looked sexy was clearly Lydia's work. Both girls loved me and hadn't seen me for a while. Plus, they had been in a dungeon for over a week themselves. Likely, their standards on handsome were very low right now. I could look like a troll and they'd probably find me handsome right after I fed and clothed them. We spoke for a while longer. I showed them how to register on the kiosk. Neither girl could teleport anywhere else in the dungeon since they hadn't registered at any of the other kiosks. But they were excited by learning about this possibility. On that note, did you guys see a library on the first floor? I skipped it. The two girls looked at each other and then nodded. Why, yes. We saw it. Did you by chance look at the mural? I'd like to know what it showed. Perhaps it will help me somehow. I did look at it. It's kind of confusing, Lydia admitted. Miki shrugged. It had to do with the destruction of Chom. Some woman cursed the inhabitants of the mansion and led to the ghosts taking over the mansion. Some woman? I asked in surprise. Just some woman, not Carr. I mean, a nobleman. Miki shook her head. Not a man. It was a woman. Oh. But she wasn't human. Really? Miki nodded. She had. Wings on her back. They were wings like a bat, and her black eyes were filled with rage. It was a scary mural. I didn't like sleeping there. Thanks. I smiled, but deep down it left me feeling a bit confused. Lydia nodded, confirming that they both saw the same thing. It was possible that their interpretation was different from what I would have seen. However, I only had their testimonials to go on. Going to the 5th floor and working my way up would take a lot of time. And I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to learn any more than what they said. I suppose it's about time that we leave. I sighed. No. The two girls threw themselves at me again. I patted their heads and reassured them. We stayed like that for as long as I could allow. I couldn't breath easy until they were all safe, Celeste included. I didn't know when she was added to that list, but now she was just as important to me as these two girls in my arms. Chapter 136. After spending a few more hours chatting and discussing things, we needed to move on. although the closest I could get to the 19th floor was the 15th, and it could still take a day to get there. So I wasn't worried that a few hours would make a difference. We finally strapped up and armored up. The three of us went down together to battle the shrieking wraith. It appeared again as expected, and I helped the girls defeat it this time. Its weakness was spirit fire. And there were three of us. Using Miki's power, this fight was considerably easier than the previous one. I wished I could bottle spirit fire. Miki said there were ways to do it. But the bottles were pricey, and we certainly didn't have any in this dungeon. As for the boss, it took hours to defeat it last time. This one was knocked out in under 15 minutes. I almost felt like crying. Lydia's quick attack movements were amazing. And compared to Celeste's lazy air dodges, she truly seemed like an unstoppable feline. I was able to hit it with circles of spirit fire and my weapon, and found that if Lydia used her combination skill to add spirit fire to a sword, she could hand it to me and the blade would remain enhanced. In that way, even I could do massive damage. The only surprising thing was that after I found that the drop was 2 items, this turned out to be the Wraithbane again. If my guess was right, bosses dropped an abnormally good item, like a magic item or a super rare ingredient, when they were defeated for the first time. After that, they resort to something more standard like an ingredient. As for the second item, it was clearly food. I realized I had left Cook equipped. I had been fighting without the basic swordsmanship skill. I hadn't even noticed. When it comes to slashing a monster, the skill wasn't difficult to pick up. This confirmed that at least for some skills, you could actually replicate a skill's abilities without technically having the skill equipped. I suspected this with cooking, because you could cook really well without having the cook skill. The basic cook skill filled in weaknesses. However, if you studied carefully, you could use the basic cook skill to learn basic cooking without the skill. In other words, I got basic swordsmanship and thus had the knowledge of using a sword pushed into my head. But weeks of using that sword and depending on that knowledge had ingrained some of the forms into my head. And at least for fighting a basic monster, I could function at a level without the skill. On the other hand, if I was fighting another swordsman and had to parry, I hadn't practiced that and would likely lose without the skill equipped. It was that kind of thing. I also realized something that caught me off guard. I had Cook equipped, which means I didn't have Charm equipped. I can't tell what job I have equipped. There is no clear inventory screen that tells me. I just switch skills and physically tell the difference. For example, I have more mana with White Mage and more stamina with Hero. So, when the girls were eyeing, I had assumed I had Charm upon me. I checked my notebook twice. There was no charm up for my cooking job. That means the girls were checking me out despite not having increased charm. Ah. That was right. I had slave affinity attached. It makes slaves like me more. Lydia started noticing me after I officially made her a slave. That explains everything. No, I am not making excuses. I am a pragmatist. Girls don't check a guy like me out. Lydia and Miki may like me because I saved their lives. But I had no illusions. I was handsome, even if I lost weight. Both girls were way out of my league. Deep down, I knew that I didn't really deserve their affection. Anyway, with the collect skill equipped, a food seemed to always be left behind. This one was called a light tuna, and it specifically improved endurance. I purified and preserved the food, took out a knife, cut it in 2 long sashimi strips, and then handed half of them to the girls. "Keep your endurance up and reach me as safely as possible," I said, tossing back my hair, which was getting a bit long now. I should probably tie it in a ponytail, but I felt that looked a little girly. Well, I didn't have a beard. But my face was a bit gristly now, so it's possible I could rock the ponytail look. The girls looked at me with wide, watery eyes. It was clear they didn't want to part. Once I freed them, I hoped they'd still have feelings for me. But I shielded a part of my heart just in case they found me repulsive once they no longer were bound by slavery. While having such thoughts, I shared my supplies with them and made sure they were ready to take on the dungeon now. This independence would be good for the pair. I kept the storage ring and gave them my backpack. They had enough food, water, and water of life to last for a few weeks. We said goodbye and hugged closely. This was not the same as last time. They were both my slaves, and I accepted them in my party too. I could swap with one of them at any time and keep up the communications. I even demonstrated it to them before they were reassured. I promised to swap once a night with Miki so that I could report. Why Miki? Because Lydia was still uneasy around ghosts and would freak out if left alone. Like that. The girls went down to the 11th floor, and I went up to the 9th. As the door shut behind me, I touched the kiosk and teleported to the 15th floor, with my heart feeling refreshed and my course clear. I started the trek back to Celeste. Chapter 137. Upon reaching level 15, I began my solo trek back down to level 19. I realized as I went that I had perhaps been taking Celeste a bit for granted. Her wind attacks had been extremely useful, and they kept the monsters at bay while I could dish out damage with exorcism spells and an occasional quick attack. It had worked splendidly for us, but without her, or any of the girls for that matter, I felt like I was fighting with one arm behind my back. I re-encountered the bounding yokai. Like before, it was a pain in the ass. I eventually decided to just floor it to the 16th floor rather than try to continue to battle it. I was interested in seeing what kind of ingredient it dropped now that the first time bonus had been dropped. But I didn't want to waste any more time. I continued to work my way down, and as I did so, my levels increased satisfactorily. Hero has increased to level 15. Moderate swordsmanship has been unlocked. In an instant, I gained the ability to handle my sword a lot better. I would never be as fast as Lydia, though, so I still took hits. Fortunately, I was a white mage, and white mages had a high resistance to ghost attacks, which were more spiritual and less physical. I managed to reach level 17 before it became nighttime. Casting all the safety spells I could, I did a switch with Miki as I promised. My body suddenly appeared. I was lying in bedrolls, and Lydia was on top of me with a lewd expression on her face. Furthermore, her hand was in my groin region. Her eyes widened at the same time as my own. "What are you doing?" I asked. I had switched bodies with Miki. That meant that at this moment, Miki had been in this position under Lydia immediately before I swapped them. What were they seriously doing and oathing? Lydia leaped off me and then blinked, muttering under her breath. It was just training. Miki always gets so shy. She couldn't even muster up the courage to ask Master for that before we parted. Huh, did Miki want something from me and never mind. Lydia shook her head and then jumped back on me in the same way she had just been on Miki. Her hand boldly going to the same place. Since Master is alone, perhaps Master should have me. Ah, but Miki isn't here, Tiesk. I know. That's why I took care of her first. Lydia. I bopped her on the head. Quit being lewd. You are cuter when you don't try so hard. She rubbed her head and moaned pitifully. Sorry, Master. It's just been a long time. I never thought about it much, but after we did it, Suddenly I find myself thinking about it more and more. Ah. Actually, now that you mention it, I just obtained a job skill along those lines. I've kind of been ignoring it. But it might facilitate those kinds of things in the future. A new job, Lydia cocked her head. Any new skills? Actually, I never equipped it to check. I laughed. I suppose it can't hurt to try it out. Pervert is now equipped. Insatiable appetite has now been unlocked. I froze. Master, are you okay? Lydia asked, noticing my lack of action. My head turned to her, and then a creepy smile formed on my face. Master, I leaped on the tiger. Pervert was a scary job. There was a saying that fit the situation. When you ride a tiger, there is no safe way to get off. It was something like that. Ludanimistic noises filled the dungeon level. Even the ghosts were too afraid to investigate. Chapter 138. A few hours passed, and I finally put on my clothing. Ahem. Miki is probably panicking right now. Lydia blushed, quickly dressing too. Sorry, I was selfish and took too much of Master's time. I think when you guys reach the 15th level, I'll have to teleport up and give Miki a reward for her time. Lydia nodded. She will definitely pull pranks on me after she finds out. Ah. We could say a monster attacked or something. Lydia shook her head sadly. She'll smell Master on me. She'll know the second she returns. Ah! It seems I did something thoughtlessly. I was repenting. Pervert was a very dangerous ability. I lost complete control. On the one hand, I was able to keep up with the tigress for most of it. On the other, I felt a bit like a pervert. It seriously emboldened me, and I even did things to her I normally wouldn't. Master. Did I do something bad? Lydia asked nervously. And no, not at all, I defended. Lydia nodded. Ah. Master kept spanking me. I am sorry. I immediately lowered my head, repenting instantly. That was just... I won't do it again. And no, Lydia protested. Actually, I liked it. I learned during training that men might hit during sex. I just didn't expect it to feel so. Good. Ha. I need to go. When she said things like that and looked shy, it was more effective for me than when she was openly horny. Even without pervert, I was thinking of pushing her down again. Master, Lydia asked, cocking her head. What is it? Once you reach level 19 and us 15, wouldn't it be possible to switch with your switch position ability? And then teleport back. That way, you could bring us all with you. In fact, shouldn't we have just done that to get to level 15 from 9? Master, well. Why didn't I just do that? Ah. Training. That's right. The monsters are tough, duh. And I want you both to level until you are strong enough. You are only level 30. I admit I am only 20. But also have the support of many jobs, some high tier, and also some dungeon point skills, so I am more capable. Lydia nodded and smiled, and I let out a breath that she bought it. If she knew the reason was simply that I hadn't thought of it, she definitely would look down on me. Well, I wasn't wrong about feeling they should level. Admittedly, they might be able to level faster if they joined me. The levels after 15 were dangerous, and I wasn't certain I could keep them safe while helping them level. There was also one major reason I wasn't eager to bring them down with me. That was Celeste. She was a bit fragile, and I was a little worried she'd react negatively to more guests in her mansion. I wanted to meet with her first and give her time to adjust to the idea before I introduced her to the other two girls. I remembered how violently she had reacted the first time I had shocked her. She had nearly killed me. She was technically my slave now, but if I used an order she didn't follow and hurt her. Well, I didn't want the other girls to see that. Simply put, I wanted to mediate the situation. With those thoughts, I finally returned to my camp. There, written on some parchment, was the slopping writing of Miki. She had left me stuff to read. I smiled and equipped my scribe skill. I still didn't have enough experience with reading to pick up the language skill without scribe set. Working my way through the note, I smiled. Dear Master, I am so happy to be your slave. You have done so much for me. You are the greatest. The first part was full of praise and compliments. She clearly was being very affectionate, and her love was being transmitted through her note. However, new parts were written. Each time a little messier, more frantic, and more heavily pressed on the page. We haven't switched back yet. What's going on is Master all right? I am so worried. There were even a few tears on the page. I really had worried her. This made me feel bad. Then I reached the bottom. The page had numerous rips, and it looked like it had been crumpled up at some point. You are fucking her, aren't you? I hate you. You send me into a dark dungeon, and then you have sex with her. I'll never forgive you. Master is the worst. Master is. My brow furrowed as the note grew more and more violent, until even I had trouble reading it. Then it suddenly stopped. I was sweating just looking at the message full of angst. I seriously messed up. It was then that I noticed a single line on the back of the note. I turned it over and read, "I am sorry I peed on your bedroll." Wait, what I looked over to see the bedroll did indeed have a giant wet stain on it. What was she doing? How did she being angry over another woman led to her peeing on my bed? Is this the so-called marking her territory I sighed? Somehow, I felt like I deserved this. After washing the bedroll, I left it hanging to dry and then slept on the cold, hard, rocky ground. I would definitely make it up to Mickey later. Chapter 139. I continued to fight my way down to the 19th lore. Once I met up with Celeste and settled things down below. We'd find the 19th level library, and then I'd teleport up to the 15th to meet up with the girls. At that point, I could help them get the rest of the way down to the 19th lore. Their appearance had been sudden at first, and my concern over Celeste had overtaken my common sense. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized it'd be better to meet back up and fight as a group. Although I recalled the adventurers telling me that experience didn't get split when you were separated. So they gained more experience on their own, as did I. Part of the reason I hadn't been leveling very fast either was my lack of 2x experience, and the fact I was in a party with someone who was much higher than me. Simply put, once we all got together, our leveling potential would slow to a crawl. Double experience only worked on me. So even being able to drop my cheat skills and my usefulness in battle wouldn't help the party by very much. Still, when it came to safety, I think fighting as a group was best. Although the girls had plenty of healing water of life, they had no form of combat heal. Their current level should be able to get them down to level 15 though without me. Especially since they now have my party status up, and Lydia gained my slave status up. Both girls should be much stronger now. Because of that, does party status work at a distance? Well, I'll ask Lydia tomorrow night. What was important now was keeping my head and finding Celeste. It was nearing night when I found the stairway leading to the 19th lore. I really hoped that Celeste was all right. In the past, she was still set to a slave of the dungeon's boss, so the mobs all left her alone. Now that she was my slave instead, she was truly alone and could seriously get hurt. I wanted to go down, but I felt really exhausted. Instead, I decided to create a fire and camp out here for the night. As I was cooking my meal, I saw something coming up the stairs. I immediately recognized it as Celeste. She was sniffing as she approached the stairs carefully. Why was it always food that caused this girl to come out of her shell? She was such a glutton if she kept eating like this. No. Even in my imagination, I can't see a fat fairy. Celeste! I cried out excitedly. Celeste looked at me with lightless eyes. But as soon as they locked on me, a fire exploded, and she flew at me like a bullet. Master! She screamed as her form ran into my chest. She may be a fairy, but fairies in this world were still about 1.5 feet. This was easily enough to cause me to stumble back onto my butt. Master! Master! She started crying. You came back. I thought you left, but you came back. Ha ha. Sorry. I stepped on a trap, it seems. I held her close. I felt relieved now. Suddenly, all that stress and worry, even leaving the other girls behind, didn't seem to matter. We had all the time in the world. Why was I worrying about leveling the fastest? Safety was much more important. As soon as we found the 19th floor library, I'd return to the 15th floor and reunite with the girls. While I was thinking those kinds of thoughts, Celeste pulled back. She was staring at me with eyes that suddenly felt a little scary. I was a bit confused, so I raised an eyebrow. Celeste, what is it? I asked. I smell a woman on you, her voice said, completely devoid of expression. Chapter 140. Huh, I said, sniffing my own shirt. I hadn't really cleaned thoroughly since I slept with Lydia, but it couldn't be that bad. You've been with another woman, she said, her voice still flat and her eyes staring at me unblinkingly. Ah. Yeah, I smiled to break the tension. I ended up teleporting back up to the boss on the 10th floor. After I defeated him, I ran into my friends. Isn't that great? Friends, her eyes narrowed suspiciously, and then she sniffed again. Animal girl. How could you? Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. I let out a noise of alarm. What are you talking about, Yes, they're animal girls and slaves. They were my party before I ended up in this dungeon. What dungeon? She said. You brought me to your mansion. And then after everything, you fall for another woman. What, Celeste, you bastard? She cried. After everything I've done for you. I gave you all of the waters of life. I've even given you my virginity. How could you fall for someone else? What are you talking about? Are you okay? I was seriously worried. What was she even talking about? I knew she got confused. But this was a bit strange. It was almost like she saw me as. Celeste, who am I? Why, you are a cheater, she cried out. Those slave girls. Always trying to free them. I knew it was bad news. I knew that you would eventually betray me. How dare you? How dare you fall in love with another Car? My brow furrowed. I am not Car. I am not the man you seem to think I am. I am Deke. Remember, Deke? She jerked, looking around as if she was confused. Deke? I shook my head. Are you okay? Is that what happened to you? Wait. Are you the bat-winged dark fairy? This time, Celeste stomped her foot as her focus completely returned. Who are you calling a dark fairy? Dark fairies only come from about when they fall in complete despair. How could that be me? There is no coming back from that. Celeste. I reached out, but she backed away. She looked uncertain for a second as she saw the hurt look on my face. You have other slaves. I wasn't hiding it from you. Lydia and Miki are two very important people in my life. They came here to find me. We'll meet up with them shortly. I am sure they'll like you. You. Love them. Her expression fell as she said this. I paused for a second, but then nodded. I do. I love them. I won't pretend I don't. However, I also care about you. That's why I didn't bring them down right away. I wanted to speak to you first and introduce them on your terms. Celeste sighed and then landed next to the bowl of soup. Scooping a bowl for herself. Master, I am tired. Can we discuss this tomorrow? My brow was furrowed, but I nodded. Okay. I remained up until Celeste finally floated to her bed and fell asleep. The entire time, I watched her. A worried feeling in my gut. Something in this dungeon was happening. The last dungeon seemed desperate to complete its lore. This one feels similar. Carr must have built this mansion and then moved the Fairy Queen to live with him. Then, he started freeing slaves in Old Chom. Perhaps he fell in love with a slave and slept with her. The pure Fairy Queen fell into despair and then destroyed the entire mansion and city. However, what did the Fairy Queen have to do with Celeste? She said it herself. There was no going back. It took some time before I could settle myself and fall asleep. By the time I woke up, Celeste was missing once again. Chapter 141. Celeste, Celeste. I stood up and frantically searched around the camp. Celeste was no longer anywhere around me. I looked at my slave skills, but I didn't have any that could locate a slave yet. I could party swap with her, but what would that do? By the time I could make it back here, she'd have already run off again. Cursing to myself, I headed down to the 19th floor once again. This time, I made sure to check for traps. I also had my map ready and made a noise of surprise when the traps were shown on the map. Detect treasure. I cast that spell as well. More points were filled out on my map. Map was truly a skill worthy of the dungeon point system. I knew I could use it to sense life and identify nearby enemies. But I didn't realize that if had map open while casting detect spells, I could also map out traps and treasures too. Wait. Is it possible that since Celeste was in my party, I could also see her party? Bring up my party, I muttered. A dot outside my map suddenly bleeped. That had to be Celeste. She was on this floor, so I could see her. But she was outside of the area I had explored. I immediately began racing towards the direction that I saw her. I used Sense Life to avoid just about every ghost I came across, only engaging until I could escape and flee. Suddenly, her blip disappeared. This caused me the greatest confusion of all. It would have said if she left my party. I used a marking system to mark where I last saw her. If she didn't leave my party, then it meant that she left this floor. She couldn't have. Could she? She went down to battle the boss? What was going through Celeste's mind? She could get hurt or even killed doing this. I made my way to the location marked on the map. The point where Celeste was last seen before she disappeared. I wasn't surprised at all when I walked into a library. Not unlike the previous two I had been in. I first walked to the kiosk and registered, and then headed straight to the door heading down. It was closed tight. Furthermore, there was no sound transmitted from the other side. I had no clue what was happening. Gritting my teeth, I walked back up to the library and began to pace. What should I do? Should I switch with her now? I didn't know what monster was in there. If I suddenly switched, I could find myself in a very precarious situation. It was far too much danger, believe it or not. Celeste was more powerful than I was. I had to just trust that she could defeat the boss. While I paced, my eyes caught the murals on the wall. It was the continuation of the story. I glanced through them. There wasn't much to say. This told the story I already knew. Carr brought his family to live with him. He began to fight for justice, freeing slaves, particularly of the Animalcan variety. He became an emancipator loved by all. The murals were never in a particular order. This one had little to do with the story of the Fairy Queen. However, I guess someone attacks the Fairy Queen. She moves in with Carr and falls in love with him, and then he falls in love with one of the slaves he frees. The story appears to be something like that. The only thing that still didn't fit was Celeste. She wasn't the Fairy Queen. Was she? She had said there was no coming back from becoming a dark fairy, so if that was to be believed, there was no way she was the Fairy Queen. I looked at the door, anxiousness consuming me. Time passed by. Chapter 142. It was nearly 2 hours later when the door started to open. I didn't waste a second. I dived in through the door. As I ran out into the hallway, there I saw her. It was Celeste. Her wing was ripped, and it looked like she had received several cuts and scratches. "Moderate heal," I declared immediately. And a glow came over her. She jerked, her eyes shooting to me. "Why, you..." Celeste. I shook my head. "What are you doing? Why did you come and challenge this monster on your own? I am here to help." You left me," she said, backing up. "You abandoned us all. Celeste." "I am Deke. Remember, DQ. Carr." She shook her head. "Destroy? I must. I must destroy everything." "Celeste! Stop!" I cried out. Celeste took one look at me and then turned to leave. Re-equipping Slave Master, a grimaced, but still took a step forward. I order you to return to normal? I cried out. The fairy stopped, shuddered for a second, and then continued onward. Celeste. I took a few steps forward. Suddenly, she spun back and a massive gale force wind shot out from her hand. I was too surprised to dodge it. However, this wasn't a cutting attack. Instead, I was struck with terrible force and flung back. I flew through the door I had entered from. Just at that moment, Celeste left out the side of the other door. And no. I let out a scream, running back. However, the door to the boss room shut before I could reach the other side. I slammed into it, immediately banging on the door with all my force. However, it was completely impossible to get through it. I was trapped on the 19th floor, and Celeste had already made her way to the 21st. A moment later, some familiar text popped up in my vision. Celeste is no longer in your party. Why? Why did she leave like that? What was going on? I felt completely helpless, feeling drained of life. I crawled back up the stairs and collapsed on the floor of the library. Some time passed, and I eventually went to the kiosk and teleported to the 15th floor. There was no way I could defeat this boss solo. The level 9 boss had taken everything I had, and I hadn't made much in the way of leveling since then. Celeste had gone down below. My only choice was to meet up with the girls and follow her. Perhaps I should have taken this route from the beginning. After setting the fire and cooking some food, I headed out. While my girls were leveling on the floors above, I began my own training. There was a mid-tier boss on this floor. Did he pop every hour like his 19th floor companion? I suspected it was a similar deal. He could be avoided easily enough. And he wasn't too difficult to kill if you could restrain his movements. I had remained stagnant for far too long, depending on op swords and spells rather than my own abilities. It was about time I trained. One way or another, I was taking this dungeon. I decided on this entirely. Chapter 143. I began to use the bounding yoki as my prey. It felt strange, deliberately hunting a monster, but it was also exhilarating. He usually attacked me, so all I needed to do was look distracted and wait for my traps to trigger. Once I had him confined in a holy circle, he was actually quite easy to deal with. His mobility was his strength. The bounding yokai was a ghost-like monster that focused on physical attacks that sounded dangerous. But ghosts were naturally weak when it came to physical attacks anyway, so I never felt too disadvantaged. Every time I defeated him, I received an item called a soul stone. If I had cook equipped, I would also receive a golden apple. The golden apples weren't something mythical. They simply healed you if you ate them. Still, not a bad item to have when I was sick of water. In fact, once I got enough apples, I tried to squeeze some and make some juice. When I eventually identified the object, golden apple juice, nutritious with some healing properties. I really wanted to identify better than basic item identify, although I was sure I'd get it with True Dungeon Diver eventually. I had a feeling that the quickest way to get it would be with Merchant. Unfortunately, I couldn't trap the bounding yokai without the white mage's magic circle. And I couldn't fight the bounding yokai without the hero job. As a result, I couldn't level up my other jobs very easily. Thus, I decided to focus on my two highest skills. In general, if I wanted to be stronger, these were the skills that affected everything the most anyway. I reset my dungeon skills and gave myself to X experience again, giving up exorcism for the time being. I still felt Ghostbane was a necessity. Once I rejoined with the girls, I could get rid of it too. But there weren't any other Tier 1 abilities that really excited me all that much. There were a handful of other cool spells, but nothing that I felt would make the difference in this dungeon. What I really felt like I needed was a third job. That way, I could truly start leveling some of my side stuff without feeling like I was opening myself to weakness. I hunted down the more normal mobs on this floor, the skeletal ghost and the chained spirit. Now that I could see the official names of monsters, I was seeing a pattern in names. These guys went down pretty easily with Ghostbane and a quick attack. After an hour was up, the hunt for the bounding yokai returned. In this method, my levels started to increase and I grew increasingly familiar with the 15th floor. I had also raided all of the treasure on the floor, which came to a bunch of random ingredients for alchemy. Some cloth that I didn't recognize, and about 15 gold coins. No awesome magic items or treasure chests. Most treasures were usually just shoved in a corner or hidden behind a wall. It also didn't spawn in an hour like the boss. White Mage has increased to level 22. Hero has increased to level 18. I managed to gain 2 levels in White Mage and 3 levels in Hero over the course of 2 days of leveling. I considered this to be pretty awesome. My White Mage abilities were Orb and Light Repair. When I cast Orb, a ball of light appeared in my hand. The normal light spell just caused a light that emanated around our person. It stretched out a distance and then stopped. Interestingly enough, this light was one directorial and could not be seen from someone at a distance. It was exactly like one of those RPG dungeon crawlers. Orb, on the other hand, was more like a torch. It could be stuck to things and left until the magic ran out. As for Light Repair, it repaired items you cast it on. It couldn't go so far as to fix something that was broken, but when I cast it on my shoes, they did look a little less worn out. By the 6th casting, they looked almost new, although they still had that worn-in feel. When it came to Hero, the skills were all invaluable. Defense up, offense up, and party status. Greater defense and offense was much appreciated, and both really helped me massively. When it came to party status, this ability allowed me to see the normal information of people in my party. I could already do this because of my support skill, so it wasn't that beneficial in that respect. However, It did offer something that my support skill did not. It included a description of their health, too. This way, I knew that Lydia and Mickey were in good health. It was the first time I could keep track of them. Unfortunately, Celeste was no longer in my party, so I had no clue what condition she is in. Besides leveling, every night I did my swap with Mickey. When I arrived, Lydia was locked up in chains. I don't know where Mickey got the chains, but Lydia said while crying that only Mickey had the key. Well played. Well played. We kept the conversation light. I told them about what happened to my friend and how I was leveling on the 15th lore. After 2 days, they'd finally break through to the 15th lore. It was finally time to continue on as a party. We had 15 levels to go. Chapter 144. Master! Lydia cried out, racing to give me a hug. Master! Mickey cried out a moment later, also running up to me. I held out my arms and hugged them both. I was at the stairway leading up to the 14th lore. I had spent the last few hours waiting for the girls to arrive. Now that they were on the same level as me, I felt an immense degree of relief. Of course, with my party status, I made sure to check on them constantly. Both girls remained healthy and fought vigorously. In the end, Lydia had reached 34 and Mickey reached 30. The gap between the two girls seemed to be closing nicely. When they reached level 50, I had hoped they'd gain some kind of better ability. I casually began bringing them back to the library to register. Meanwhile, we chatted a bit. The bounding yokai showed its face, but I quickly took care of it. It took less than a minute for me to down the boss at the moment. This wasn't necessarily because I was so powerful, but because I had grown extremely used to its movements and knew how to fight it efficiently. When the monstrous ghost wailed its last cry, I turned back to the girls and smiled. The two girls looked at each other and then at me. Their expressions were somewhat strange. "What is it?" I asked. The two girls lowered their heads, but it was Lydia who answered. "Master has grown really strong." "Master is amazing," Mickey added. I enjoyed hearing the compliments. They made me feel good about myself. However, now was not the time to concentrate on that stuff. Rather, I wanted the girls to be ready to get deeper into the dungeon as efficiently as possible. I destroyed the boss right now so they could get a chance to see it. Next time, I wanted them to fight the boss on their own. Ah, that's right. A thought suddenly came to me. "Are you doing okay, Lydia? I know you are scared of ghosts." "Coming down here must be difficult." Lydia shook her head. "Not at all. I am mostly frightened by things I can't touch. Since I can hit the monsters with Mickey's enchantment, they are much less frightening. Besides, the jewelry store owner gave me a necklace that increases my spiritual resistance. I am less vulnerable to these kinds of attacks now." "Ah!" "Good." I nodded. As someone leveled up, they'd naturally have higher status. The higher your status, the more you could resist spiritual attacks anyway. The Lydia now was much different from the Lydia who first visited this city about a month ago. We were all much stronger now. In fact, if my guess was right, we drank about the level of a C-class party right now. Although me with my cheat skills and multiple jobs probably reached closer to a B, all right, girls, you've done well up until now. Your abilities leveled nicely. More nicely than mine, thanks to the 2x slave experience. Therefore, I want to try something new now. The two girls cocked their heads, but once again Lydia took the lead. What do you want us to do, Master? I am going to work on your tune jarbs, I declared. Mickey? We're going to work on basic magician for a bit. Lydia, I want to see where your scout abilities can bring you. As for myself, I'll be upping my slave master job. I'd like to see what you are all capable of. Chapter 145. I continued to grind with the girls on level 15. They both managed to get their second ability up to level 10. Miki giggled with delight when she found herself able to throw a small fireball. And Lydia's speed and visual acuity was also enhanced. After careful observation, I determined that basically, every level you made in a job increased your status somewhat. So, every level in swordsman would give you status that would make you a better swordsman. You might increase in speed, agility, visual acuity, strength, while things like intelligence wouldn't increase all that much. These changes occurred even if your job changed. In fact, some of these changes were likely necessary to unlock other, higher-tier jobs. You probably couldn't become an advanced swordsman until your status was high enough, or something like that. However, there was also the act of having the job equipped. This gave you access to all of the skills from that job. In some cases, you could learn a skill without the job. For example, you don't need the language skill to learn a language, although it definitely makes things easier. This is why a person could seamlessly advance from a level 50 basic magician to a level 1 advanced magician without suddenly growing weaker. You still had all the benefits of the basic magician anyway. Your skills were their best when you had the job equipped. So even though every level of swordsman increased your strength incrementally, there was also a massive bonus associated with having that job equipped in the first place. Presumably, a second-tier job would have a better bonus than a first tier. In this world, this system seemed set up so that what someone did would slowly cause them to grow stronger, eventually evolving to higher tiers. Of course, this world had limited knowledge of job systems, and there were likely plenty of jobs out there that they had never heard about before. The girls worked very efficiently together. Weeks fighting alongside each other as they fought for a common goal had truly enhanced their teamwork greatly. Lydia was able to make her fiery spirit sword almost instantly. Miki didn't waste a second to bring up the spirit fire so that she could battle ghosts. The two worked together seamlessly. Other than occasional refresh and healing, I found I wasn't all that necessary. However, I did find out something quite interesting. With my slave skill copy, I was able to create the spirit sword myself. It turned out that I didn't need to depend on Lydia to hand me a spirit-enhanced sword. As long as Miki tossed me some fire, I could do it myself. In fact, I started more closely looking at both girls' abilities. I could now emulate Miki's spirit attacks too. Both girls clapped their hands when they saw me copy their abilities. I couldn't do any ability as well as either of the girls. Without 8 spiritual tails allowing me to absorb spiritual energy, I actually found a lot of her skills very taxing. And I engorged on the water of life to recover in a reasonable amount of time. As I was drinking some water, I casually considered their new jobs. Naturally, Basic Magician was most interesting to me. I tried to copy her fireball and dropped my water skin and choked on water as fire actually sprung from my fingertips. I could cast all of their skills, including skills that weren't active. As expected of a slave master ability, Master is so cool. Master is a basic magician too. Before I could shake my head, text appeared in front of my vision. You've managed to manipulate mana to invoke magic. You have unlocked Basic Magician. I let out a noise of complete surprise. Basic Magician was a job that I had been eyeing enviously. I had the White Mage ability. By all accounts, I had been invoking magic from the beginning, but this world never heard of White Mage. It's possible that White Mage was a very niche high-tier ability. In that case, since I skipped the jobs leading up to White Mage, I couldn't retroactively learn them. This was also probably why I knew Slave Master, but didn't suddenly get Slaver or one of the lower-tier slave jobs. Dungeon Diver and True Dungeon Diver were different in that they were both earned the same way. But one was higher in level than the other. This only confirmed what I already suspected. When it came to job tiers, White Mage was broken. I had gotten it without starting as a basic or as an apprentice magician. I equipped it briefly. You have unlocked mana control. Somehow, this ability made it feel easier to control the White Mage spells. I could target easier and I felt like I was using less mana. It looked like starting from the basics was truly helpful. I had so much to learn about this world. Chapter 146. After a hard day of leveling up, we finally retreated to the library. I felt completely exhausted. I was about ready to collapse on the floor. I only just managed to refresh myself and then go about the standard duties. The girls complained a lot less. I had to look strong for them. Master, what is going on with your friend Lydia asked as I cooked the food. Ah. They went on without me. I think they grew angry, I said simply. That's very dangerous. If Master wants, we can push ahead. I thought about it. Scratching my chin, I am really worried about them, but I don't want to be reckless either. Honestly, we've had several really close calls lately, and I'd rather not put us in any more danger if I can help it. Vite, we're in good shape now. I don't feel like we need to leave the dungeon, but I also don't want to risk anyone dying. I'll keep you all safe, Master Bax. Miki suddenly spoke up. This person wouldn't happen to be a girl. Would it? Lydia didn't move, but her ears flicked at the words. She is a girl, and as it turns out, I was forced to enslave her. I sighed. It was better to just be honest. Since they asked outright, I definitely wouldn't lie to these girls of mine. I held back a little before while things were emotional, but now that we were together, there was no reason I shouldn't come clean. I closed my eyes, waiting for the backlash. Considering how Celeste acted when she learned about these girls, then it wouldn't be surprising if these girls who were even closer to me acted even angrier. Ah, Miki nodded casually. So, it's that. Another girl? She must be pretty if Master wants her, Lydia responded thoughtfully. I opened my eyes to see that both girls had barely reacted at all. You are not angry, Miki blinked. Why would I be angry? Master is Master. Rather, isn't it natural that Master has many? It doesn't matter how many pretty women Master has, because Miki will always be first. Lydia nodded. I was afraid at first that Master would leave me when Miki came, but after you almost died that one time, I've decided to appreciate the time I have with Master, rather than fight those who also realize Master's greatness. And then, you disappeared in this dungeon. If I hadn't had Miki by my side to support me, I don't know if I'd have made it. Having other women to lean on who feel the same way is wonderful. If anything, it is good that others realize how wonderful Master is. Plus, I will also always be Master's first. In a manner. As Lydia blushed, I let out a breath of relief. It seemed like I was worrying over nothing. In the end, both girls had come to terms with each other, and with any future women I brought home. Wait! Future women, I wasn't planning anything like that. 2 was already more than enough. Once I freed all 3 of them, I'll be lucky if even one girl stays by my side without slave affinity and Mina's blessing. Actually, if he already made the other girl a slave, wouldn't that make Lydia his third Miki? Suddenly pointed out. Jah! Lydia's calm expression quickly turned sour. Leave it to Miki to start trouble just as we got through our problems. Chapter 147. When Lydia grows upset, she grows a bit rambunctious. After finding out she was indeed the third slave, she started pushing me hard to have sex. This made Miki a bit upset, especially considering it brought back memories of the time I ditched her for a few hours while Lydia and I played together. This, in turn, reminded me of my sheets that Miki stained, which I didn't wish to get stained again. Oh, okay. I pulled back from Lydia and gave her a stern look to keep her from pouncing. She was licking her lips and her tiger's tail was flicking back and forth. She really looked like a lion assaying the prey. I was expecting her to eat me at any moment. To keep the peace, I decided I had to step up. I have a job. It's the one I used before. It's called pervert. It's why I was so quick to forget Miki earlier. Pervert? Lydia's ears twitched. Master is a pervert, Miki asked. No. I put out a finger. Number. I am not a pervert. I have a job called pervert. Miki's eyes narrowed mischievously. How did Master gain the pervert job in this dungeon, na? That... it's... a long story. Miki gasped suddenly. Master. You really did that? Lydia blinked and turned to Miki. What did Master do? Don't you see, Lydia? Miki took her hands, putting on a sincere look. Master was alone without us. He was lonely. He must have descended to extreme perversion with the local monsters. No. I immediately denied it. There was my friend. Celeste, remember? Well, technically, it was true. The succubi were local monsters, and I did descend into perversions with them. H? Why did she have to be so close to the truth? Sorry to throw you under the bus, Celeste, but I couldn't have these girls also thinking I am a deviant. Ah. That's right. Lydia accepted my words. Miki's face grew even whiter. It's worse than I thought. Boh, what is it? Miki Lydia asked worriedly. Well, as he said, there was another girl. He had her alone in a dark dungeon. All alone. Now. She's running from him. Even Lydia should be able to put two and two together, Lydia gasped. Master pushed her down exactly. Miki's expression turned sad. Without us there to service his uncontrollable urges, Master had no choice but to push down the nearest woman. Even though she had been trapped in this dungeon, he must have taken out all of his animalistic desire on her over and over again. He even made her his slave, saying things like, "Hey, if you satisfy me properly, maybe I'll let you go one day." Master has truly descended to the level of a bad man. Each word was like a dagger in my heart. Lydia finally turned to me, shaking her head in belief. I can't believe you, Master. Lydia said tearfully. Behind her, Miki stuck out her tongue, a mischievous glint in her eye. She was doing this on purpose, but Lydia was easily fooled by her antics. I didn't. I tried to get out. Master must do all of those deprived things to me. Lydia thumped her chest. I'd boy what Miki's expression turned to shock. Master was treating other slaves that way. He definitely must treat me that way too. Let's start, Master. I will definitely satisfy you properly. Miki and I looked at each other with expressionless eyes. That was right. We had both forgotten. Lydia was trained to be a prostitute. When it came to the lowest levels of perversion and depravity, this was the place she was most comfortable. Chapter 1, 48. In the end, our night was settled with the pervert's skill after all. It turned out the ability was more than sufficient to handle both women to satisfaction. I was able to keep more of my reason now and was able to enjoy both women to their fullest. I took turns inside Lydia and Miki. Lydia was much more active when I was with Miki, helping out touching Miki to help her achieve climax. She didn't mind touching Miki's privates, And while Miki was shy about it, she didn't resist to any stimulus when I was on top of her. When it came the other way, Miki usually just watched me with Lydia from a distance and didn't touch us. As we grew more animated, she'd put her hand between her legs and squeeze her thighs together, clearly turned on and trying to hide it. Miki was far more reserved in the bedroom, and would usually lie and hold me tightly while she breathed, panted, and moaned. Lydia always wanted to participate and was on top as often as she was on the bottom. She liked to rock her hips when I was in her. Both experiences were unique, but also really amazing. When everyone was finally satisfied, I was reaching my limits. So we collapsed on my bedroll. It was actually very dirty, covered in various fluids from all three of us. In the end, my bedroll would need to be washed after all. It seems like I failed in that respect. There had to be a cleaning ability. I would definitely learn in the future. At the moment, what I had equipped with Pervert has increased to level 2. Endurance Up has been unlocked. It appeared like I wouldn't be having trouble keeping up in the future either. Jobs could level by killing monsters, but they could also level by doing actions related to their existence. Merchant jobs could level by buying and selling stuff. It looked like the pervert job could be leveled by fornicating. Plus, with 2x experience, it'd be the equivalent of sleeping with. Well, let's not get into those numbers. Perhaps I should start making it a habit to level with the girls every night. It sounds kind of bad. But if I am very intimate with them now, they may not leave me when I get rid of the slave ability. I didn't think Lydia or Miki would leave at this point, but I still wanted to prepare my heart for that possibility. It was always much worse when I didn't leave a part of the expectation that I'd be abandoned. I don't think this is a bad way of thinking. Don't pity me. When Lydia was taken away, it's that mentality that allowed me to keep my cool there. Deep down, I had always expected her to be taken away. So when it happened, I was able to deal with it. Fortunately, I was able to get her back. Some might say I spent too much. But I didn't regret the choices I made a single bit. In that way, my defenses built from years of rejection had protected me. That's part of the reason I was able to stay calm about Celeste too. Any girl might eventually leave at any time. As long as I kept that possibility in my heart, I could handle suddenly losing someone. This didn't just protect me from the girls leaving me on purpose. We were in a dungeon. I was occasionally reckless, especially when I started treating this like a game. There was a possibility the girls could die too. I wanted to protect them, and I had the abilities to heal and protect, but I am not that powerful. There is always a chance I'll fail and someone will die. I had to accept that as well. I wasn't intending to be morbid. Just mentally prepared. The next morning, I washed the girls up and then got dressed. As for my bedroll, it's tank of our sex. I'd have to wash it the next night. Rolling it up, I shoved it in my ring. At least, we wouldn't smell it all day. Heading out. We reached the stairway in short order. It was time to start on the 16th floor for the second time. Chapter 149. The girls restored their original jobs, and I concentrated back on White Mage and Basic Magician. After some significant gains from gaining the first level of Basic Magician, I suspected I could have more gains for White Mage by mastering the basics. With the two girls fighting in front of me, I was far more comfortable taking a basic role. I still had my sword, and I could fight with a basic level swordsmanship, with the Spirit Fire and Divine Aura enhanced sword. The ghosts were taken down quickly. Since I already had a lot of this floor mapped out, I decided to combine map and detect treasure to truly pick up everything the floor had. It'd give the girls more opportunities to gain experience and would also increase our profits, so I considered it a win-win. Every floor seemed to contain a dozen or so treasure locations. Some were just a small pouch of coins shoved into a corner. Others were a hidden alchemy ingredient. No treasure chests or anything like that. Some of the stuff was part of the decoder. And if I hadn't had my treasure finder on, I never would have realized they were worth anything at all. For example, a certain painting had replaced the eyes with jewels that I was able to pop out. Also, a few of these treasures were attached to traps too, but with detect traps, I was always aware of it. As luck would have it, Disarm Trap was the level 10 ability for a scout, and since Lydia had it, I had it too. In short, I was able to copy her skill and remove the trap before clearing out everything one floor at a time. While I could copy the girls' skills, they weren't as good as the girls could use them. My fireballs were weaker than Miki's. Furthermore, I had to spend mana to copy the skill, and then mana to cast the skill. So it was more expensive for me to use the skills too. In short, unless it was for convenience, it was more affordable to just let the girls use the skills themselves. By the time we cleared level 16, I was up to level 3 in Basic Magician. We continued on to the 17th, and then the 18th and 19th. It took 2 days, but we finally managed to enter the familiar library I had abandoned. The door had long been open, waiting for us to engage in the mysterious boss. I didn't know what monster awaited us. It was still early. But we decided to break. Over the intervening 2 days, I gained a level in White Mage and was now at level 10 Basic Magician. Since Basic Magician enhanced mana and spellcasting status, I felt more powerful as a White Mage with it. As far as skill, my White Mage level 23 ability was called Armor. It was a spell that temporarily increased someone's defense. It wasn't like a magic shield or anything, just an enhancement spell, which was honestly preferable for me. As for Basic Magician, I already knew what to expect from using skill analysis on Miki, but the skills I got were fire, water, earth, and air control. Mana Blast, Create Earth, and Fireball. I already had Create Flame and Create Water. It turned out, Basic Magician really was basic. You first needed to be able to manipulate the element you wanted to use and then create it. Only after that did you get something like an attack. Well, level 5 was Mana Blast. Once you gained enough elemental control, you could create a mana attack. Then, Fireball finally became an option at level 10. As for the girls, they also leveled a bit. Lydia was up to level 35, and Miki was 31. With a deep breath, I looked down the stairway. We should be able to take out the boss safely. We had to. Chapter 150. Are you girls ready? I asked. Only after Lydia and Miki assured me did I take a breath and started heading down with them next to me. We entered the massive stone door, and it shut close behind us, sealing us in with the monster. The room itself didn't differ at all from the floor 10 room. Once I defeated this guy, I could start looking for Celeste. That was what was important. I didn't take any risks this time either. The best jobs were selected for everyone. And I even re-added exorcism just in case. Bosses were always many times stronger than the mobs between levels. And I expected this guy to be no less than a challenge. A moment later, a man suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. He was a ghostly man, wearing a fine suit. His hair was combed, and he looked refined, not intimidating or scary. He seemed vaguely familiar to me. No, he seemed more than familiar. He was the guy in the murals. He was older, paler, and sadder. But this was definitely the man whose story I had been following. Wait. Isn't this Car's dungeon then again? Now that I thought about it, Mina's dungeon was not actually created by Mina, but her brother. So, in other words, this wasn't Car's dungeon. Did that mean it was the Fairy Queen's, so more challengers have come? The man said sadly. First, a fairy destroys me, now Animal conslaves. It seems only suiting that this would be my fate. Please, bring me death. This ghost also seemed to be self-aware. The mid-tier boss I defeated seemed unintelligent and never learned from battle to battle. If it had, it might have started avoiding me or changed its tactics. On the other hand, this guy seemed to remember his premature death at the hands of the fairy. Was that a trick of only intelligent bosses? And why was he intelligent anyway? I might have expected the dungeon owner to be intelligent, like in the case of the necromancer. But why was Carr capable of intelligent thought? Wait, let's make sure. Why do you want to die? I asked, cautiously. Feeling out the boss, Carr looked over at me. I failed her. I failed them all. I tried to protect everyone, and in the end, I saved no one. My great city fell, and I died a pauper's death. All the good I tried to do in life, in the end, it was wasted. The Fairy Queen, you were talking about the Fairy Queen, right? I tried to push him for more information. She gave everything for me, and I failed her too. What about Celeste, the one that killed you? What does she have to do with this? Is she the one who is Celeste? His eyes flashed, and then he shook his head. Enough of this. You have come here for a purpose. It is time that we fulfill that purpose. I may seem like a weak noble to you, But I was a great adventurer in my day. I even fought alongside the great harem hero, Artemis. Harem hero. What is a harem hero? I blinked. Car's eyes flashed. You have two women at your side, and you pretend not to understand. I envied that man. I envied the path of the harem. In the end, I lost everything because I was not fit to have a harem. I shook my head. What? Why are we on harems now? Rather. I don't care about your love life. If you don't want the knowledge of a harem, then you aren't fit to have one. Carr shrieked. I was at a complete loss, but apparently I had pissed him off, and now he was attacking with all he had. Spells came flying at the three of us. The battle had finally begun.